Clerk Will Short to perform the roll call. Will.
Thank you, Chair. Chair Redman.
Present.
Councillor Craig. Present. Councillor Deutschmann. Present. Councillor Erb. Present. Councillor Foxton.
Present.
Councillor Harris.
Present.
Councillor James.
Present.
Councillor Liggett.
Present.
Councillor McCabe. Councillor McCabe. Councillor Nowak. Councillor Solonen.
Present.
Councillor Shantz.
Present.
Councillor Verbanovic.
Present.
Councillor Williams. And Councillor Wolf.
Present.
And we have regrets this morning from Councillor Huning. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Short. I would like to acknowledge that the land on which we gathered today is the traditional territory of the Haudenosaunee, the Anishinaabe, and Neutral people. We acknowledge the enduring presence of the Indigenous people with whom we share this land today, their achievements, and their contributions to our community. Are there any declarations of pecuniary interest? Seeing none. At our last Strategic Planning and Budget Committee meeting, we had the opportunity to hear from Chief Kroll as he provided an overview of the 2023 Police Services budget. Yesterday, we had the opportunity during our committee day to discuss in more detail transit fares and service, automated speed enforcement, and funding requests within the housing stability system. This morning, following deferral from the first, we will review the draft 2023 capital program and 10-year capital forecast. Today's detailed presentation will give us the opportunity to look more closely at the capital program for next year and discuss the impact and relationship between capital and operating funding. We will also complete a detailed budget review of a number of service areas, including roads and active transportation, waste management, the airport, and cultural services. We will hear more about public engagement results, and this evening, we have an opportunity to hear from the public at our public input meeting. To keep things moving along, we will continue with one question and follow-up. As always, following that, you will be added to the queue after others have had the opportunity to ask the questions. We, of course, have a lot to get through today, leading to our final budget day on February the 22nd. With that, of course, I'll call on Craig Dyer, Commissioner, Corporate Services and Chief Financial Officer, to introduce the presentation. Good morning, Craig.
Excuse me. Good morning, Chair Harris, and to members of Budget Committee, and welcome to today's Budget Committee presentation. As indicated, we're going to start off today with some discussion around the capital program. This is material that was deferred from the February 1st meeting. We do have a fair bit of material we'd like to get through today, so I'm going to try to be as succinct as possible in terms of let's say the introductory comments to the capital plan. If you've had a chance to look at the slide deck, you'll see that we're going to talk a little bit about the relationship between the capital budget and the operating budget and our reserves and reserve funds. We're going to talk a little bit about how this particular 10-year capital program is shaping up, and some information specifically with respect to both regional debt outstanding and our reserve balances and how those two relate to each other. And then we have a relatively detailed appendix of information about various components of the capital program. It's not our intention to go through that entire appendix. There's a lot of information there. We've tried to put information together in a way to help Council understand the nature and scope of the capital program that's contemplated, but it won't be our intention to go through each one. That being said, there are a few components of that appendix that we do have some speaking notes on, and we have a small selection of speakers who will provide that overview, and then we'll move into the information that was always planned for February 8th, which is some detailed reviews on our roads and waste management and airport and other areas, and we'll have, I'm sure, lots of discussion along the way. So with that introduction, we now have a relatively long list of supporting materials that have been put together going back to the initial budget committee meeting back on November the 30th. Already gone through the overview and the agenda. I didn't rehearse this with Mr. Lochner, so I'll just ask the question about whether Mr. Lochner wanted to speak to the guiding principles or whether he wanted me to.
I was just thinking, is the guiding principle slide coming up now or this afternoon? Thanks, Craig, very much. I really appreciate it. I thought before we dove into the agenda today, just wanted to take the time to reflect on the journey that brought us here today. And this applies to the conversation we're having this afternoon as well. We've had some really great conversations over the past few months with this new council, and especially this week, and I can see it in your faces as you really struggle and talk through how do we serve this community with all the critical needs and services that they're asking for and they deserve, especially in the context of the financial pressures and the ability to pay, whether that's here or at the grocery store. Someone said to me yesterday, a member of council, why does this feel so hard compared to last year? And I think it's all those things. It's fuel costs, it's inflation, it's, more people are coming in to live in this community, and they too need access to the essential services that are provided by municipalities. And we know funding's been reduced from other sources. So yeah, it's going to feel hard. As staff, I wanted to go back to last summer, and we had guidance from the previous council. I think principle is very similar to this. We have this new council coming in. We didn't know it would be coming back, but we had to get started. And you'll hear today through the presentations this morning and this afternoon, just the agonizing debate that we went through. And it's because we had to do all of these things, and this is what you have to do, all of these things. If it was just one principle, I think it'd be simple. If it was two, easy maybe. But all of these, that's extremely hard. You recall that we brought principles back to you in November, and you approved these to guide us as staff and you as council as we work together on trying to come up with a finalized budget. Many of you have asked me or members of CLT, and you'll ask it today, I'm sure, why are you recommending that? What were you thinking? Some of you have been a little more blunt. Bruce, what the heck were you thinking? And that's fair. So today we'll try to get into that. I think it was Councillor Shantz last week that said to another leader of another organization when they delegated or when they presented here, tell us about the struggles. That's important to council to hear. Sandy's nodding her head. Tell us about the trade-offs. So we'll try to give that to you today. If we're not giving you enough, please ask. I remember a conversation in CLT, and I hope you don't mind me sharing this, colleagues. We were just agonizing over not having enough funding for a particular service. And one of the CLT members said, oh my God, I can't in my gut let that happen. I can't go to council knowing that might be at risk in that particular area. It happened to be housing and homelessness. I have to go back to my team. And that's what each member of CLT did. And you can imagine how difficult that conversation is. Well, hang on. Yeah, we get the need in housing and homelessness, but we also have needs over here and over here and over here. So we'll bring that to you today. The approach to capital and the approach to operating both look at these things, ensuring that we're doing things around employee and well-being. And that's not just, the mental health services we provide, the coaching, the education. This is how we resource projects. This is how we do projects. This is a number of projects we do because we're in the business of people. This is the back office. So every capital project that Craig talks about today has someone who has to do the payroll, has to do the planning work, has to do the engineering work, has to do the IT work. We go down the list of the principles here. Reviewing service levels to reflect the changing needs and adjust the service levels to accommodate fiscal pressures. I think a great example of that happened yesterday when we talked about transit routes. Okay, we see where we may have to shift the service in some areas in order to grow in others. Going down the list, the provincial and federal responsibilities currently funded. I realized, I was saying to the chair this morning, I was very passionate, I think, as were many, about the supports to our service providers in the space of social services. So whether that's shelter services or other social services, and it ended up reflecting last night that, we might have 1.8 million added to the budget. And I thought, that principle of That's provincial responsibility. And we're going to have to talk about that. And we will today and on budget day. Ensuring adequate asset renewal funding to promote long-term financial sustainability. I know we're going to hear a lot about that today. And again, I know we're going to have conversations about reserves. And you'll hear today that we get it. If we try to solve something today, we're going to have some problems next year, and our budget problems will be worse. How do we balance that? And that speaks to the last one as well. We definitely took into consideration, how do we not make next year even more of a challenge for our community and for those around this table? So that's the history that I wanted to make sure everybody knew, and everybody was around this table last summer, and what has taken us to this presentation today. So with that, back to you, Craig. Thank you.
Thank you. So just to provide some context to the capital program, you may recall this slide from one of our orientation sessions back in November. The capital program contains all of the investments in both existing and new assets that are needed in order for the region to deliver the level of service that is either contemplated or approved by council. Those service levels are approved through strategic plans, through master plans, through business plans, and certainly through the annual plan and budget as well. And in many cases, we can't deliver a service without investing in capital. We've talked before about that. The dynamic of our capital budget is partly about looking after the $1 billion of assets we have in and on the ground, and partly about planning for the 300,000 people that will call Waterloo Region home over the next 30 years and the businesses that will locate here as well. All of that needs infrastructure for it to work. I won't go through this in detail, but it's a summary at a high level of the scope and context of the assets that we have in place right now, ranging from water and wastewater to roads and public transit and airport, a wide variety of regional facilities and fleet vehicles, and a significant inventory of housing units. I shall just stop here. There's a few slides in here. If I was to maybe help out the committee by identifying the most important slides in the deck, there's a handful of slides that we've titled Things to Know About the Capital Program. And you'll see 4 or 5 of these, and these are some of the important takeaways, I think, for Budget Committee today. First of all, when we talk about approving a capital program, Council approves the current year of the capital forecast, and the remaining 9 years are approved as a forecast. So what you're, effectively what you're approving is the planned investments that will happen in 2023. Everything that's out in the forecast is there as our best estimate of the infrastructure that's going to be needed, the timing of when it's going to be needed, and the estimated cost. Those costs and timing and needs are reevaluated and reprioritized as needed on an annual basis. And so new projects that are out in the forecast don't proceed until they're approved in the current year of a capital program, right? So their new projects are out there as our best estimate of what we're going to need, but the actual approval for that project doesn't happen until it's captured in a current year, in the first year of a 10-year capital program. And then just to, for context, there is a component of this year's capital budget that has already been approved, right? So when we do our capital budgeting, we do our best to estimate what the estimated investments are over each year, kind of on a cash flow basis. And so there are costs included in the 2023 capital budget that reflect tenders that were awarded last year or the year before, and that are projects that are in progress and that will either be finished in 2023 or potentially in 2024 if it's a multi-year project. So what you're asking to be approved this year is a bit of a combination of some carry forwards from previous years, as well as some new projects that are in the 2023 capital program. The next important thing to know about the capital program is that, as I've said, these investments are made in order to deliver services and achieve desired outcomes. And I think it's fair to say that all municipal councils struggle to determine, an ideal or optimal distribution of capital across a multitude of services, across both asset renewal versus growth. This is a normal part of approving a capital budget for an organization that has dozens and dozens of different services and dozens of different objectives that we're trying to meet. And so there's this, that creates this, tension, if you will, between operating and capital reserves, which I can explain a little bit more in a couple of minutes. But this idea of making a strategic resource allocation, is something that every board does, certainly that every municipal council does in the province. So our 2023 capital budget at this point is a $571 million estimate for 2023. You can see the major components. Not surprisingly, we have certain services that are infrastructure intensive, water, wastewater, roads, public transit, and housing being the most significant. And not surprisingly, those four areas make up the most significant portions of our projected capital spending in 2023. Cheryl's going to have a little bit more to say about that in her slides. And then just again, putting this capital budget into context, in a perfect world, in theory, what's in the capital project is the outcome of a whole bunch of planning and strategy work in advance, from the official plan through to council strategic plan, to master plans, the asset management plan. All of that informs what's in the capital program, and we should be able to relate every project in the capital program to a specific outcome or a desired service level. So a couple of specific questions that have come our way over the course of the last couple of months. I want to talk just for a couple minutes about why reducing the capital program doesn't solve a current year operating budget challenge. So the answer is all about funding and financing and timing. So capital projects, as we've talked about before, are financed by a combination of either reserves, money that we've collected either in previous years or current year, and money that we're going to collect in the future to fund debt servicing costs when we borrow for capital projects. So for example, removing a project from the 2023 capital program that's debt financed doesn't have any impact at all on this year's budget. It definitely has an impact on future years' budgets, depending on whether it's a deferral or a cancellation, but it won't reduce the levy in 2023 because there's no levy funding going to that project in 2023. And so when you're making adjustments to the capital program, you have to look at how the project is funded. It will have impacts in the future, but not in 2023. The other comment would be capital projects are funded from a variety of different sources, right? Not always the property tax levy. So if we're talking about a growth-related project, a new road in an area of the municipality where growth is happening, if that project is entirely funded by development charges, reducing, deferring, canceling that project, again, will have no impact on this year's operating levy because there is no operating money going to that particular project. So when we talk about the funding and financing, we're referring to both the source of funding. So the funding is where's the money coming from? The financing is when is the money coming? And so we have grants and subsidies, and typically we receive that funding as a project is underway or when it's complete. Development charges, we're either pulling money straight out of a development charge reserve or we're issuing debt and funding future debt servicing costs with development charges, or we're funding from user rates and property taxes. And again, that's either using current year revenue or money that's been put in a reserve in the past or long-term borrowing. So the second big question then is why reducing contributions to capital reserve creates a long-term financial sustainability problem. So when we talk about long-term sustainability, we're talking about do we have the mechanisms and the funding in place to manage the assets that we have on the ground in the long term? Do we have sufficient fiscal capacity to look after our assets in order to deliver the service levels that council desires. And so we know that we have in certain areas, our capital program is underfunded. In certain areas, we have other areas where we're in very good shape. And so reducing reserve contributions to those areas simply means we would end up issuing more debt. On the assumption that the work to look after our assets needs to happen to ensure its long-term viability, for lack of a better term, if we don't have funding available that we're setting aside in reserves each year, then we're going to borrow. And if we're going to borrow, we're going to incur more debt servicing costs, and that's going to have an impact on future operating budgets. The region's debt level, as we know, is relatively high, and our capital reserve balances are relatively low in comparison to other municipal peers. That's a fact that we've lived with for some time. Moody's reminds us of that every year. It's from their perspective, it's one of the risks to our rating, and therefore it's one of the areas that we have been particularly mindful of in terms of how we manage our debt and reserves on an annual basis. And so reducing a contribution to the capital reserve ends up having a tenfold impact over the life of the program. So for every dollar that isn't contributed to a reserve, then you either need to remove projects, because that's $1 every year, you need to either remove enough projects over the 10 years to remain in a sustainable position, or the amount of debt you're going to issue is going to be 10 times as great. So if $100,000 came out of a capital reserve contribution, but the projects don't change, then you've basically added $1 million of debt over the 10 years. And so that's the balance that we're trying to achieve, and that I think we've had some very good success over the last few years, which Cheryl is going to show in a couple of minutes on her slides. So with that being said, the other important thing to know about the capital program is that none of this means that you shouldn't review and amend the capital budget if you think you should. The projects that are in the capital program, council has to be comfortable that what we're doing and what we're proposing to build or renovate or maintain or renew is the work that's needed in order to deliver service levels. So it's absolutely appropriate for a council to review not only the first year, but also the forecast as well, and make sure that it aligns with your objectives. Capital forecasts are often amended as the result of the completion of a strategic plan, the completion of a service-specific master plan, or the completion of a business plan. That happens all the time, thinking back to airport master plan, transportation master plan, housing master plan. All of that work has fed into the capital program that you have before you today. And so it's an ongoing process to keep our capital program updated and reviewed on an annual basis. As I talked earlier about the strategic planning process, the strategic plan that staff will work with council on over the next few months is going to provide that forum that's going to be needed to determine what the capital program looks like in the future. So that's going to give this council a good opportunity to determine how it wants to determine its objectives. And once that is known, we can then put a proposed capital program together that would meet those objectives. And through that process, you're going to establish those objectives and outcomes, and you're going to talk about the distribution of funds across the various services that will needed to achieve the outcomes that you want as a council. There's a lot on this slide. It may be hard to read. I'm not going to go through every detail, but the point of this is to show you the number of service-specific master plans that are either in progress or that will be commenced over the term of this council, and an estimated completion date. And so, as you can see, some of these master plans take some time to work through. Once they're completed, we then use the outcome of those master plans to update our capital program. So whether we're talking about water supply or transportation or airport or housing, the outcome of that work then defines what goes into the next iteration of the master plan. This is why I was talking about when you approve a capital program, you're just approving year one, right? Everything else is a forecast. That forecast will change, guaranteed. And it will change for all kinds of reasons. And the completion of master and servicing plans is one of those reasons. So I think a lot more to come from staff on each of these as they work their way through the review and approval process. So a couple more things to know about the capital program. We update it every year. In fact, we update it on an ongoing basis to reflect the types of changes that I've just referred to. And this covers the wide range of changes in capital cost estimates, changes in the cost of borrowing, how proceeding projects, so projects that need to be completed before a new project, how those ones are proceeding, that can affect the timing and the scope, the outcomes of design work, EAs, building condition audits, capacity within the system, both from a staff and a contractor perspective, ensuring the capital works are undertaken in a timely manner. You'll hear from Mathieu this afternoon about roads and roads rehabilitation and the need to make sure we're doing work on our roads at the right time so that we're avoiding future significant capital costs and being mindful of the impacts of capital projects on operating budgets, which brings me to the most important slide of the last 20 minutes. And I'll go through it slowly. I'm very interested in knowing whether this resonates with you, whether it helps you understand the relationship between operating capital and reserves. And I'll use an example. I'll use two examples, actually. One would be the construction of the Northfield bus operations and storage facility, which many of you have been through. Most know where it is, what it looks like. The other example you could use is buying a house for yourself, because the example works for both. So we start off with a capital investment. We decide we need a new bus storage and maintenance facility. How do we do that? We need to buy the land, we need to design it, we need to construct it, we need to equip it. All of that is part of our capital cost. On the house side, we go through a process of acquiring a property, and that has a one-time capital cost associated with that acquisition. So, where do I go next? Thinking about what we talked about during orientation, for every dollar we spend, we need $1 of revenue. And so, from a funding perspective, we need to figure out, is this acquisition, is this new building, this new operations center funded by provincial grants, federal grants, in this case it was, partly, development charges, in this case it was, partly, and property taxes, which is the balance. We debt financed our share of this construction because we didn't have $30 million sitting in a reserve, and it was probably not an appropriate use of reserve funds anyway for this facility. So we've built something, we've paid for it. Then once that is done, we have operating expenditures associated with the facility, or in this case, with our house, and that comes in three forms. The first is the ongoing operation, maintenance, and repair of the asset, the debt servicing costs, or in the case of buying a house, the mortgage, principal, and interest costs, and asset renewal, which is basically setting some money aside in our reserves or our savings account to deal with more significant repairs that might be needed in the future. A roof replacement, for example. So, first of all, we debt finance, and so when we debt finance, the funding of that infrastructure creates an operating budget pressure. In this case, we would say, most appropriately, this is an asset up on Northfield Drive that taxpayers not only now but in the future will benefit from. So it actually makes sense to spread that cost over a larger group of taxpayers. So we have debt servicing costs that we have to deal with. We also have to operate it. We need staff, we need service contracts, we have utilities, we have all the costs associated with running a building of that size and complexity. And then finally, and this is where the reserves fall into place, we have capital reserves that we've set up for various services. Capital reserves receive money from the operating budget, and money leaves the reserves to fund capital costs. So it's what we talk about sometimes as pay-as-you-go funding. We're setting money aside for the significant renewal work that will be required either on our house or on our, in this case, our transit facility that will be needed in the future. So money comes into the reserve from the operating budget and then goes to fund the capital renewal. And that closes the loop between capital, operating, and reserve. I build something, I have to finance it, I have to operate it, I set some money aside in a reserve to pay for that in the future. I'm going to pause there, Mr. Chair. That's the first part of the presentation. I hope that was helpful and understandable, and happy to answer any questions.
And there are some. Chair Redmond.
Thank you, Chair Harris. Mr. Dyer, you already touched on our Moody's AAA rating. And I think one of the bugbears of any political decision that's made at this table is unintended consequences. Can you just talk for a minute about what happens if we lose that AAA rating to our ability to borrow and to support that debt financing?
Certainly, through the chair. So the first thing I would say is it doesn't directly have an impact on our ability to borrow. So there are a number of municipalities in the province and in the country that have a AAA rating. It's the highest rating that you can achieve, and the benefit of that rating is that it allows us to borrow when we need to, and not just the region, but also the local municipalities. It allows all of us to borrow at the most competitive rate, because that AAA rating is basically saying to investors, there is very little risk that this issuer is not going to be able to make its principal and interest payments in the future. What it would mean is we would pay, so when we borrow, our interest cost is based on the yield on a Government of Canada bond with a premium for the province and then a premium for municipalities on top of that. What the AAA rating gets us is the smallest possible premium on the municipal side. So if our debt increased significantly and or our reserve funds decreased significantly, we do run the risk of a downgrade. The downgrade would mean that we would still be able to access debt in the capital markets, but we would pay a higher price for it. And the local municipalities would pay a higher price as well.
Thank you.
Councillor Foxton.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. So I'm going to try and give an example because we're dealing with this at our township as well. So one of my councillors said, I want to defer putting money in reserves, the 1%, to give a break to the taxpayers. And so let's say at the regional level, we said, okay, we're going to cut taxes by 1%. We're going to, defer it from reserves. So that means $6 million this year, means $12 million next year, means $18 million. Your reserves aren't just wishes. They're bridges. They're roads. I know we have a lot of housing issues and that we're trying to deal with. We have to remember it is the structure, the building. It's policing, it's EMS, it's everything, Board of Health. So when you mess with reserves, you're messing with the security of your future. Now, you do put wishes in your reserves. One day this council dreamed of an ion, and that was a wish. And our debt, a lot of our debt is based on the ion and the cost of it. And if we had the ion extrapolated, we'd be still AAA, but we'd be even a better position. Our auditors at Mooney wouldn't be saying, oh, you're carrying a lot of debt, because but it was necessary. So those are the things you have to think about. Every time you take from a reserve, you're taking from a future project. It's not money sitting in the bank doing nothing. It is allocated for every single project. So when you say, let's take this out of the tax stabilization reserve, but then a disaster happens. and we need that money, and it's not there. We really have to be conscientious. And again, I'm going back to yesterday's vote and a lot of the projects on that list. And a lot of those things had no background. We never have anybody coming to council and saying, oh, I want $600,000, but there's no plan. There's no, how did you fundraise? Is this all of the cost? Is it part of the cost? We don't have any of that data. And in good conscience, I can't vote to support something like that. We have to be smart. I know we want to help everybody, but there is only so much money. And if you want to see a direction for this region, you have to be logical as well as passionate. Thank you.
Councillor Deutschman.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Dyer, just a couple questions. If we take $1 million from our reserve to use for services, are you suggesting that that's going to impact our AAA credit rating?
Sorry, could you just ask the question again? I didn't catch the first part.
Yeah, if we take $1 million out of reserve for social services, for example, is that going to impact our AAA credit rating?
Unlikely.
Right. If we don't incur any additional debt, that's not likely to impact our AAA credit rating, correct?
I'm not sure I understand the question. If we don't undertake additional debt.
If we don't take on any additional debt, that's not going to impact our credit rating, correct?
Well, through the chair, it's just a rather unusual question. I'm not sure how to answer it. I think the point we've been trying to make is that we need to manage very deliberately and intentionally the amount of debt that we're issuing and the projects for which it's being issued.
And if we decide not to move ahead with a capital project in 1 year, that's not going to impact our AAA credit rating, is it?
No, it's not.
Right.
Again, it's a rather unusual question.
Well, as you said when we started this budget process, these are unusual times, correct? This is an unusual budget season, right?
Sorry, was that a question?
Yeah, it was a question. Yeah, you
yes,
said that.
yes, I did mention back when we were doing the orientation that this is a complex, maybe unprecedented set of circumstances that we're dealing with.
Right, and as someone learning to drive through this process because staff is looking to us for guidance, you may get some unusual questions from time to time, and just trying to work things out from this side of the table as I ask these questions, because it just seems, you're not suggesting that we shouldn't, are you suggesting that we cannot look at any of the reserves if we need them for social services, for example?
Oh, through the chair, I'm not suggesting that at all. In fact, it's the comments that I made about the capital program and that it's most appropriate for council to review the capital program and ensure it has the projects in place to meet the desired outcomes. I think that's very appropriate. It's also very appropriate that council periodically review its reserve and reserve fund policy and make sure that it's also helping to meet those goals.
I agree on that. I have some other questions, but I'll defer to other councillors.
Councillor Craig.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I want to come back to the capital forecast. So there's no issue then if I want to propose in the forecast part of the capital program that we put in the completion of the bypass for the city of Cambridge in the 10-year plan. I mean, it's just a forecast.
Sorry, is the question there's no problem with that?
Is there?
There might be.
Why would that be if it's just a forecast and it changes year from year?
Well, in fairness, I think depending on the nature of the project and the quantum of the project, I think council would want to know that its forecast is, to the greatest extent possible, affordable and sustainable. And so the addition of an individual project on its own, maybe it doesn't have any impact. If there are multiple additions, again, depending on the timing and the nature of the project and the quantum of the project, that could create that could create a financing and sustainability challenge, which we would need to look at and figure out how to best finance.
So the best way then is to put it in the forecast and have you do all that.
So through the chair, I think we would say the best way to do that would be to have that discussion as part of a transportation master plan and approve your goals and objectives and desired outcomes through the master plan, along with every other potential road and transportation project that may be out there, and use that process to amend a future capital budget. That would be the most appropriate way to do it.
Mr. Lochner, I believe you would like to chime in on this answer as well.
Yeah, I just want to use this as an example. I think if I understand the question, we face the challenge of, on any of these projects, a community that, is it coming or isn't it coming? I think, I just want to check in, is that part of the question, and is there a mechanism to give greater assurances that projects are coming? And if it were in the capital plan, that may do that. Using that as an example, but it could be any projects. Is that the essence of what you might be trying to achieve?
I think the whole thing is very difficult in terms of trying to understand what we could do as a council and how to move forward. You see, here we are in the city of Cambridge, and I sent all members of council a little blurb and a video, 10 seconds long, to say we've got 1,600 trucks a day coming through our community in the downtown. Would you be happy if 1,600 trucks were in uptown Waterloo? Or would you be happy if they were going by, Kitchener City Hall every day? So I think it's a very serious situation, and I can't seem to get any leverage in terms of getting this moving forward, to getting it completed, or even as a psychological marker in the forecast. And I think that's the problem I'm having. And I think my colleagues from Cambridge are facing the same feelings about this.
So, thank you. Thanks for that clarity. So I think Mr. Dyer's response is appropriate when we talk about the discipline of, and the needed discipline of putting a capital project into the plan. That if we have a disciplined approach, then council knows why projects are in the plan. They've gone through, for example, an environmental assessment. They've been approved by council to proceed forward. And if we didn't have some sort of discipline, I think it would be a free-for-all, and council would be saying, oh, is this real or not? To the point that the councillor asked, I think the solution is something that it may not be simply putting it in the project, and I know that's not what you're asking. So if we go back and I look at Mathieu and Jennifer, and we may get into this today, how a capital project, let's say, and roads and infrastructure project gets in, looking at the policy of, is that the policy and approach we should take? Because if we take it for one project, it's the same policy we should take, say, for the potential bypass in Elmira. So I think you're looking for a mechanism to do that. And I'm not hearing you say, well, you want inconsistency, you want consistency across all projects, and you want to get this one going.
Well, I think what I'm looking for is a commitment and a statement that somehow we are now moving in that direction. That's what I'm looking for. Right. And I think we need to get that statement. And so I'm suggesting put it in the forecast and start working on it.
So I think we have that specific topic. I'm looking at Mathieu and Craig, the topic of the truck diversion study, the steps that need to be taken, and when it would be placed in the capital program. Is that on the agenda today?
Yes, so we're taking that as an example this afternoon to show what's already in the plan today, because there's finishing off the southern boundary road, and there's a part of the east boundary road that is in the capital plan. So these will be brought forward this afternoon, and then the reference to the transportation master plan as the guidance for the overall profile of capital spend.
So this afternoon is what we're.
Yeah, would that be
So I get to
appropriate?
bring this up again this afternoon.
Yeah.
I hope you're all tolerant today,
Yeah.
in a good mood. But just one last point, if I may, on the diversion in Cambridge. That's great for the downtown, but you still have 1,600 trucks a day somewhere in Cambridge. And each year that increases in terms of the volume. So that's what I'm trying to leave with you. There has to be some sort of psychological marker that we're moving forward. That's all I'm looking for. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councillor Benovic.
Thank you very much. And, I'm listening to these questions, and I think they are all important. And Councillor Craig, I hear you, and I feel your frustration. We've seen this, quite frankly, with River Road in the city of Kitchener last year. This was a big topic of conversation, and there's commitments made, it's in the budget, and then all of a sudden it gets moved again. And people are planning and doing things around it, and I'm not sure we're not in the same place again this year, and maybe having to have this conversation later today. And on your particular one, and I think for anyone's argument, if somebody wants to see something in the capital budget needs to be balanced at the end of the day. So if we add 10 million in, we got to take 10 million out. But if there's a particular project, such as the one that you're talking about, it can also be inserted as a line with $0 attached to it and direction to staff to bring that back for a following year. And that indicates it as a priority of this council. And then it'll be up to council in future budgets to make sure that the appropriate dollars are attached to it in relevant years. I think the other point that I just wanted to touch on was the question around debt load, Mr. Dyer and Councillor Deutschman's questions. I think it is fair to say that if our debt isn't increasing, that probably is not having a significant impact on our Moody's debt rating. But the Moody's debt rating doesn't just look at your debt load; it looks at your whole financial picture as a municipality. Not unlike, quite frankly, when you go under your Equifax, and Equifax looks at all of your stuff in terms of the evaluations it makes of you as an individual. Is that correct?
Yeah, through the chair, that is absolutely correct. There are a number of different measures that an organization like Moody's or Standard & Poor's would use to come up with the credit rating, and the region's debt load and debt capacity is one of many. And others would include the institutional framework under which municipalities operate, the property assessment base and the diversity in that base from a commercial, industrial, and residential perspective, financial reporting policies and practices, a fairly long list of things that they would look at.
So in terms of us, looking at not just today, but the 22nd, is it reasonable to say that, there's really, if we want to get the budget numbers down, there's really three things that we can do. We can give some specific direction around operating areas. We can give some specific direction around things like transfers to capital and so on, but it does have impact. And as Councillor Foxton said, is multiply that number times 10, because 1 million is really 10 million because of the 10-year impact on the capital budget. Or we could, in some instances, take one-time transfers out of a reserve or whatever, but you're just simply punting that problem down to the next year. and adding to the budget challenges in 2024. Is that sort of a fair assumption about the three main areas in terms of tackling this?
Through the chair, I think that's a fair assumption.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor James.
Yes, thank you, through you, Chair Harris. Just have a question, maybe comment. Councillor Burvanovic answered my question or asked the question about the debt, and that it's a portfolio really that's being looked at, not just monies per se, but a bigger portfolio. The other thing I have to say is in regards to the strategic process that's going to come up, because there's a lot of capital projects, big ticket items that I think, many of us have. Some of these are being, positioned as we got to do this now, we have to do this right now. But there is a process with that strategic process that will help identify and outline future capital projects, big picture for what needs to get done or what this council wants to do. Where does the strategic process fall in line? And I'm specifically thinking about Councillor Craig's concern there, and if it's better for us to kind of go through this strategic process and outline some of those bigger capital projects within that.
Yeah, so through the chair, maybe I'll try a two-part answer. From a strategic plan perspective, the outcome of that, or one of the outcomes of the strategic planning process that you'll undertake this spring, I think, would be some indication of the key objectives and outcomes you want to achieve as a council. And in order to achieve those objectives and outcomes, there needs to be, to varying degrees, capital investments and ongoing annual operating budget resources in order to deliver on those services. So we should be able to show that an objective in the strategic plan is reflected appropriately in the capital plan. More specifically, from a master plan perspective, and whether that's water, whether that's transportation, airport housing, we see, I think, an even more direct connection between here's what the master plan for this particular service looks like, and here are the capital investments that would be needed in order to accommodate, in this case, predominantly growth. So I'm not sure whether any of my colleagues, Bruce, Connie, Jennifer, Mathieu, perhaps want to add to that.
Jennifer, other, just chime in.
Through the chair, just I think you had slide 12 also in the slide that showed the different levels of prioritization that are being used and that the council should look at. So there is the strategic plan, then there are the master plans that really give I'll speak for the transportation master plan, for example, which really gives that 30-year horizon on what should be done in the next 10 years, what's in the next 20 years, what's the next 30 years, and evaluates these with respect to the priorities of the strategic plan. So there's a bit of I would call it a balanced scorecard compared to the objectives in the strategic plan. And then within that, the capital planning process is really about focusing on, the coming year and the next 10 years. It's trying to look at, they're fine-tuned what is technically feasible. We know some projects have very long lead-up times, and so fitting and putting that into the 10-year plan. So we really have that layered approach to prioritization that council can weigh on at all of these layers to make sure that they're steering the ship on the 30-year horizon, and then the 10-year horizon, and then the next year's capital plan.
Councillor Deutschmann.
Thank you, Chair. So, Mr. Dyer, we have $148.9 million in road projects. That's for 2023, correct?
It just might take me a minute or two to look up the number. I don't have it offhand.
Slide 11.
Yes, that's correct, Mr. Chair.
And then slide 13, you mentioned that the capital projects are financed a few ways. One's a combination of reserves and borrowing. And then you say often funded from sources other than the property tax levy. Back to your example, someone owns a home they're saving money to fix a roof. So that's in their, let's say, their 2-3-year plan. Economy turns, inflation increases, gas prices go up, grocery costs go up, all sorts of things go up. They have to dip into that money they were saving for the roof and maybe not repair it, but patch it instead. And then hope next year, when things are better, they can get back to it. So that's sort of the approach that I am thinking about with respect to, is there, in the roads budget, what I would be interested in knowing is the things that are committed that we have not committed to or that we're planning to do and perhaps tendered, have not been tendered out. For example, you say some things in our capital project are committed, and I understand that. Are there not some things in the roads budget, for example, that if we needed the money and didn't dip into reserve funds, that we could postpone a project to use those funds now and hope in better times that we can get to those road projects, for example?
Well, through the chair, I think it depends entirely on how you would propose to use the reserve funds. If funding has been set aside for capital renewal, and the suggestion is we should use that funding in order to achieve a lower, if I understand it, to achieve a lower tax increase in 2023, from a financial sustainability perspective, that I think is highly problematic and would not be recommended. I'm not saying you can't do it. Council has the ability to use the reserves as it sees fit, but if we go back to the principal slide that Mr. Lochner spoke to, I think council has to be very careful about the decisions it makes this year and how they're going to potentially affect the 2024 budget, because it's not a sustainable ongoing use of that reserve.
So if I could just finish off with that. I hear you say it's highly problematic, but you don't explain why.
In fairness, Mr. Chair, I just explained why. It's not a sustainable way of funding your operating costs, and you've created then potentially a major issue for yourselves in 2024.
I believe Mr. Lochner also has a follow-up to your answer.
Yeah, just to that, because I hear the question. I think if we want to make sure everybody on council understands that, because I hear that question. Why is it a problem? Because we've had, I think, this conversation before around council, and I don't want to put any words in any one person's mouth, but using that as an example, if we want to find a different way to find funding other than the tax levy, to either reduce the tax levy or maybe spend it on other programs, could we take it from a reserve? And I think the answer is there's possible ways to do that, and here are the implications. And as Mr. Dyer has tried to explain, and we've experienced this, if we take $5 million and shift it across, then Craig said, that's 10 million next year. So, and I'm not hearing anyone say we can't do that.
I'm trying to understand.
And in fact, that may be what council does. So Craig, maybe through your chair, is it okay if you go over that one more time, that piece? Because I think it's an important piece to get into. Maybe use an example. Like, let's just do a hypothetical. We're taking 5 million across to try to lower the tax rate, or 6 million by 1%. What would the impact be when we're sitting around this horseshoe next year at this time?
Right. So through the chair, if I understand the example, if $6 million of a reserve were brought in as revenue in 2023 in order to reduce the levy and therefore reduce the tax impact, then what happens when we project the 2024 budget is one of the first changes is to remove that revenue source. Because that's not a sustainable way of funding your operating costs. And so before we even start next year's budget, we then have a 1% impact of removing that revenue from the budget in 2024.
So,
Go ahead.
yeah, I had a follow-up to my original question. So if the funding is for one-time items, for example, One Roof Shelter said, okay, for 1 year, we just want some support for 1 year because in a year, this issue won't be an issue. That's not going, we could take that money from reserve because that's not an ongoing item. So if it's a one-time expenditure, not an ongoing expenditure, we can use reserves for that purpose, as we have done for other things. We've already voted on things this year where we've used reserve funds for one-time expenditures.
Yeah, through the chair, a one-time cost is a much more appropriate use of a reserve. I would agree with that.
Councillor Salonen.
Thank you. I'm just curious, a lot of the questions around the horseshoe seem to be about reducing the tax levy this year, but we've not talked about reducing service levels. Could you speak to that actually being the most sustainable way if people were looking to reduce service levels? But my understanding in budgeting is if you're looking to reduce it, it's not playing a shell game with where we get our money from. It's service levels is one of the biggest ways for us to reduce our tax levy. Could you just speak to that a bit?
Certainly. So through the chair, I think that's an accurate way of describing it. When I think back to the presentations that we made during the orientation sessions back in November, I think we've, and even through the early presentations of this budget process, I think our consistent message is that the budget, both operating and capital, is a reflection of the desired service levels and outcomes of council. So just looking at let's say the percentage increase, for example, is maybe not the most appropriate way of looking at it, because the percentage increase is simply the outcome of the service levels that council wishes to put in place. So I think from a staff perspective, I think we would encourage council to look at the service levels that are there and think about what is an alternate service level as a way of reducing the levy. That would be the most appropriate way of attacking it, for lack of a better term.
Thank you.
Councillor Verbanovic.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to speak to capital budget for a moment yet, Mr. Dyer, because, well, this may be a place where some people want to go, and it can be discussed. I think it's important, and I'm not sure that everyone understands all of the interrelationships that happen with respect to this. I mean, you certainly touched on some of the funding pieces, and obviously when it comes to capital projects, some of them are linked to things like our water and wastewater utilities. Some of them are, and in those cases, you can cut those projects, but it will have, like, it won't, you don't have the ability to impact operating budget through that because it has to stay with the utility. Similarly, some are funded through things like the gas tax or whatever it's called now. And so that funding needs to remain there. I think the third complicating factor that folks need to keep in mind is many of our projects, as I understand it, are also lined up with municipal projects in the 7 area municipalities. So, for example, if somebody's replacing water or sewer pipes or work that they need to do, we do our work at the same time so that we're not digging up the road twice and incurring expenses twice. And so while we could potentially start cutting some projects or delaying them, there is that long-term implication, but it also means, in fact, that our cost may go up because of the other work that's happening. Is that correct?
Through the chair, I think the statements made by the councillor are all correct.
Okay, thank you. And I just think, because I recognize that there's a number of colleagues that are going through this process the first time, and it's important that all these pieces are understood as we make the difficult decisions we're going to have to make over the next 3 weeks.
Councillor Foxton.
Thank you, Chair, and for a little levity. At the township, one mayor, not you, Councillor Deutschman, and not I, decided that the leaking roof could wait because we needed funds other places. The roof caved in, and a lot more damage was done. Some things can't be put off. Yes, Councillor Craig, we can add to the capital forecast at any time, as long as we create a business plan to pay for that capital forecast. And that's what the capital forecast is. It states we want to do A, B, C, D, E, and this is how we're going to fund it. And reserves are put to fund it, and development charges and taxation in some situations, just like in the townships we're doing with the ice pad and the potential other things. Everything has to be backed by finances. It's not a wish list. It's not like waiting for Santa to come. It's actual dollars and cents that we're committing to do these projects. And whether we take from it or incur more debt is not going to affect our rating, but it's going to affect the public down the road. And Councillor Craig gave a great example when they took $5 million out to do a project in Cambridge at one time, and they ended up $5 million in debt. It has financial impacts. As Councillor Bravanovic was saying, what we don't do today, what we defer, is going to cost us more tomorrow. And we have to add a guesstimation of what inflationary cost is. So we're not saying let's not take money out to fund some special programs and everything else. But it is our responsibility to be logical, to understand the needs, and do what we can where, understanding the constraints we put on the future. Thank you.
Mr. Dyer, I think we'll carry on with your presentations.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just give me a minute to get back to where I was. I'll try to conclude with a couple of comments to provide more context on debt and reserves. I'm almost there. So I'm going to skip over these, which we've largely gone through, and just talk a little bit about one other thing to know about the capital program. So this I think will come as no surprise. We've probably covered this at some point in various presentations. The program, not unlike our operating budget, has been materially impacted by cost escalation. We've seen that to varying degrees across virtually every program. So as I've indicated earlier, every year we look at each project from a need, scope, timing, and cost perspective. A number of different expenditure profiles were updated in order to reflect the fact that costs have increased significantly, as one of the councillors recently indicated, including the King Victoria Transit Hub project, a couple of the Waterloo Region Housing Master Plan projects. Again, most projects have been updated to reflect cost escalation in some way. Council dealt with a waste management project yesterday, and we've then, taken, knowing that recommendation was coming forward, the capital program reflects those decisions made. And we do have capital funds in the 2023 budget to complete an infrastructure climate change adaptation master plan, which Mr. Regier will speak about briefly in a moment. I wanted to touch on two quick things. One is capital financing principles. So this was a set of principles that was brought forward to council in about 2016 or 2017 that we've been using with some success ever since. And it's all related to ensuring that we have sufficient capacity in our operating budget to fund our asset renewal work. And so what this allows us to do is to focus our debt issuance on significant and transformative growth-related projects. The Northfield Transit bus and maintenance facility that I spoke about, the significant renovation work that's just happening down the road at 200 Frederick for the new police central division, significant water and wastewater works to accommodate growth in the future, the airport expansion that has been proceeding over the last couple of years, predominantly debt financed, quite appropriately, in my view, debt financed as well. And so our goal here is to try to maintain that right balance between money we're setting aside in our reserves to look after what's on the ground and issuing debt in order to fund some of these more significant projects, which I think is what I've just talked about here. The impact, though, which you're going to see on the next slide, is a very stable level of regional debt outstanding over over the last few years. So if you look here, so in the early part of the last 10 years, so from 2012 on, we had a fairly significant increase in the amount of debt outstanding. And this was predominantly due to significant issuance of debt for Stage 1 LRT and for a significant expansion at the Kitchener wastewater treatment plant. There were other projects, but those two were the most significant. We saw a significant rise in the amount of debt outstanding and therefore the amount of debt servicing costs. We put our capital financing principles and the asset renewal funding strategy in place in about 2016, and you can see the slope of that line has changed significantly. And actually, the amount of debt that is outstanding has remained relatively stable over the last 5 or 6 years. This does not happen by accident. This is absolutely intentional and exactly what the intent was when Council approved both the principles and the funding strategy back in 2016. This has allowed us the capacity to issue the debt that we've needed when we've needed it without impacting our credit rating in the future. And that's what we would like and are hoping that we can see continuing. And this is why, in part, we go through the exercise that we go through every year on the capital program. So right now, the capital program for 2023, I think, has about $90 to $100 million of debt planned for this year. Now, that will all depend on how projects move along, how quickly they move along, but we are planning on issuing somewhere, I would say somewhere in the $80 to $100 million range of debt this year. We also have debt that's retiring, that was issued 10 years ago, and so we use that in order to project our debt outstanding in the future. Just before I get there, though, I just want to talk about the debt to reserve ratio. So this is a key indicator again, of long-term financial sustainability. You can see because of the increase in debt we had between 2012 and 2016, our debt to reserve ratio actually came up as high as 2 to 1. The standard, the benchmark, the expectation of our credit rating agency is that a 1-to-1 ratio is more appropriate. We have made significant progress over the last 5 or 6 years in bringing that ratio down. And that's predominant. That, to me, this is the best example of the outcome of the asset renewal funding strategy and the capital financing principles that we've used now for 5 or 6 years. It's having the desired impact. Again, we speak to the significant investments early on. I think I've actually spoken to pretty much what's written there on the side. But just a quick comparison to some of our other regions, you can see, so the yellow goldish line at the top is the regions. Most other regions, most of our AAA rated peers are actually now below a 1-to-1 ratio. We have some progress to make, but I'm very encouraged by the significant progress we've made since 2017. That ratio was at 2. It's now slightly below 1.5. It's going in the right direction. Proper management, I think, will keep that moving in the right direction. And in terms of the debt that we have outstanding right now at the end of 2022, about $730 million. Again, not surprisingly, on the left side, predominantly related to public transit, to Councillor Foxton's earlier comment, LRT Stage 1, significant amount of debt issued for that project. Water and wastewater we spoke about as well. And then I think police and transportation are the two most significant services for which we've issued debt. We also look at debt in terms of how are we paying the debt servicing costs. And some of it is from taxation, some of it is from development charges, some of it from user rates. 10 years ago, the development charge piece would have been 0. It's only been in the last 8 or 9 years that we've been issuing growth-related debt, most significantly for wastewater infrastructure. And then in terms of our forecast, this is what we're trying to manage. So based on the capital program as it exists right now, we are projecting that our debt outstanding will increase over the next few years. Again, this is all based on what's in the capital forecast, which we understand is subject to change. But this is where we want to make sure that from a projection perspective, that we've got a capital program that is sustainable and viable in the long run. You go back to the earlier slide, every time we build a capital project, it has to be operated, maintained, renewed, debt financed, and in some cases, but always funding set aside for the renewal of that asset so that it remains in a state of good repair, again, so that services can be delivered. So it all comes back to service delivery. So over the next 10 years, right now, we see significant amounts of debt expected to be issued from both a taxation and a development charge perspective. Most encouragingly, no water and wastewater rate-supported debt is planned over the next 10 years. And that, as we talked about back in, whenever that was, in January, significant progress in terms of ensuring the long-term viability of our water and wastewater rates. And we're at the point now where our non-growth related costs are being funded from the reserves. We do have some debt that we're planning. And the chart on the left shows the services that are planned to be debt financed over the next 10 years. Housing being a significant component, as is airport and transportation and waste management being the most significant. I can't talk about capital without saying a couple of words about Bill 23. I think as council is aware, in November, the province passed a Bill 23, which amended the Development Charges Act in a number of different ways. Some of those changes came into effect at the time of the passing of the bylaw. Other changes we're waiting for regulation to understand exactly what those changes are going to look like. In other cases, we're still waiting for a proclamation date for some of those changes. And so I would say the full extent of the impact is not known yet. Our intent will be, once we have clarity around proclamation date and regulation, to then bring back to council what we believe are going to be the impacts that will be reflected in the next iteration of the capital program. That is not going to happen before February 22nd, nor do I think it needs to. But as soon as we have a sense of what the regulations and the proclamation date look like, we'll be able to report back to council. I should say we will also be bringing forward recommendations with respect to our next development charge background study as well. And that will come to you likely in either April or May. I'll just skip over this. This is just outlining the many changes that came into effect on November the 28th. And then, Mr. Chair, maybe what I'll do, we have 3 speakers to speak to a subset of the appendices. Again, we're not going to go through the whole thing, much to your relief, I'm sure. But if I could look to Rod Regier and Ellen McGagey and Helen Chameri Russell to speak briefly to climate adaptation investments, some updates on some facilities projects that we're working on, and I believe an update on the bunker. Yes, I couldn't remember whether the bunker was this morning or this afternoon. So perhaps those 3 could speak briefly, and then we can open it up again to questions?
Yep, let's do that.
Thank you. Yeah. Yes, as soon as I find which one it is. No. I want Rod's. Oh, I went one more. Sorry. My apologies, Rod. I went back one more. 51.
Thank you. Thank you, Craig, for the introduction. For council's benefit in this discussion, we just want to touch base briefly on the approach that we're taking to
climate adaptation and the energy transition. We have a team here led by Kate Hagerman, Megan Eastwood, and Danielle DeFields. They're responsible for coordinating our response to climate change challenges, and they can speak to details if you have any further questions. The challenge that we face can be characterized by two recent council directives, the declaration of the climate emergency in 2019 and a commitment to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions by 50% below the 2010 levels by 2030 and 80% by 2050. Given the need for rapid and well-planned climate and energy transitions, staff have identified the following 6 corporate outcomes that need to be achieved by 2050, and that's, you can see that in the left-hand box, namely the elimination of fossil fuel use in corporate operations, local energy production optimization, the modal shift to most trips being made by active transportation, transit infrastructure, and facilitated through the development of compact and complete communities. We're reducing fugitive methane emissions that Commissioner Rose has talked about in terms of the landfill operations and so on, and essential programs and services that are resilient to a changing climate that I know has been a key issue in all of our infrastructure planning. And I think to that point, a focus on reducing infrastructure risk through asset management. With regard to some of the achievements that we've made to date, we've seen a significant step forward last year in the council-adopted regional official plan amendment, which made several commitments to a more sustainable future, most notably the concept of the 15-minute community model of development, which will dramatically reduce transportation-related emissions. Furthermore, in 2021, Council endorsed Transform WR, the Community Climate Transition Strategy and Action Plan, which was created by stakeholders across the region of Waterloo, which sets out ambitious targets and actions for the region and municipal and private sector partners. In 2019, of course, Regional Council launched the ION transit system, which provides a sustainable solution to meeting our community's current and future transportation needs. And of course, that's already had a transformative impact on the built form in the region of Waterloo. And of course, the region has been a key contributor to the Community Energy Investment Strategy, which is a partnership of all the utilities and municipalities in the region, which aims to improve and sustain the region's economic competitiveness and quality of life through coordinated, targeted energy investments. And finally, we are continuing to implement our corporate energy strategy. With respect to the work underway, on the right-hand box, the community planning is leading the development of corporate carbon budget as well as the corporate climate transition strategy. And our asset management office is developing a climate adaptation master plan. Grand River Transit is expanding the ION, launching micro-mobility systems and piloting zero-emission buses. Water Services has installed biogas cogen facilities, conducted climate change vulnerability assessments, and is exploring methods to further direct biosolids from the landfill. Waste Management is exploring approaches to capturing of landfill methane emissions for renewable natural gas. And finally, Facilities is leading the renewal of regional facilities to support objectives of the corporate energy plan. Next slide, please. Given the magnitude of the challenge ahead of us, there will be significant budget implications associated with achieving our climate transition goals. However, these investments are not only essential, but they are likely to lead to high-yield returns in the future. For example, a recent study completed by the Canadian Climate Institute found that for every dollar spent on climate adaptation measures saves $13 to $15, including both direct and indirect economy-wide benefits. Furthermore, investments in a resilient, low-carbon future advance our goals for health and well-being, equity, and economic prosperity. This slide illustrates an estimate of the magnitude of investments needed to support the climate transition as presented to Council in June of 2022. These preliminary estimates have been generated by staff and will be revised further through the master planning process and the corporate climate transition strategy. It follows that items with larger capital budgets are, in most cases, those that will require more resources for the climate transition. So that's just a brief summary. We've got Kate and Megan who can speak to the details of the strategy if you have any questions.
I think we're going to move on to the next presenter. Ellen, and then Helen. Ellen, and then Helen. Ellen.
Much better. Through the chair, thank you so much for the opportunity today to speak about facilities management. Twice. Is that better? Sounds a little better. Great. So thank you for the opportunity to speak today about facilities and fleet management and the role that we play within the organization. We are a team of 110 dedicated staff who work mostly behind the scenes supporting every regional program delivering services to the public. Because if you think about it, everything that we do is done out of either a building or a vehicle, and we're there behind the scenes supporting that. I had hoped to share a video with you today that we had prepared actually to help staff understand their role within the organization. But as we've used it with staff, we've found that it's actually a really valuable tool for helping others to understand what we do within the organization as well. And essentially what that video does is walk through a day in the life of paramedic services and how facilities and fleet are crucial in the background to making sure that the vehicles are out on the road, that the buildings are ready for service, and that we can, as an organization as a whole, respond to the need in the community. And I'd be happy to share that with Council. It'd be lovely if we could watch it today, but there's certainly not enough time. So speaking to the specific slides, some of them are provided simply for information, and I won't spend a great deal of time on those because I know we're short on time, but I will highlight a few key elements here as we go along. So this first slide is somewhat in response to some questions that have been coming forward, talking about the full life cycle management of the facilities that the region owns. We have 6.8 million square feet. 53% of that is in housing and 47% of what we call corporate, so essentially the buildings required to deliver the services. And the replacement value of that asset class is $2.9 billion. So it's a fairly significant asset class necessary to support the services delivered by the organization. In order to maintain those, we process 25,000 demand work orders a year. We are seeing an ongoing increase in that. We also manage, at the moment, 8 new construction projects. So those are our projects required for the various programs in the buildings that are needed. Craig, I think, has spoken to a number of those already within the presentations. And we manage 400 to 500 capital renewal projects each year. That capital renewal work, over the next 4 years, we anticipate $136 million worth of renewal required to maintain that state of good repair so that those buildings are ready for use. That $136 million is developed through condition assessments and a robust asset management plan. Unfortunately, we are falling behind on that. We have a $25 million backlog in terms of work that we have not been able to complete over the next 4 years and is not included in the current capital program. We anticipate spending $13.4 million annually over the next 4 years. So the next slide is just talking about the environment that we work within, the regulatory framework, the council-directed policy, and I'll leave that for perusal and if there are questions. In alignment with Mr. Regeer's presentation, this is a summary of the energy management current and past activities. We have had a long history of energy management and a focus on sustainability within our building stock for a number of years, and that's demonstrated through the work that we've done and through the results that we've been able to achieve. One point on this slide that I would highlight and related to Mr. Regeer's presentation are the greenhouse gas assessments completed that we've done in 30 facilities, and the determination that in order to meet the organization's targets, a 40% increase, which would be a $10 to $15 million increase, would be required to address the addressive carbon targets on the current buildings. This is a snapshot of the municipal headquarters for a variety of municipalities within Ontario. We have been tracking this information for many, many years. As you can see, Waterloo is highlighted, and we have always performed exceptionally well in this regard. Shows our long-standing commitment to be able to achieve that sort of energy consumption in a building that's 30 years old is a significant achievement. And the ones I would say that are outperforming us today are modern, brand-new buildings that have had significant investment in specific sustainable technologies. Quick highlight of some of the facilities management projects that we're working on right now. And these are for 2023, either in design or already in progress. There's a significant portfolio of work here, all required to maintain that state of good repair to make sure that those buildings are ready and available for service. I loved the example earlier of the roof that caved in when the money wasn't spent when it needed to be spent. There's a magic here of finding that right moment in time just before something fails so that you get the full life cycle out of that building element. You don't want to spend that money any earlier than is needed, and that's why we update the condition of all of our assets on a regular basis. But you also don't want to be in the position of repairing that after you've had a substantial failure. That can have significant impacts both in terms of life, but also in terms of service delivery and our ability to use those assets for the purpose that they're intended. Some of the growth projects identified here, I believe, have already been spoken to, but the new central division at 200 Frederick, the housing master plan generally, and specifically Langs Drive project at the moment, King Victoria Transit Hub, which I spoke to yesterday, a number of satellite stations for paramedic services, as well as Airport Operations Center. Recently completed the GRT maintenance facility on Northfield Drive. This slide actually just highlights many of the sustainability features that have been included in that building. It is a state-of-the-art bus maintenance facility in terms of the services it provides, but it's also a state-of-the-art building from a sustainability perspective, and we're very proud of what we've been able to achieve there. Corporate space optimization. I believe Craig spoke earlier about the corporate accommodation master plan, which was previously prepared to look at our growth requirements over the next 20 years. We had identified 200,000 square feet of growth that would be required to accommodate the office needs of the region. And the cost of that we anticipated over the next 20 years would be $100 million. Given our current environment of hybrid work, we've looked at another approach. And so the Corporate Space Optimization Project looks at how we might avoid that additional growth. And the plan and approach that we have moving forward right now is to manage that 20-year growth within the current footprint that we have, and to bring those office spaces that are in leased spaces back into our owned buildings. So what that will mean, based on the work that's being completed at the moment, is $100 million a year savings in lease cost and the avoidance of that $100 million future growth cost. The Space Optimization Project is based on 4 key pillars. People, so ensuring that we provide people with the flexibility and an engaging place to work. Performance, providing high-quality service while delivering cost savings in terms of office space and encouraging team collaboration. We want these to be modern office spaces that attract the employees that the region needs and retains those employees as well. Planet, so as Mr. Regrier spoke to, responding to climate change by reducing our carbon footprint of the office space, as well as the amount of commuting. And purpose. This is a very intentional shift to becoming an adaptive workplace with an emphasis on connection, collaboration, co-creation versus individual designated workspaces. And some of the images at the bottom of the screen are actually of our first optimized workspace on the 4th floor of this building. Corporate Services has gone to a fully optimized work environment where we have a hybrid workspace with bookable spaces, a number of collaborative spaces, as well as hoteling spaces that staff can use. And we're learning from that pilot project as we roll this out elsewhere in the organization. My final slide is on the King Victoria Transit Hub. I believe we spent a fair amount of time on that yesterday, so I won't add anything further. I'll hand over to Helen Schmery Russell, who's the Director of Cultural Services, to talk about the regional bunker and the work we've done there and the future vision of that unique asset. Thank you.
Good morning, Helen.
Right, so the region does own multiple assets, that's what Ellen was just talking about, and one of them is actually a 1966 Cold War bunker. It's located near the Freeport Bridge, and it's been there for a very, very long time. It was decommissioned in 1992, and in sort of 2017, 2018, there was a recognition that there were some serious issues with the building stability. So last term of council actually approved a project to rehabilitate the structure. So a lot of work went into ensuring that the building could be secured, that it could be stabilized. A lot of abatement work was done to remove any hazardous substances and materials, and some effort was put into ensuring that we could then prevent any further deterioration of the site. So a waterproof membrane, putting soil back in order to secure the walls, etc. So that project has now been completed, which is fantastic. So our next steps, now that that building has been secured, it has been stabilized, it now is safe to enter again without having to put on any personal protective equipment. We will be going out and working with the community to do some consultation work to think about how that asset can be used in the future. It is a unique asset in a unique location, and there are lots of opportunities for us to be able to repurpose and rehabilitate that structure in the way that we've reused many other historical structures that the region owns. So in this upcoming year, there is a small amount of capital dedicated towards doing some consultation work with the community, as well as some feasibility studies. Thanks very much.
Okay, we will entertain questions. And then, unlike yesterday, we're going to take a break at 11 a.m. So I'll entertain questions. I apologize for that, but we got a big agenda to get through. So, Councillor Shantz.
Thank you. A couple of questions for Mr. Dyer. And if this was covered, apologize, but just trying to put some thoughts together. So you talked about cost escalation being included in the budget for capital projects. How did you decide what that amount should be?
Through the chair, I think it would be fair to say that the decision was sort of either on a project by project or division by division basis. We know that, for example, roads projects were impacted in a different way than water and wastewater projects, and in a different way as compared to a housing project. So. Speaking on behalf of the large number of project people, and I'll look to my colleague Jennifer to help out, there would have been a wide range of indicators that we would have used. We would have used experience from tenders that came in 2022 to help give us a guide as to what the potential costs for 2023 would look like. Perhaps Commissioner Rose could add to that.
Thank you, Craig. It's essentially what Commissioner Craig said. Commissioner Dyer, sorry. When we put our tenders out over time, we collect data and information on what the prices are that are out there. Supply chain issues also extend, the length of the project, so that adds cost as well if there's consulting dollars involved. So it's based on historical information and what we're seeing come in through tenders, and we do have, of course, we talk to our other municipal counterparts to see what they're experiencing as well.
So if I could follow up, and I'll tell you where my mind is sort of going, and that might help you answer my question. So it's a little bit of a guess as to how you allocate those values. What if you're wrong, or what if we decide to what if it's more, or what if it's less? So as a council, when we're looking to figure out what the budget should be, how can we look at that?
Yeah, so through the chair, it's a very good question. I would start off by saying in the vast majority of cases, we don't guess. We would use the best available information that is accessible to us at the time to provide council with our best estimate of all the costs in the budget. And, it's reasonable to look at, the entire operating and capital budget as our best estimates on hundreds and hundreds of different types of expenditure and revenue. From a capital project perspective, the way this plays out is, we make our best estimates as to what the costs and scope and timing will be. Then once we've tendered for the project, the tender prices then dictate any further action. And that further action could be anything from we need to come back to council because we need more money to complete this project and it's important, and here's where we think the extra money should come from. It could be the project is well within budget and we have delegated authority to award a contract that's within budget. The savings then plays out in a few different ways depending on the source of funding. If it's a development charge funded project, it just means we take less money from the development charge reserve to fund that project. If it's a debt financed project, then it means we have to issue a little bit less debt than we had contemplated in the budget. So each project and set of circumstances dictates the steps to us, which sometimes involves council and sometimes doesn't.
I'm going to put you on the list. Councillor Deutschmann, put you back on the list if you want.
So, yeah. Okay, sorry. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Two questions. So first one on the environment. Is there any way of us seeing a measure or being provided with a measure through the course of the year on what impact the various actions we take has on the overall target that we've established? Do we get something like that to say this is where we're at on this? I don't know the 50 by, et cetera, but where
Mr.
we at?
Aguirre.
Yeah, through you, Chair Harris. One of the things that we're doing now is we are putting a climate lens on the various projects that are in the planning process. So we're evaluating what the implications will be, and we'll be able to speak to council about that as projects are coming forward. We're also building a corporate-wide carbon budget, so that process is underway, and when it's completed, we'll be in a better position to inform council on an ongoing basis about the nature of the impact of decisions on that projected budget. I'm wondering, my guess is that the best way to do that is on either two things. One is a project by project basis, and then on an annual basis to do some some reporting to council on an annual basis on what kind of progress we're making. I don't know if Megan or Kate have anything else to add on that. No. Okay. The team says I covered it.
Yeah, that's good. It's good to have a good team. Yeah, so it'd be interesting to see from a council perspective sort of where we are at the start of our term and ultimately where we're at the end of our term in 4 years. I'd like to go to slide 23, and I have my ultimate question for Mr. Dyer. So slide 23 is the one that shows the funding and financing and property tax and user rates, property tax and user rate debentures. So I just want to ask, do you have it, Mr. Dyer? Okay, sorry. Great. So I just want to ask Mr. Dyer then, instead of trying to figure this out, do you see, Mr. Dyer, anywhere where we can make any cuts to the capital budget to help us reduce the overall tax levy?
So through the chair, I would say that in the vast majority of cases, reducing or deferring or removing a capital project will not have an impact on the 2023 operating budget. The only just going to try this. Like the only circumstance I can think of is if the project were so significant that we could reprofile the annual excuse me. If the project was so significant that we could end up with a reprofiling, a re-estimating of the amount of annual capital reserve contributions, that might be the only circumstance. As I tried to outline earlier, I think the solving an operating budget challenge by reducing the capital project, at least a current year operating budget, is almost impossible. Again, that doesn't mean you shouldn't look at projects. So for example, removing a capital project, at some point does have an impact on future operating budgets. Because you haven't built anything, so there's nothing to operate, there's nothing to maintain, there's nothing to renew. So that does have impacts in the future, but not in the current year.
So just
I'm gonna.
I just wanted to clarify the answer.
Okay, the clarification, I guess.
Thank you. So again, I don't want to be a dog barking up the wrong tree if this is not the way to go, and that's why I'm turning to you. So you're suggesting there could be, or there isn't anything for this operating year that we could do on the capital side? And if that's your recommendation, at the end of the day, we have to take that to heart. But we turn to, ultimately the decision is ours, but we need staff to assist us in if there's opportunities in this area to do something. And if staff is saying there is not opportunities to do something, then fine, I accept that. I just want to know if there is any opportunities as you see it, because you're the expert amongst all of us here, and your guidance would be very helpful in this area. But if this is not the area to look, then we have to look at other areas. Thank you.
Through the chair, then I would go back to the earlier answer to Councillor Salonen's question about service levels. Looking at service levels to solve a 2023 budget challenge is more appropriate than trying to than a reduction for a capital project, because in the vast majority of cases, it's not going to have an immediate impact on this year's budget.
Councillor Wolf.
Through you, Chair, to Ellen. I was wondering if there is a list of vacant regional properties or extra office space, and why I'm asking is in the last month, I've been asked for childcare space, actually looking at 30 Christopher. I've been asked for homes for a dry women's shelter and also for recovery center. So if we knew of properties that are vacant or where we could have extra office, because actually One Roof wants office space in Cambridge, it might be a good way of saving money and providing service. Thank you.
Councillor Leggett.
Oh, don't we get an answer?
Oh, sorry, I thought it was more of a statement. My apologies.
Plus, I have another question. Anyway.
Oh, okay. Sorry, my mistake. Alan.
Thank you. So my first answer is that we don't have a great deal of vacant space. We are using most of our space, and as I mentioned, optimizing our space to ensure that that we're using it to the best of our abilities. So there is not a great deal of space. As you're aware, we do have childcare centers that are no longer being used as childcare centers, and there is a process involved in allocating those to other uses. At the moment, the majority of them are being evaluated for regional use, and if they become available for general use, there's a process where we bring that back to council for identification.
Okay, so, well, the one, she wants childcare space in what was a childcare space.
Yes.
Okay, but are there other properties that are vacant? Like yesterday, we heard that we're buying some homes in Cambridge.
Yes. So I believe we provided a presentation back in the fall. We could bring that back as well with any of the vacant space that is available.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Leggett. Now it's your turn.
Thank you. I just want to say that we need to be careful of what was in caucus coming out into open first off. But we had for facilities here a minute ago talking about a skylight for $2 million. And I'm wondering why we are still that was a repair. Was it looked at to just take out the skylight? Because skylights were years and years ago when this was done. They were a design object that builders and architects put into buildings, but we know better today, and we know what happens with skylights, and we're looking at repairing a $2 million skylight. So was it looked at just to take it out altogether? Because I look at that $2 million and I'm thinking that could go into housing, right?
Pardon me?
I said the $2 million, if we weren't having to put it into a skylight, could go into housing that's desperately needed. So I'm struggling with why we would do that when we need that kind of money someplace else so desperately.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. Go ahead, Ellen, if you want to respond.
Thank you. So the skylight repair was at 99 Regina, which is our Health and Social Services building in Waterloo. That building is actually a unique design where the building goes all the way to the property lines, all the way around the building. And so the central core of that building is the green space for the building. And the skylight covers the entire central core of the building, which provides daylighting to staff as well as lighting for the entire central corridor. So it's integral to the building. Certainly there are other circumstances where we've looked at skylights, particularly problematic skylights, and made the determination that it doesn't make sense to continue to have that there. But in this instance, because it's integral to the building, it was necessary to replace it after a significant period of time.
That answers my question. I think that it's a good lesson for municipalities to look at, when we allow the bylaws on side yards and back and front yards, it can create a problem down the road. So when I hear that we have to have this now because we built right to the property lines, there's a reason why those zoning bylaws are in effect, and we need to keep that in mind all the time. Thank you.
We are approaching the 11 o'clock, so Councillor McCabe.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Just a couple of comment. I appreciate the energy reduction that's been achieved over the past few years. So kudos to staff on that. That's great to see. And just wanted to clarify. So because I saw in one of the slides that there's 600,000 being set aside to repave a parking lot at the one of the police stations. So I just wanted to clarify, so the $214 million that the police budget is requesting, that none of that, what's in there is for capital or asset management? Anything like that is all in addition to that budget? And I guess I also, similar to Councillor Liggett's concerns, like 600,000 on a parking lot is, I don't know how awful that parking lot is, but it's like 600,000 does seem like a lot for a parking lot, especially at a time when we're looking at, all kinds of budget challenges.
So through the chair, so that project would be found in the police services 10-year capital program, which is separate from their operating budget.
So in addition to
similar to us, they have a 10-year capital program for their facilities.
But is it in addition to the 214 million? Like, is that on top of that?
So through the chair, the entire capital investment in 2023 would be I believe, I have to double check the numbers, in addition to their operating budget request, yes.
Okay. Thank you. I guess my other comment is just, does that 600,000 really need to be spent on parking, on a parking lot? So that you can just take that away.
I think it's appropriate now. We'll take our 10-minute recess. It's 11:59, between 11:59 and 11. So 10, what do you think? Yeah, it's 10:59. Sorry, did I say 11:59? An hour ahead. We'll take 10-minute break and we'll resume at 11:10. Thank you. Right, we will resume, and Councillor Verbanovic.
Thank you very much. And the two main questions. One, I'm not sure if it's for Ellen or for Bruce, but it has to do with the work that we're doing in terms of, consolidating space and so on. And I guess it has to do with the proposal around consolidating space and the capital project associated with that. And I guess my question is, I know we've been doing some work around work from home and so on, and we need to partially reflect on being responsive to the workplace. But we also have a responsibility to the broader community who we're encouraging to come back to their offices because empty offices ultimately are impacting urban centers across Canada, including in this region. And so I'm wondering, when are we going to, before we go off and do all these renovations without necessarily making the policy decision around what our workplace will look like on a permanent basis? I'm just wondering I think we need to understand that in regards to this capital projects that are being talked about.
Mr. Dyer?
Mr. Lochner, probably, or?
I'm going to try. So I can start. I would say that our initial focus has been on consolidating space within, generally within this complex of buildings. So we are in the process of doing some work at 20 Weber, for example, in order to accommodate staff that will be moved from 235 King. That will allow us to move out of leased space with a savings of approximately $1 million a year. That is reflected in the budget numbers that are before you. There will be additional work that will need to be done on this building in order to be able to accommodate the staff that for example, will be moved out of 20 Weber, and then we have further initiatives in the forecast to continue to maximize, optimize, whatever the right word is, the existing space and avoiding any significant expansion expenditures in the future, which I think Ms. McGeoghegan estimated at about $100 million as something we won't need to do as we optimize the existing space. Hope that makes sense.
It does partially, but I guess what I'm getting at is it's all sort of predicated without the broader policy decision around what the workplace will look like going forward, and that will change the direction that you're going in potentially in terms of some of these capital additions. So I just wondering sort of what comes first.
Mr. Lochner, I believe.
It's a great question. So the policy that we have in place / practice is an arrangement that addresses the concerns that I think most businesses are facing in terms of attraction and retention of staff. It's a more complicated answer than just here's what we do for all staff, because over half of our staff don't work from home. They are in their office or in their vehicle or in their nursing home or long-term care home or out in the field. For office-related work, as Mr. Dyer has said, the business decision of getting out of properties we lease is a prudent one, and that drives us to spend less money on buildings and leases, and then the need to reconfigure buildings like this building and 20 Weber. So that work needs to be done anyway, and the business case is there and the payback. I take the point about what might the future office look like, and we too, like I think all businesses downtown and uptown, and in the cores, in Cambridge, Kitchener, and Waterloo primarily, are struggling. We see that with some articles in the paper related to some other businesses that don't utilize the restaurants and so on. So we definitely are aware of that and also mindful that, as an example, if we brought people back to this building 5 days a week, which is the same struggle our cafeteria has, it's not getting the business that they thought. If we brought people back 5 days a week, for sure we would have an attraction and retention problem. So I think this is something we'll continue to discuss. I take your point, and we'd be happy to take that away and bring it back to council if that's of interest to council.
Yeah, I think I'll leave that part of it for now. I agree. We need to move forward with this immediate project, but I think, before we see too much other stuff come before us, from a capital point of view on this, or too much other work done simply because we approve the budget, I think we do need to have the broader policy discussion around what that future workplace looks like. The other point that I just wanted to get at, and this goes back to the slide on page 23 that was referenced earlier, and I respect Mr. Dyer, your professional view around these capital projects. But to be clear, if we were going to affect anything from a capital point of view, it can't come from property tax and user rate debentures. It can't come from development charge, reserve funds or debentures, grant subsidies or recoveries. It needs to come from the space that's funded by property tax and user rate reserves in terms of those capital projects, and specifically ones that are slated to start in 2023. Obviously not ones that have started previously and we're bringing them to completion. Correct?
So through the chair, I would say the one qualification I would make to that is that the operating budget is impacted then to the extent of any change in contribution to reserves. So there would have to be a significant enough expenditure reduction that would cause us to say, okay, we don't need to be transferring as much into the reserve on an annual basis as we currently are. So it's not a one-to-one relationship. And as I indicated in my slides, there are a number of areas where the operating funding we have for asset renewal is not currently where it needs to be sustainable in the long term.
Yep. Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Erb.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I fully understand and appreciate where Councillor Urbanovic was going with the office space utilization and the impact of having employees not in the buildings on the downtowns and uptowns in our municipalities. But I also sort of remember Commissioner Bellissimo last week talking about getting employees and the retention if we don't give them that offer of working from home or in the workplace, and so it's sort of a catch-22 in trying to figure that out. And so I think as that policy is developed, we have to continue to keep that in mind for employee attraction, retention.
Councillor Wolf.
Through you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to question for Helen. Could you bring up the slide again for the bunker? Is that possible?
It's not quite buried yet.
And, okay, and so I'm just questioning, I guess I'd like to know what some of the ideas are for using the bunker, but it just the feasibility. Can you go back to the study? The preliminary program includes 100,000 for design and feasibility and 4.4 million for construction. So I'm just wondering, in this, is this a priority project in this time?
So I can answer a piece of that.
Okay.
Right? Which is what is that chunk for initially? So that $100,000 is actually broken into two chunks, $50,000 for this year and $50,000 for next year. The $50,000 in the initial one is primarily for consultation, going out to the community, building on the work that we've already done. So back in 2021, we did a consultation with the community and said, this is the building, these are its assets, use your imaginations, what can we do with it? So we have that information already. We know, as Ellen was talking about earlier, that we're looking at how we use the regional needs for various buildings and office use, and we also have been doing a certain amount of work within the region about going out to the community and understanding space use needs. So we have some work to do to triangulate all of that, and then go out to the community in 2023 with a sort of consultation piece that talks about a little bit more about, these are ideas about what some of the ideas could be for the use of that building. The actual construction piece is something that we can put off for later because the building has been stabilized, the building is secure. We've tried to do our very, very best to ensure that we're preventing further deterioration. So there are two separate pieces. One is let's find out what we can do with this building, and then there's an element of design work that goes into ensuring what that's going to look like, and then there's a piece at the end, which is the actual construction.
And if I might, Councillor Wolf, the priority question is, I think, something that will be ultimately left with council. So it will.
Okay, so I'm just curious, what ideas have you heard? I'm just...
So through the chair, some of the things that have come out so far, I mean, it's soup to nuts. Everything from cheese maturation to flexible meeting space. There's a lot of stuff coming up from the community at the moment about youth being able to access it, community gardens, all kinds of ideas, mostly coming together to sort of say it's a flexible space for people to come together, gather, meet, etc. But there's a lot of ideas that are coming in. Like I said, it's everything from paintballing to film shoots to cheese maturation, but that's the input that we've had from the community so far. We need to do a little bit of work to take that and the other pieces of work that we're doing to understand how we want to use facilities and spaces and assets that are owned by the region, triangulate, go out to the community, and have another consultation.
So $50,000 to get more ideas, is that what you're saying?
So through the chair, $50,000 to get more clarity on better focused ideas.
And then 50,000 would be designing whatever we decided up to.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Foxton.
Thank you, Chair. Just a really quick comment in that any items that are on the list and in the 10-year forecast or whatever, that's just, staff can't say, yes, you can pull it, or no, you can't. Their job is just to provide the information. And then we as a council decides how we want to go. Remembering that, as Craig Dyer stated, 2023, that part of the capital budget is a living document. That's happening this year. And some of the things in 24, because they're tied in a 2-year thing, so they'll be looked at in 2023 and implemented in 2024, everything else is fluid and can change at any time based upon what council decides the direction of the region wants to do. And as Councillor James has mentioned many times, our strategic plan helps to guide where the direction is. So to ask staff, Craig Dyer was asked at one point, well, could we remove something? He cannot say remove it or not remove it. He can only tell us the impacts. Should we remove it? And the decision is ours. It's not the staff. Let's not put that on them. We put those things in the forecast because we, as a council in the past, wanted them. Times have changed. We may want to change, but that's not a staff decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Foxton. So I believe we will now move on to Mathieu for the next presentation.
sorry. Oh, there you go. So I was saying that we presented transit on January 18th, and now we're bringing back the information on the content of the roads transportation budget. So the benefits, again, this slide gives you an overview of the scope of that, but the benefits that this budget proposal that's really put to you to your decision, what it tries to achieve in relation with the strategic plan is to support economic growth. And there's really two foundational objectives of transportation. One is goods movement, and the other one is the competitiveness of the labor market. So how do we get people from a broad residential area to be able to apply to jobs in the region, or the other way around? The second objective is to support health, kind of health objectives, public health objectives, as well as greenhouse gas emissions and mitigate environmental impacts through active transportation. So that's another really strong objective that's being pursued there. And the third one is really to improve safety for all road users. And that includes that support for 15-minute communities with complete streets that are safe for everyone and that help various forms of mobility kind of arrange themselves, both in urban and in the townships, both in urban areas and the townships. I'll go to the next slide. So this starts really with the master plan work. So today the work that is being presented and the capital plan that's in the budget book that was the proposal that's in the budget book that was shared with you on January 18th also is based on the 2018 transportation master plan and the strategic plan that's currently active. So this year is the time when it's time to develop a new transportation master plan. This year, because of the shift and the intentions indicated in the previous strategic plan, we're calling it a new integrated mobility plan. So it's really focusing more on, completing that shift towards the variety of users. So moving away from thinking about transportation as infrastructure, but thinking at it as really service for all types of users. So emphasizing that active transportation piece that is so ambitious in the strategic plan. So it's really about supporting the very ambitious mode shift target that was set in the strategic plan and in the climate action strategy. So 50% of trips, so the climate action strategy says 50% of trips should be realized through active transportation by 2050. So that's a massive shift compared to today. So that effort is critical, and that requires really a bit of a different mindset in the approach to the transportation master plan. So the focus of this integrated mobility plan will really be on building active transportation infrastructure rather than adding capacity for cars and creating induced demand. So following these elements of the strategic plan and following the layers that were in the slide 12 that I had pointed to earlier. So this is the place where, so this effort is about a 1 year or 18-month effort. So it's starting now, and the results would be in spring or summer of next year. And that's the place to consider the need, the justification, and some element of prioritization of the new big projects that we heard about. And I'll go in detail on this a little bit later, but we heard about the completion of the East Boundary Road, possible new bridge over the Grand River in Cambridge. There's the extension of Ottawa Street over the Grand River in Kitchener. And this is also where we will look into opportunities for independent active transportation infrastructure. So we know that today the strategy that's been implemented in the past few years has been to add active transportation alongside existing roads. But there is, especially in the townships, an opportunity to look at kind of self-standard and kind of multi-use trails. And that's where we will look at where the main needs are, and then try to formulate the most cost-effective way of achieving that objective. So that's really the baseline. That's kind of the foundation of the budgets that are in the budget book that you had on January, and the proposal that's in the January 18 budget book. So in terms of just to help you also understand what's in that budget book, so first I'll focus on the operating budget for roads. So the operating budget for roads is, in the proposal, it's a $69 million budget, and it focuses really on that support to daily operations and maintenance of the existing network. So it's vegetation management in the summer, winter maintenance, snow clearing in the winter, stormwater management of pavement markings, making sure all the signs and traffic systems are working, and patrolling to just kind of analyze the condition of the roads in real time. The levels of service are, some of them are, I mean, they're defined by our team and based on the budget that's available, but they're also kind of bookended by provincial regulations. So a number of provincial regulations tell us, kind of set what's the minimum level of service that needs to be implemented on the road. So for example, there are very specific directions on how quickly do we need to clear snow on the roads, and that helps us to right size the teams that manage snow clearing in the townships and in the urban areas. Same with kind of pothole reparation or cracks in the road. So all this, they're conditioned on there's that timeline, and this is what has helped us and to right size the teams and the equipment that helps with that. So what we see in this year's budget is there's a significant increase in the cost of supplies, and then also in the services contract back to cities. So if I look, and going back to the budget book, if I look at the big categories in that 69 million, 40% of it, and that's an earlier, to Craig's earlier point on the transfers to capital reserves, so 40% of that $69 million budget is a transfer to the capital reserve. So 40% of that 69 million, so that's more than $27 million is a transfer to the capital reserve, which is really to support the road rehabilitation capital program. So as soon as we have to rehabilitate these existing assets, that's not going to be funded through development charges, and we don't want to fund them through debentures either. So this is where that's why that capital reserve is so critical. So that's the biggest single line item that you'll see in the budget book. The second biggest line item is professional fees and services. So it's a little bit over 12 million, so about 20% of the budget. And the bulk of that is to fund daily operations in the cities, because for coordination purposes, we agree a lot of that snow clearing and the daily operations on roads is delivered by the cities. So that's $4.5 million for Kitchener, $3 million for Cambridge, and $2.2 million for Waterloo. And this was indexed on inflation. So in terms of the budget pressures, that's an immediate kind of a 7.9% pressure on the budget, just to be able to continue to maintain that level of service that we had in the cities. And the third biggest line item in the budget is $11.6 million of staff salaries that cover primarily frontline staff that do these daily road operations in the townships. And that's where we see also the pressures. Both there's a salary piece to it, but then this is where the cost of supplies matters a lot. So we know salt and paint, for example, have gone up significantly over previous years. So these are things that we're trying to use sparingly, and that's where a lot of the efficiencies are looked at. There's been a number of investments done in previous years to achieve some efficiencies. I know the teams they're testing different kinds of paint and different machines to be able to be more effective in the way that we repaint the roads. There's efficiencies from a staff perspective through cross-training of staff. So I wasn't there, but a few years ago, there were some issues with the recruitment of temporary staff, of seasonal staff for winter maintenance. Now these staff are cross-trained, so they can do vegetation maintenance in the summer and winter maintenance in the winter. And so we have that attraction of being able to provide kind of full year jobs instead of seasonal jobs, and that's made us save some money and enabled us also to bring back in house some of the operations that was contracted before. So that's the bulk of the operating budget. So in terms of impacts on what you'll see in the budget proposal. is that we've looked into budget reductions of several maintenance activities on regional roadways where we could adjust either the maintenance cycle or the level of service. So these are the 4 areas that we've been looking at to mitigate some of these cost increases of supplies and contracted work. So the first one is to adjust storm drain cleaning from a 2-year cycle to a 4-year cycle. Second one is to, again, since paint is so expensive, let's look at lane marking, repainting, and move it from once every year to once every 2 years. So the third one is about shouldering and ditching to undertake only at the time of road rehabilitation. And the fourth is to reduce urban grass cutting by 50% or more. So these are the 4 areas where that we'll use this year where we have particular budget pressures to just monitor how that goes. So there's a bit of risk associated with that. We know that ditching there is a little bit of a risk related to flooding. So we want to monitor that very carefully. Same with urban grass cutting. I wasn't there, but I heard that last time this was done, a lot of people had the perception that this was just kind of letting things go and letting things grow everywhere. And but this is, it actually has ecological benefits if we do it with kind of carefully instead of just kind of letting things go. But these are the areas where there are no safety impacts, there are no health impacts. So we're not cutting or we're not reneging on the objectives of the strategic plan. So these are areas where levels of service can really be adjusted depending on where you want. We're outside of provincial regulations, and these are not directly supporting some of the strategic objectives that we have. So these are things that we wanted to draw your attention to, because that will, for example, I know urban grass cutting is something that if we follow the proposal in the budget, that's something that will be seen, and we'll have to be able to communicate about it and explain why we're doing it, and what's the value of also preserving some, I don't like to call it weeds, because weeds are just fast-growing plants, and some of them are great from an environmental perspective. So we want to make sure that we explain that properly. Then bridging the gap between the operating plan and the capital program. The road safety program is a little bit between the two. So the road safety, and you've had the full information session yesterday. So I won't repeat that, but it's a mix of operating budgets to make sure that that cover some key elements of safety. We know, snow clearing, for example, is a key element in terms of safety for the users. And then there are some capital expenditures. So today, the main, I would say, from a physical environment point of view, and we've seen yesterday from the examples in Steve Vanderkeur's presentation, that a lot of a lot of ways to reduce speeding and improve safety are through physical changes to the road configuration, to the road design. And that requires, today this is built into every capital project. So all of the capital projects in the capital program are now following a set of corridor guidelines. So even though we have to update them again, but that kind of defines how we achieve these ambitious objectives of road safety in all of the new projects. In addition to, so that's the bulk of the capital investment in road safety. But there are also some annual capital expenditures. So yesterday, again, we talked about the capital expenditures required or that were in the budget proposal to extend automated speed enforcement. There's also education. And then there's a very, I would say, a limited budget, but that enables us to implement minor countermeasures. So that's adding signs, adding pavement markings. So these are often kind of the small things that you hear about in your townships, trying to say, oh, well, can we do something on this just tweak something on this intersection, add a sign here. So this is, so today it is a very small portion of the budget compared to the bulk of the capital budget, which is about where the safety improvements are bundled with both kind of base and expansion of roads. So moving to the capital budget now. So the roads capital budget what you'll see, it really contains two parts. That base program, which over the next 10 years represents about 60% of the billion-dollar plan. So in Commissioner Dyer's slide, there was so you saw the roads capital program was approximately $1 billion. In that, $600 million is about renewing existing assets. So we've seen the asset management plan tells us the value of these assets is more than $2 billion in 2019 values. But these need to be upgraded so we can maintain kind of the value of these assets that just naturally depreciate. So that ranges from spot resurfacing, modernizing traffic signals, LED street lighting, and major rehabs that are often synced with water main replacements, or making sure that they're coordinated with any utility upgrades that are also required underneath the surface. So that's 60% of the plan. So in the 2023 budget, it's $72 million. The 40% remaining is that growth or expansion program, which is supported by development charges, which is really focusing on supporting capacity increases, which is where you'll find all these active transportation expansions or the road safety improvements. And that's also what we use to support a number of planning studies. So all of those that are projecting themselves and that are preparing future capital investments are supported through that program. Just I added a little graph from the Municipal Benchmarking Network Canada performance report on the right, which shows the intensity with which our roads are used. So it's very small on the screen, but this shows how many vehicle kilometers are traveled per lane kilometer. So it tells you how much our road network is actively being used, and it shows that the region is, alongside with Halton, we're the regions where the roads, the regional roads are the most used. So it means that the network is probably right size because we don't have any major congestion issues. But it also explains the amplitude of the base program and the asset renewal program, because we know that as roads get more usage, we need to renew them more quickly. And moving to asset renewal, I think that what you'll see again, that's 60%, that's kind of 60% of that capital program is really about managing how pavement evolves through time. So there you have a couple of pictures that shows you what 5 years will do to a nice new or good condition road and move it in. And after 5 years of intensive usage, as we see across the region, there's increased risk of failure. So failure is big potholes or shoulder, when the shoulder can kind of drop off. There are more safety concerns associated with that, and then the cost of maintenance also radically increases. And that's kind of symbolized by that's I would say a traditional transportation engineer graphic of pavement life cycle that's trying to tell you that what happens is when a road is in a very good to good condition, it's about $460,000 per kilometer to do preventive maintenance on that road. So to bring it back to a very good. So when you're in good, you can bring it back to an equivalent to a very good condition. When you move past fair and when you move into that poor category, then you need to move into heavy rehabilitation or replacement, and this is $3 million per kilometer. So what happens is if you don't do that preventive maintenance, the cost is about it's a factor 6 or 7 between per kilometer to move to be able to maintain the quality and the level of service of the asset. So that's why that increased maintenance or to maintain that critical level of maintenance on the fair bucket of roads is critical. So we avoid going past that tipping point, which would trigger significant reconstruction costs 5 years down the road. So if we look at where we are at with the road condition, so this is a comparison of what the road network looked like in 2016 compared to today. So it shows that evolution, and what we see is that the poor and very poor categories, which were only about 15% of our portfolio of roads, are now 27%. So that means that we're starting to move. We're having a number of roads that are moving into that critical area, which will require heavy reconstruction. And at the same time, the amount of, there's about a third of our network which is in fair condition. So these are also the critical assets where we want to do that light rehabilitation as quickly as possible to avoid them from falling into the poor condition. So that increase is really why that maintenance, that rehabilitation program, that base program is so critical for in the next few years. So the budget is really about life cycle. The budget proposal that's put forward as our best recommendation is a life cycle. It's an optimization of that life cycle. So the proposal includes. It does include the deferral of a number of rehabilitation projects in order to manage the impact of capital cost escalation, but it's also managing it with respect to what are the needed underground repairs and what's the level of usage. So this is really guided by the asset management plan, and this year there will be another update to the asset management plan, which will tell us if we're in the right path in terms of optimizing things. And, again, sometimes there are some roads where you can extend a little bit of their lifetime and delay the heavy rehabilitation. Sometimes you don't. So that asset management plan is really that critical document that will tell us how to optimize over the lifetime of a road. So over 30 years, how do you minimize the cost that you want to put into the maintenance of that road? In terms of active transportation, as that question was asked previously by council, active transportation facilities make approximately 12% of the capital plan. So that's it's a little bit more on the renewal program, and a little bit less on the growth program. Because on the renewal program, we're starting with a number of streets that do not have it. So this is often an addition. So it's in comparison to just the rehabilitation of the existing pavements, adding paved shoulders or adding sidewalks in proportion is a little bit heavier. So you'll see that the active transportation portion there is closer to 15% of the base program than to 12%. Whereas in the expansion program, so when we build active transportation facilities anew, it's only about 7% of that program. So there are a couple of examples that are provided, but as you know, today the approach that's been taken up to now is that active transportation has been built in a rather opportunistic way, combining, piggybacking these improvements with road rehabilitations or creations, which is the way that the region has used in past years to reduce overall costs through, again, optimizing the life cycle and economies of scale, and also reduce disruption related to construction. Because if you have to add some bike lanes 1 year and then redo a rehab 5 years later, that means you're going to get 2 seasons of construction, disrupting traffic on that road. So also it's about minimizing that level of disruption. However, as I mentioned earlier, I think the shift towards active transportation, which will materialize through the integrated mobility plan, will make us consider these independent cycling facilities where we know that those that are adjacent to existing roads are maybe not the best solution to meet the needs of the residents. And I'll give you maybe just one example. We know, and we've heard from Councillor Craig and others on how critical the investment was to be able to help to divert trucks away from downtown Cambridge. So I took this as an example of a project to show you how to unpack the capital plan if you want to see how a project is currently being forecasted to be funded through the next few years. So on these south and east boundary roads, What you don't see in the capital plan, because we're in 2023, you're not going to see that. First, there was an initial $25 million investment made in McQueen-Shaver Boulevard today, which is open up to Franklin, and which is already diverting 250 of the 1,600 trucks that Councillor Craig was talking about earlier today. So what you will see in the capital program is that the South and East Boundary Road program is broken down in 4 elements. So the first element, McQueen-Shaver Boulevard from Franklin to Dundas, so that's one line item in the 200 lines of the budget book that are in the transportation section. That's $20 million, where the bulk of construction will happen in 2026, although there is detailed design and investigations earlier, so there's money in 2023 and 2024 to undertake the design and investigation work that's required to be able to tender in 2024-25 and then start construction in 25 and 26 and 27. So that's $20 million on that segment. The other segment is the segment from Dundas to Wesley Boulevard. So about the same, similar timing, and that's $7 million that are in the capital program today to be able to really make that complete connection from Water to Wesley Boulevard. And then what was added in the 2023 budget, there are 2 additional budget lines. One is for noise walls along Franklin, and the other one is for noise walls along McQueen-Shaver, as we know that the diversion will impact some of the residential areas that are adjacent to these major roads. So today there's a significant element of that diversion that is present and that is estimated that is estimated to be able to divert about 1,000 of the trucks that Councillor Craig mentioned earlier today. So the segment that's not in there is the connection between Wesley Boulevard and Town Line Road, which where that one today and in the current master plan is identified beyond 2041, and that timing will be reviewed as part of the new integrated mobility plan that I introduced earlier today, and will be evaluated with respect to the different directions coming out of the strategic plan. But already, I would say an important part of that diversion is in the capital plan, and we've tried to. Some of the rehabilitation deferrals that I talked about earlier, they were proposed to be able to bring these noise wall pieces, for example, that weren't in last year's 10-year capital plan into the 2023 budget, so we can really implement that diversion quickly as recommended and as requested by the City of Cambridge. So that will help you a little bit. So that's how, in that budget book, in the complexity of the 200 lines, and sometimes it is very fragmented, so it's not always very legible. And we're happy to bring back to you maybe more like a map so that you can identify where the different projects happen year by year to help you read through it, because it's true, it's many pages of very tiny numbers and not very easy to interpret. So we're happy to help you and assist you in understanding that. Just maybe to wrap up the presentation on another question that was asked about how many roundabouts do we have in the transportation capital plan. So there we've tried to extract all of the roundabouts that are either confirmed or potential. So either they're in projects that are in the next 2 to 3 years, so we've done already a number of the investigations that are justifying it, or those that are also potential, where we still need to do the intersection control study and understand what are the benefits that will be achieved through those. So this is a bit of a recap. So you'll see that even though the second line on the Fisher-Hallman, that work was initiated in 2022, so it continues in 2023. So you'll see apart from that one, which is more of a 2022 project, there's only 3 roundabouts programmed for 2023, and there's 20 or potentially 24 throughout that 10-year program. So the program for 2024, looking at that table, that's the one that's the most ambitious, but it does combine both some significant rehabilitation projects or adjustments. So For example, New Dundee Road that we talked about yesterday, which is really about accommodating and changing the configuration of that road. And then we're using that to implement some roundabouts that help with traffic calming and help to kind of urbanize the feel on that road where today people are driving relatively fast, at least compared to the residential usage that we're seeing growing adjacent to that road. But it also includes a number of the key intersections that are being considered independently, I would say, of road rehabilitation. So you'll see Tressler Road at Cedar Creek and Maple Grove, and then the Maple Grove Road project. So these are addressing the number 2 and the number 3 collision prone intersections in the collision report. So there it's a bit of that program is really that combination of what is putting the right type of infrastructure on roads that are being built or expanded for growth purposes and putting all the traffic calming devices there as upfront, and also responding to that collision report and addressing some of the more critical intersections across the region. And so I'll stop there for that detailed presentation. I'm here for questions, but I'll pass the baton to Cheryl, who will wrap it up with the waterfall diagram.
Thank you, Mathieu, and through you, Chair. So we just thought we'd bring back a pictorial representation of the increase in the 2023 operating budget for regional roads. As you can see, regional roads are anticipating a $4.4 million increase in their operating budget. And this is driven primarily by an increase in the capital funding provided for roads rehabilitation work. I think Mathieu very well outlined the importance of making sure that we do those rehabilitation works at the right time so that we're not delaying it too long, and then the cost of rehabilitation increases sixfold. In addition to that, he also alluded to some increases in our contracts with the cities for urban road maintenance. That's adding another approximately $1 million to the operating budget, and that's both a combination of CPI and new lane kilometers. And then the last couple of items to note actually bring down the increase a little bit. We are annualizing some changes in service delivery models for the winter control service. And that's leading to an additional $771,000 in savings in '23, as well as some service level adjustments that total the $735,000, that were outlined in Mathieu's previous slide. I'm just going to click through these. Okay. Nope. Aaron, can you move back for me, please? Okay, thanks. So this is a pictorial representation of the 2023 10-year capital program for roads. As you can see, the pie chart on the left totals about $1.1 billion in expenditure. Well over half of that, about 57%, relates to the renewal program. And then the expansion program is another almost 40%, or $419 million. Of course, we know that for every dollar of expenditure, we need a source of funding. So the entirety of the expansion program for roads is funded from regional development charges, so it's pretty much a one-to-one relationship at this point in time. But the rehab program, just going back to the development charges piece, due to the timing of some of the more significant projects, we will need to debt finance a couple of the growth projects, and then fund those debt servicing costs from development charges. On the property tax side, we are near, I would say, where we want to be in terms of long-term financial sustainability, but that's also predicated on making those investments in each operating budget towards the renewal program. We do have a very small amount of debt on the renewal program, about, I think it's $20 million. Hopefully we will, as the years progress, we might be able to even avoid that depending on when the actual expenditure is made. And I think I already covered the words on the right, so thank you. And I think at this point, I'm just opening it up to any further questions on the road rehab, or the roads program.
Okay, Councillor Foxton.
Thank you, and to Matt too. You talked about storm draining, line markings, and grass cutting, and I have no problems with your schedule unless there's an issue. So are you guys out checking? Like for instance, in our township, we have a bylaw that your grass can't be above 8 inches. But of course, you don't cut grass in our drive, so it's okay. But I mean, in other places, then there's regulations. And some years, like this year was a dry year. You shouldn't be out cutting practically at all this year, past year. But we don't know what next year will bring. So will you monitor this as you go through it?
Through the chair, so yes, the objective is to monitor it through. I think the objective is to be able to reduce the grass cuttings as much as possible. Again, and so we will have to set up a contract with the desired level of flexibility, and we'll monitor it. But I think what's important is to set the objective that they or agree that it will not look like a golf course it will be 8 inches. So we can monitor it to be at that standard, and that's something that we can put it into the contracts. But that's that is a different objective than it will be a different perception than the ones that our residents have been used to. So we'll have to explain it clearly too.
And the other one was the line markings on roads. And to me, there was one place I was driving that night, and it was night. And again, it was in a township area, so there's not lights, and the marking wasn't there. It was for a part, and then it had faded off a section. So we'll monitor that, right, and make sure it's fixed on an ongoing basis?
Yes, I think through the chair, I think that's where we want to be. So it's not, I mean, we have patrollers that look at it on a regular basis, but it's kind of not, maybe just not setting the expectation that today the expectation of the level of service is everything gets repainted every year. So, and we know that the main, or I know Steve Vendicare would tell me the main source of what scrapes these off is actually snow clearing.
Yes.
So it's really, so we're painting in the summer and scraping the paint off in the winter. So there the objective is just let's monitor this to make sure that we're first that in areas where road safety is critical, for example, these are the areas where we have to pay particular attention, and then other areas. So move it more into a bit of a programmatic approach to it. So this year is a bit of a test year to be able to, we think that because paint is 30% more expensive than last year, this is probably the right year to test it, monitor it. And then if we see that the results are not up to satisfaction, then we'll adjust it we'll have to adjust it, or we'll propose an adjustment to council in the 2024 budget.
So basically, we're saying safety first, economy second, but being economical as well. So, okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Foxton. Councillor Verbanovic.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I actually have 4 questions. I'm going to need to come in twice. My first one has to do, and it's actually building on the concerns that Councillor Foxton raised on page 13 and the operating budget. And in particular, the storm drain cleaning and the urban grass cutting. Ultimately, I guess this will be decided on final budget date, but on the storm drain cleaning, are these storm drains that are looked after by the area municipalities as part of their management of the water, wastewater, and storm management system?
Through the chair, my neighbor, who's the expert, is telling me no. So I'm confirming no. These are those that are managed by the region on regional roads.
Okay, because I'm just concerned and just want to make sure that this isn't, in a sense, quite frankly, downloading the problem onto our area municipality. So that, in fact, is the case. It still does concern me if it's potentially going to create an infrastructure problem. On the urban grass cutting, I want to be bluntly clear on, there are certain basic things that the public expects local government to do for them. And things like grass cutting, urban gardens, those kinds of things, as we found out during the pandemic, these are the things that make people's anxiety, anger, and frustration go from 0 to 100 in about 30 seconds, if not less. And so I just want to flag that this is an area that is going to be, that I'm not going to be able to support on budget day. I think it's a big problem.
Coming in that group, Councillor Verbanovic, but I believe Mr. Lochner wants to respond.
Yeah, and this is a great example of the principles that I spoke to this morning. And a number of you have asked me, you know, what's next if we don't do this? So, you know, the Plan B list is potentially even more concerning things that the public would be concerned about. But we take your advice and hear that. And if that's the decision and direction of council, then we'll obviously take that. And again, we're not trying to create problems for our residents. We live here too. We get the phone calls as well. And this is just based on the principles that council set out. This is what we mean by tough choices. And certainly if this isn't the right one, we're happy to change that if that's the direction of council and look for other service changes.
Councillor Verbanovic.
Yeah, thank you. And so I mean, certainly on budget day, I'll be moving that we remove that one. On the issue of, that'll actually bring me back to the issue of waste receptacles at transit. But my second one right now is River Road extension. And so I just want to be clear on, I'm being told that there have been, again, despite direction last year, further changes that have occurred. And is that in fact the case? And I'm wondering if staff can take me through that and their logic around it.
I don't know if Mathieu or who wants to handle that, take that one.
Okay, through the chair, I can start and maybe I can call on Steve to help me on the River Road project. Today there is, the project is advancing at pace. We're working closely with the city who have to work on their own environmental assessment for servicing plans. And so today it is advancing. I think there are some technical elements that have driven some changes to the schedule, but the project, there's no slowing down or delaying of this project in the proposed capital plan.
So no slowing down from last year?
So the budget, it's slow. I mean, there's no deliberate deferrals, but due to some of the EA work, it is a little bit longer than expected before.
Okay, so I guess my request would be to get an issue paper for budget day specific to that project and the changes that are happening and what it would take to get it back on track. Because last year it was moved. We tried to get it back on track. That was the direction from council. Now it's getting moved again. I'd like to get a report back so that we can get back on track with the direction that was given. And so if that can come for budget day, please.
I'm going to move to Councillor James, and then we will take a recess for lunch.
Okay. I'll try and be as concise in wrapping my head around all of this. I have a question about the road maintenance, rehab, and replacement. I might have missed this, but it's your slide 17. Just want to confirm the poor to very poor, the $3 million for replacement, that's for this budget? That's the projected amount?
Through the chair, so no, these are our benchmark costs for rehabilitation versus preventive maintenance. So that's the factor. So for example, some of the roads where you'll see work that's forecasted in 6 years, this is our benchmark number that we would use to before we do any specific studies on that road and before we know more about the full condition assessment. That's what would shape up the budget for that road.
Okay, and then just for road repair, I think road reconstruction, or that's covered out of the development charges. Road repair, is that something that's funded through development charges as well?
Through the chair, so the road repairs are part of that, that 60% road rehab. So they're not funded through development charges. They're unless there's a specific, if we had to add a lane, then there could be some minor repairs associated with that. But the road repairs in general are funded through the capital the operating budget going into the capital reserve, as well as to a lesser extent, kind of the tax levy, and a little, and to a even smaller extent, kind of debentures. But that's a rehabilitation program.
Okay, and just one question. Of the conditions, when I look at slide 18, so, that is in very poor/poor. Do we have, what we're looking at for 2023 and how that's reflected within this budget?
Through the chair, yes. So those that are in very poor condition, these are moved forward, I would say, in the capital plan for reconstruction. So some I know there's a big element on the Scheifler Bridge, for example. That's one that's in very poor condition, for example, that needs full replacement. So that's embedded in the proposed budget as it stands today.
And with that, we will break for lunch.
I just have one further question. Just if we could probably get a list of the roads that are in repair based on priority. That's my only final thing. Thank you, Chair.
We will break for lunch. For those watching at home, we'll reconvene at 12:45 with the folks that are on the queue for questions, and then into the waste management presentation by Jennifer and John. Thank you. starting and then it was ending. So we'll just conclude with the questioning from the previous presentations. So Chair Redmond.
Thank you, Chair Harris, and I will be very pointed. I have one question. It's about slide 20, and it's of Matthew. And it's basically, I love the comprehensive overall plan that we have for active transportation. I'm really supportive of it. One of the things that I have been asked over years, it isn't just recently, is about consistency of signage as well as lane marking when we look at active transportation and how we go about this. And I'm just wondering, are those costs part of this capital budget, or would we find that in some other area of the budget?
Through the chair, yes, these costs would be in the capital budget. But it is also a coordination effort with area municipalities to make sure that all, whether they're regional infrastructure or local infrastructure, that these are connected and that the signage is consistent.
Thank you. I think that will be music to people who are proponents of active transportation.
Councillor Craig.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess my question goes back through the East Boundary Road. I'm a bit disappointed because I was hoping in my lifetime that I would see the completion of this road. But you're talking 2041 in terms of where it's sitting right now. So what is the process to get this accelerated or moved up? Is it simply to continue discussions as we're doing now? Or how do we go about it?
Through the chair, so today again, there's already a lot of budget to be able to make that connection all the way past Dundas Street, and that accomplishes a majority, if not at least from a forecasting perspective, a lot of the truck diversion objectives that were set up for the project. But the last stretch to be able to bring it to Town Line Road, that one was identified in the master plan as something that, given the current densities or the growth patterns that we've seen in Cambridge, was not going to divert a lot of traffic and was not going to be at capacity at all before 2041. So I think the exercise there is to look at it now that we have updated growth patterns, and we'll look at it in the integrated mobility plan. And now that we have a better, again, we have updated data on whether trucks are coming and going and where they're serving. So we can use that to analyze the need again, and the integrated mobility plan will evaluate it with respect to the strategic plan objectives. And that's where, it could point to bringing that project back into that 10-year horizon of the capital budget.
Okay, so it still can move, is what you're saying?
I think the integrated mobility plan, I think, is the right is the right place to really understand how it fits with a broader network and where we can reassess the need before 2041 or before 2031, and that's where it can be moved.
Okay. Second question, if I may, Mr. Chair, through you, regarding the bridge across the Grand. I suspect that's south of Concession.
Through the chair, so today there are no references to a new crossing of the Grand River in the existing master plan. So that's a new ask that we heard from you, and that we will.
Okay, I thought there was discussion with that. My apologies, but do you see the need for a new bridge?
Through the chair, we haven't done the studies yet, so it's
okay. I
can't
think
say.
We have to talk about that more. And I think lastly, as we get into some partial completion of the South Boundary Road and noise barriers, the policy has to be reevaluated, because the policy is designed not to work the way I understand it. Okay? You mean, if you go through it and you read it, and I think we have to relook at the policy, or else we're going to have people in here pretty upset. Okay?
Councillor Shantz.
Thank you. Yeah, a couple of questions. So since we're talking about bypass roads, the bypass for Elmira is still, I think, scheduled for 2041. I was just looking for it in here. I'll ask the same question that Councillor Craig did then. How do we get that moved up?
Okay, through the chair, we're working together with Jennifer on this. I think so today, I think what you'll see in the capital budget is that there is budget this year and next year to advance the studies and do the environmental assessment for the bypass. So that's where it's moving. I think when we will have the results of these studies, the diversion, the different options, that's when we can start to put some more concrete numbers behind it. And again, I think that's a good thing to bring back in the broader kind of network around Elmira to see where trucks are coming and going. What are the different elements of the network that are missing, and that are to be studied in the integrated mobility plan.
So that's already being done, and then that'll come back, and then we'll look at prioritizing whatever the results are. My second question, yesterday I talked about entranceway traffic calming to our towns and villages. Where would I see that in here, or where would that show up?
Through the chair, so you'll see that a lot of the road safety and the traffic calming interventions are today and in the proposed budget, and we've kind of followed the trend from previous years. They're piggybacked on existing rehabilitation projects. So today I would say these are elements of scope that could be inserted in all of the road rehabilitations that are in the existing capital plan. Now, beyond that, if we want to cover, because evidently the rehabilitation of roads, that takes time, and it's phased depending on the road condition and not necessarily the specific needs at a given point in time. So to go beyond that and build a full program, for example, on gateway features to slow down traffic at the entrances of hamlets, that would require additional budget to do so. Because today, I pointed out in one slide, there's the budget to do, I would say, more one-off safety interventions is $160,000. So that's a tight budget to do a lot of safety specific kind of self-standing interventions. But that's where we mentioned, and related to the presentation that was brought yesterday and the discussion on ASE, we'll work with you and the townships to establish what that program might look like, and then be able to kind of give it some shape to give you some options on how we would achieve this.
Councillor Leggett, put you to the.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Did you want to keep?
I'll put her back on the list. We're going to really kind of hold firm on the two questions, and then to be fair to the people on the list that haven't asked their first question, that's how I'm going to continue to roll today.
Thank you. I want to reiterate what Councillor Craig had said. I first started attending those meetings for the bypasses 30 years ago, and they were packed, full house, public consultations. And here we are looking at 2041. I would really like to see this moved up. Already on the books in South Galt there, it's going to be as huge as Preston or Hespeler in population. So we need this sooner rather than later. I'm seriously concerned about this. So I really appreciate the fact that you've said that we could move this up. I do want to speak about preventative maintenance when we talk about on the roads. One thing I didn't hear being discussed was the boulevards and the curbside of the roads. People take great pride in their community, and I heard Councillor Verbanovich talking about the anger and problems with the public when they see these things. Mental health is a really big thing currently, and it just adds to the just the kind of conversations we're having as politicians with the public. So when they see the weeds and the grass, it just gets them angrier as the day goes on. So simple things simple things such as keeping that down will be very helpful for the mental health of our community. So it's not just new roads here. It's not just the repair of the road. It's also hits with mental health. I look at the boulevards, and I know that the region has contracts, but it was many years that people have been complaining about the weeds that are in the boulevards, the weeds that are at the curbside. And I wonder why we are not putting in the contracts that if you take a contract, you are expected to keep those weeds out, because everybody knows that the roots of plants are almost as powerful as the power of water. So when we allow those weeds to get into those crevices, they end up breaking up the concrete, because the concrete can't handle that. So we end up putting more maintenance into the repairs. If we had just simply had it in the contract to have those weeds removed right off the bat, every 6 months would be perfect if we could do that. So is that a possibility of putting that into the contracts?
Through the chair, yes, I think we can look at that. I think let me take that with the teams to see exactly what we're trying to achieve. But yes, everything is. I mean, it's possible. We just have to see and then put a price tag on it and evaluate where the market will respond.
Okay, I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
Maybe on your first question on the master planning process, and this and Councillor Chance's question also on road safety. These are important element of direction or guidance for the master planning process. I think that's where we want to bring, I would say, that strategic level of conversation on what's the level that council wants to, what is the intensity of investment and care and attention that council wants to bring to road safety, for example, or to truck diversion. And then we build the strategy with you as part of that master plan. But all this is these are key elements on the outcomes that you and your communities are looking for, and that will be kind of fed into that master plan, and that will help to shape it up.
Okay, second question. Trucks. The trucks that we are going to have to allow into the center of the city. I would like to have the conversation with the trucking companies about restricting the length of the trucks down to 30-footers from the 50 and 40 that we're seeing currently. If businesses tell them they're not allowed to have anything above a 30, the trucking companies do it. They do whatever, they go with whatever the customer has requested. So if we have restrictions on them, then that's what will happen. So it will definitely change the pattern and the backing up and the problems that we're having at the roundabouts. So if I could just leave that with you too as a possibility. Thank you.
Councillor Erb.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My first question was on the 50% reduction in urban maintenance, but I think we've spent enough time on that. The second question would be related to the list of roundabouts that we have, and developing some kind of a standard design of them for the interior for maintenance. Like we just seem to be all over the map with different kinds of designs, and trying to land on something that would be reduce the cost of maintenance and would be attractive. So I guess that would be a comment, unless you want to respond to it.
I won't respond, but yeah, that's definitely. I know I've heard from the team about some of the maintenance issues on some of the landscaping elements and roundabouts. So that's definitely a standard that we should establish going forward.
Thank you. You get a lot of feedback from the community with the appearance of them. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Erb. Councillor Verbanovic, second round.
Yep, thank you very much. Just two quick things. On the increase in the dumping fee that's proposed, it wasn't that long ago, I think it was during the pandemic, that we went from $5 to $10. I do know that we've had some feedback about increased dumping in our municipalities. I don't know if the other area municipalities have found the same thing. This is another 20% increase. And I'm just concerned that, people are actually doing us a favor by not putting it out in garbage, which then it needs to get picked up, or a favor because they're not dumping it roadside. And so I'm just concerned that we're potentially being counterintuitive here in terms of this issue.
If you don't mind, Councillor Urbanovic, that is our next opportunity to...
The next one? Okay, that's fine.
It will cover
You know
John.
what, I don't need to say it again, just staff can remember it and note it at that time.
Great.
Sorry, just while we're on roads and I said I would flag this. This was the issue, and I thought I had raised it the other day at Transit, but I don't know if it got missed or what happened, but it was the issue of, and I'm just bringing it up here so that it doesn't get missed for budget day, the issue of the waste receptacles. That was one where, quite frankly, last year, I don't think most of us on budget day really realized it was there. It was one of the areas that was cut, and lo and behold, come September, when they got pulled out, that was one of the things that we heard very clearly from community members who were not happy, and we're certainly seeing more garbage in those areas. And so I'd like to have some information for budget day if we put that actually back in. I know our council actually passed a motion in that regard because in effect it really is downloading from the region onto the lower tier municipality. So if that can come back for budget day, please.
Yep. Councillor Sean, sorry. Back to you.
Thank you. Now I have to think about where I was at there.
I'm sorry.
We were talking about entranceway treatments to the towns and getting it on there. And the comment that I wanted to make, rather than a question, was a couple of these projects we've been harping on in the townships for a long time, and every time it gets put off of this discussion and on to the next year's discussion is just a frustration for everybody. So I hope that we really make some headway on that, and our bypass. Both of those have been long-standing issues for us. Thank you.
Councillor Foxton.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. To Councillor Liggett, I worked in logistics for a long time, and we had a list of cities that would not allow the 54-footers in, and it was a bylaw put by the cities that said only 30-foot trucks can come through to do deliveries within our community. So it has nothing to your municipality can pass that bylaw. It's quite common, and then it gets distributed to all the trucking companies, and they know that so I worked for Dimplex with the gas fires, so we would put all the fireplaces on the 54, they'd take them to their hub, download them in the community to the smaller truck to be delivered to your community. So it's a bylaw done by the municipality. You're welcome.
That is all the questions we have as of now, so we'll move on to the next presentations. Waste management.
Thank you, and hello, Chair Harris and members of council. I'm here today with Director Arsenault. He's sitting in the back there to discuss the waste management budget. So Waterloo Region delivers curbside collection, has an active landfill and closed landfills. We have 2 public drop-offs. I'm sorry, you can't hear me? Is this better? Okay. We have 2 public drop-offs. We process recycling and yard waste. We develop fertilizer through a contract with Guelph Organics facility. We capture landfill gas for renewable energy. And in fact, the total electricity generated from the Waterloo landfill powers between 4,000 and 6,000 homes. We're quite proud of that. This is all done with assets worth $183.9 million that are in fair to good condition.
And doing this work are people who work at the public drop-offs, monitor our curbside collection contractors and other contractors. We have staff who answer calls from the public and deliver education programs. And behind the scenes, the people who work in finance, HR, IT, communications, and other internal supports are also part of our waste management team, as we couldn't deliver this service without them. The entire service was provided, this is 2021 data, for $3.20 a week for curbside residential, and we have a very good 63% diversion rate. Significant capital programs include the expansion of the landfill and a redesign of the Waterloo public drop-off for a better customer experience. And I see the next slide is already up, so I'll just continue. As part of this budget process, we are proposing an increase in tipping fees at the public drop-off and an increase in recycling revenue. And this, the tipping fees will bring us more in line with other municipalities and also private facilities. We need to find a balance between our fees and keeping our customers, because these are a significant revenue source for the region. We don't want to drive our customers away by having too high, but we want to make sure that we're in line with other municipalities. We have to keep in mind the capacity at our landfill. Slide 27, the next slide. So in this slide, you can actually see the region's costs in comparison for minimum drop-off fee on the left. So the region, oh, I can't even see that slide. $10, I can't see, anyways, I hope you can see it, is in the middle. And then we're looking at moving up to $12 for a minimum fee to drop off your materials at the public drop-off. And on the right-hand slide, right-hand table there, it's talking about the tipping fees for comparison with other municipalities. And I think this might go to Councillor Verbanovic's question, maybe not fully, but at least partially answers that. Next slide, please. So when we were working on the 2023 budget, we had to consider new revenues and efficiencies to help with the increased costs we were facing due to inflation. And one of the items we put forward for Council's consideration is to discontinue the organics pilot, which was started in 2010. This pilot was to demonstrate that ICI, so industrial, commercial, institutional properties, can implement organic waste diversion in a practical and cost-effective manner should a ban on organic waste from landfill be considered. So this ban of organic waste from landfill is still being considered and discussed as a provincial policy initiative. So we're all well aware that the province is thinking about this. So we, of course, as a municipality, are thinking about this. Our understanding is that the province is in the process of updating the 3Rs regulations to compel IC&I properties to divert organic waste in the near term and ultimately impose an organics landfill ban. The original pilot was to include up to 40 properties. However, it is now just 4 businesses, and St. Jacobs Market is the largest generator of organics, and these 4 are still participating. This service, since it was a pilot, is not provided to other businesses, so it's not equitable across the region. It is provided in the downtown. So we just view this as something to align with existing regional policy if we remove this from our budget. And organics pickup have increased by 172% since 2016, which is amazing. Organics in landfills produces a lot of methane, but the other side of the coin is that it has the highest processing costs when we process organics. So the province and others are looking at a circular food economy to rescue food. And you might have seen this in the grocery stores with smoothies and whatnot being made from rescued food. So that's part of that circular economy. And also, because of this increase, we're currently producing more organics than our current contract with Guelph has capacity for. So we need to look at sending the increased capacity elsewhere. they increased tonnage elsewhere. A new revenue source is the sale of carbon credits from organics processing. So the revenue is based on a voluntary market value and the volume of carbon credits produced. So the volume of carbon produced is static because this carbon credit program would align with the one that is done at the City of Guelph. That's where we would get our information and data. That does not mean that we can't also look at other areas where we could capture carbon credits and sell them. So initially, the revenue stream for this would be higher than like we can't predict an annual stream for this because we have old credits, which we can put in with the new credits we've created this year and sell them. And then next year, it would be a lower amount of credits that we would be selling. And again, it depends on market conditions. But I just wanted to make you aware that this is a significant source of revenue, I think, that we can take advantage of that we're not currently doing. So I believe the next slide is finances slide, so I'll turn it over to Cheryl.
Thank you, Jennifer, and through you, Chair. So in the Waste Management 2023 operating budget, it is a $2.1 million tax levy increase over 2022, primarily because of the waste management collection contract CPI indexing. That in itself is actually $2.1 million of the increase. We are anticipating the increased tipping fees and other revenues in waste management resulting in about $1.6 million in additional revenue. That's offsetting that increase. As well, we are continuing to implement the capital asset renewal funding strategy and have allocated approximately $1.2 million into the waste management operating budgets capital funding for reserves, and that's a little bit offset by some debt servicing costs savings as a result of some debt retirements in waste management. So the net increase for capital funding in the waste management operating budget in 23 is about $700,000. And then there's some other ups and downs, as you can see, but the net increase in waste management is about $2.1 million. Next slide, please. And just keep clicking. There we go. One more. Thank you. So in the Waste Management Capital Program, the vast majority of it is funded through property taxes and financed both with reserve and debenture financing. We do note that although some of the landfill costs are not eligible for DC funding, there is a small portion of our diversion program capital costs that are eligible for DC funding. So we have identified a small number of projects for which we are funding from development charge collections. That table on the left that is a little bit difficult to see on the slide basically outlines some of the larger projects that are mostly starting in 2023. We have some new cell design and construction and that soil management strategy implementation, most notably starting in 2023. And with that, I'll pause for any further questions on the waste management budget.
Thank you. Councillor Huenick. Councillor Huenick, you're up. Oh, I think she's just trying to press on pause.
Hi, sorry about that.
Yep.
Through you, Chair. There was a delegation made a couple of months ago about, or maybe it was a couple of weeks ago, I don't know, it's been a short time, long time, about a food processor that would decrease food waste. Would that have any relevance in terms of keeping food out of the landfills? And should we look at that as a pilot?
So through the chair to Councillor Huenick, that alternative is certainly available for people if they want to purchase that particular unit. It would keep organics out of the landfill. There are other options, obviously a composter in your backyard. Some people have worm factories as well. So if it's council's wish that we do a pilot with that particular program, it would probably work best in multi-residential units who don't have access to composters in their backyards.
Okay, and just a follow-up question, not really related, but another question that's important. I have a number of constituents that are concerned about paying for private garbage collection versus some that are paid for publicly. Could you speak to the inequities therein and why that might be?
Yep, so through the chair to the councillor, the Municipal Act says that municipalities are responsible only for collection of residential waste. So I don't know if the people you're talking to are in the multi-res buildings. Sometimes as part of their condo fees, waste management is included in that. So we do pick up from a number of multi-res buildings. The other thing is we don't pick up at any businesses outside the ones in the downtown because we're not obligated to do so. So they would then need to pick up, use private organizations to pick up their garbage.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Sullivan.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. Just picking up on what Councillor Verbanovic said before your presentation, looking at the fee comparison on slide 27, I would find it a bit difficult to move it up to $12, just looking at the only comparable would be Ottawa and then Toronto above that. If we look at our comparables that are more our size, such as Guelph, we're in line with them, but I would be open to looking at the garbage tipping fee increasing more. Is that something that staff could look into or something you already have and there's a reason for the proposed only to be $10 change for the tipping fee when other comparables are a lot higher?
Yeah, certainly we have, through the chair, we have already looked at that. The reason Toronto is so high is because they don't want people to bring material to their public drop-offs. They don't want any more materials being transferred to any of their landfills. So it's a deterrent, and that's why it's at $17. Meanwhile, the others that you see there at 10 are not facing that situation right now. And as you can see, as you get closer to the states, you can see that the numbers go down because there is in the states they're taking garbage. So it's really a matter of location and the goals of the municipality. We had suggested a $10 to $12 fee increase just in light of revenue, looking at new revenue sources to be considered in the 23 budget. So it's absolutely up to council to decide whether we do move up to $12. For the minimum tipping fee, that is, like I said, that is looking at our municipal comparators, but also the private industry as well, because we want to manage that balance between not having too many businesses come to use up capacity in our landfill with the private competitors.
Great, and just a quick follow-up to that, if I may. In terms of our landfills, so right now you said it's not a deterrent, which is good that we don't have people dumping on the side roads, especially out in the townships, which we do see. But I'm curious, do we know if there are people outside of the region actively coming to dump their garbage here?
Through the chair, if I could ask Director Arsenault to come down to the podium and perhaps he can answer that question.
I assume you can hear me, yes. Thank you. Through the chair, we do actively monitor at the gates who comes in, and we do ask on occasion, not all the time, where people are from and look for residency, and we're able to pick up on trends typically. So are there some people that get through? Possibly, but it's a very small amount.
Thank you.
Councillor Shantz.
Thank you. A question about the pilot green bin project. 15 years is a long time for a pilot. I wonder if you could speak to the purpose of the pilot, and then whether or not, or what kind of consultations or discussions you've had with the businesses that are affected.
So through the chair to Councillor Shantz, I think that's another one for Director Arsenault. He would know more the origins and if there's been ongoing conversation with those businesses.
Yeah, so it is a long time, and I think it's I would refer to it as a kind of a housekeeping measure. It's a number of these sort of alignment with existing policy that just hasn't been captured in the past. It's come to light now. That's something that we can look at. As for consultation, we have held off on talking with any of the folks there, barring this discussion with council to see where things went, recognizing that it might take a bit of time, but I think it's a matter of alignment with existing policy that we're looking for that change.
Okay, can I have one more?
Go right ahead, too.
Would we consider providing that service for a fee if that was more economical for that business or any business for that matter?
We could certainly look at that. I think it just gets a little more complicated for the number of, there's 4 businesses in particular. But we could take a look at that and see what that would look like. But I think it would be a pretty complicated setup. It would be probably preferable that it was a direct relationship with the private sector.
Yes, and if I could just add to that, I think one thing council needs to think about in regards to this question, and even yesterday's curbside contract conversation, is that as a municipality, do we want to compete with private businesses for work? Because private businesses are part of the thriving economy for the region. So is it in our mandate to do so? And this is something that it's, I'm not just bringing this up here as the first time thought about this, being in solid waste for a while. It's something we have in the industry thought about. Like, are we going against our own thriving economy goals by providing services to businesses or others that the private industry can support? So it's something for you to think about.
Councillor McCabe.
Thank you. Excuse me, through you, Chair. Question back to the tipping fees. I don't philosophically have a problem with increasing those fees, just to share that, because part of the whole waste issue is reducing reusing as well as recycling or disposing. So part of what I'm wondering is, potentially increasing the fees might help a little bit with people thinking, well, maybe I don't need to throw that out, or I can find some way to reuse it or repair it or whatever the case may be. But my question is, if we do decide to increase these tipping fees and provide a bit more revenue, would there be capacity in your department to do some interesting or sort of innovative programs that I've heard of that some other communities have around the waste diversion piece with community partners?
So I think there's that potential, but we'll have to look and see where, we have to map things out and see what that additional revenue really, if it's enough to allow those things. I think with any program, and we've seen it through the years, any kind of diversion program, it makes great sense to try and divert material from the landfill where we can, where something is sustainable, but as you put it does come at a cost. So we need to do a bit of work and look at some things, but there are some items that potentially we could entertain in the future. And I think the other area that we're holding out some hope, let's put it that way, is as provincial policy continues to evolve, we're going to see more, much like the blue box, I guess, the producer responsibility side of things, where you're going to see some of these material types fall into those baskets and give us some opportunity to fund and operate these programs, or at least facilitate them.
Thank you for that. I guess I just would hope that whether through this revenue stream, if it does get approved, or with some of the monies, we'd be able to run like repair clinics or clothing exchange or, things of that nature that I've heard, again, some other communities offer. And it's done in partnership with community organizations and residents and, there's some skill building and things like that. But ultimately, it's diverting significant amounts of waste from the landfill. So thank you.
Councillor Erb.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Because it's related to the tipping fees as well. And I guess because I have a trailer and kids that are always renovating their house, there should be a family rate as well. That being said, I think we went from the $5 to the $10 in 21, if I'm not mistaken. And I wondered, in reference to what Councillor Vanovic was asking, did that show any decrease in the amount of people that were using the landfill site? Did the increase in cost come into an effect of usage?
I don't think we can say it's actually had a huge decrease. It has had some decrease where people have consolidated loads. The reality at the minimum fee we're talking about, that's equivalent to roughly 3 bags of garbage. So what would be your normal set out rate? So some people have consolidated, so they might come less, but they bring more and they get charged the disposal fee, the per ton fee. And I think it's hard to kind of also determine the growth aspect of the community, how that's been built into the numbers. We're still having 400,000 transactions plus a year at our sites. People coming in between Cambridge and Waterloo being the primary. And that's not all at the small user vehicle transfer station, that's the commercial side as well. But it's a large number, and those trend lines, they may have dipped a little bit, but it's been fairly consistent. So that fee change really hasn't had a significant impact. And I suspect it's a lot with growth. It's still a reasonable fee. We try and find a balance, moderation, and look at what the external marketplace factors are right now.
So as a regular user, I would just commend you on the way the site is operated, the many different options that are there for recycling, whatever you want to bring, and the level of service that's given. You're doing a great job.
Thank you.
Councillor Williams.
This is kind of along the lines of Councillor Erb's question. But since we've decreased bags to 3 bags instead of 4, have you noticed an uptick in buying tags, and does that positively affect our revenue?
I think given the decrease to the 3 bags has been so recent, we really just don't have that data yet to see. And likewise, the implications on bag tags per se. And I think if you may recall, the intention with the reduction from 4 to 3, we had an intentional sort of soft launch in September when it went out last year, with just this past month or two where we're starting to be a little bit more on the enforcement side. So I think from this point forward, we'll start to see, and we'll certainly have that data and be able to show what the implications are.
Councillor Foxton.
Thank you. Just about the food processor that takes your green bin stuff and makes it into soil. They're wonderful, and I saw one at Roma conference, and but the energy it uses is astronomical. So you have to plug it in at night. It runs for 8 hours, and it runs hard. So that was the only drawback about it, is it's a huge energy hog. I just wanted to state that. Thank you. Oh, another thing about garbage, dropping off, the biggest problem for garbage being dumped in the townships is moving days. So it's the end of the month, the first of the month, because there's no garbage pickup, so people have moved into a house and they found people left garbage, or people want to get rid of their stuff before they move, and so it goes by our waysides. Thank you.
Yes, I remember a big dumping in Woolwich Township, if you can recall. The courts dealt with them. Councillor Verbanovic.
Thank you very much. And just as a quick follow-up, did I understand earlier that there was a sense that there was not more dumping that happened after fees increased? Did I hear that from Ms. Rose? in one of your responses?
So through the chair to the councillor, I didn't mention that.
Okay, sorry, I may have heard incorrectly. Do we know, have we had any, either through you, either to yourself or Mr. Arsenault, have we had any dialogue with our municipal partners on this? Because I just know that there were issues last time when the increase happened.
It comes up from time to time. I'd say we haven't seen an appreciable increase, but I will have to look into that a little bit more, and it could be in certain areas. Where we've seen what would be referred to as illegal dumping or roadside dumping, it's been more so on a commercial side than household waste. So it's a bit of a different avenue. That being said, I think recognizing the comments made here, and certainly we're having the discussions with the area municipalities around blue box, changes to waste collection. It's a great time to have that conversation more of all things waste, and certainly chat with our area municipal counterparts. But at this point, we haven't seen that I'm aware of a significant increase. We'll certainly get some data.
Okay, that'd be great, and I've already asked our staff for some info as well for ahead of budget day, because again, listen, if this is a way that it makes sense, I'm willing to consider it, but at the same time, all it's doing is simply transferring the cost to, simply, quite frankly, getting people to start putting more garbage out or whatever in lieu of doing this. It kind of defeats the purpose.
Councillor Liggett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have a problem in our downtown cores with the scheduling of the garbage pickup. Currently, it's done in the morning, so we've requested that it happen in the evenings because people in the businesses put their garbage out at night because that's just the way they've been doing it. And what happens is we have rat infestations downtown, which we never had before. And then when those garbage bags are picked up after they've been torn apart by the rats, or the untethered go through the garbage at night every week, and the contractors come along, pick up the bags, and don't pick up the debris from the broken bags. It's left all over our downtown core. And then we have to pay our ambassador team, who should be working on other things, to clean up the garbage debris that the contractors have left behind. I've seen raw chicken, just piles of it laying on our downtown sidewalk one time. The rules are that the businesses can't put it in cans. They have to put it in bags, so that becomes problematic because the bags are there to be torn apart. We appreciate the garbage pickup. We really do. I mean, it's great for us. It's the timing that's the problem, and we'd like to also see garbage pickup on the weekends rather than it sit for 2 days until Monday again. And I understand that the contract's not due up, I think, until 2026, but I'm wondering if all it is a timing of when the garbage is picked up. Can we do that rather than change the contract and affect the budget? I don't know. I'm looking for help here because it's extremely problematic downtown. On top of people bringing their household garbage and putting it out on our downtown streets. That's another whole problem.
Yeah, so through the chair to Councillor Liggett, you're actually putting your finger on one of the issues that I raised yesterday with the curbside collection contract changes and examining our levels of service in the downtown, because I had mentioned yesterday that downtowns have unique needs. They want different times a day for garbage pickup. They have different types of garbage that needs to be taken away. They have so many unique needs that as part of a kind of general residential, which essentially what it is that we're doing as a general residential curbside collection contract, we don't have that kind of flexibility to meet those unique needs of the businesses. And I think they're becoming even more unique because the province is asking businesses to do sorting and different things that they didn't have to do before. Like before, they were just throwing everything into one bag, and it was a bit easier. But that is absolutely one of the reasons why we need to look at this in a little bit more detail, because it takes an awful lot of staff time to manage the needs of our businesses. They're already getting 6-day-a-week pickup, which no one else in the region is getting. It's just these businesses. So that's why I was happy yesterday that council supported and approved the recommendation to have staff look at business pickup and see whether a municipal pickup is actually the best solution for those businesses in terms of waste pickup.
And I understand that, and I appreciate those comments. But my question is, if the contract's not due up till 2026, are we able to change that? Have at least have the conversation so that we can change that timing while we're working on the potential changes that you speak of?
So through the chair, from what I understand, and perhaps Director Arsenault can say whether I'm correct or not, but I do believe we do have ongoing conversations with the businesses, with our inspectors.
Yes, we do. And I think just as a follow-up, as part of our discussions about this for the 2026, that certainly would be an option that would be in play to discuss when, how. I think those are the things that Commissioner Rose is referring to in terms of the methodology that we have in place we've been doing for a number of years. Is there a better way?
So you're saying we can't change the contract? That's my question.
Are you referring to the existing contract?
Yes. Just the timing.
We can consider, we could ask, we can talk about it, but what I would say is I think there's an expectation that it will come with an added cost.
Okay. I just asked for the ask. Thanks. Appreciate it.
I don't have any more questions on the docket, so if that's the case, we'll move on to our airport presentation. Rod Bergier and Chris. Rod, over to you.
Thank you very much.
Don't see Chris, but
Chair Harris, we have Chris Wood standing by online if
here he is.
If you have any questions. Yeah, thank you. So I just have a few slides here to walk you through the airport budget. And just to provide a little bit of context for the new councillors, back in 2017, Regional Council approved a master plan for the airport based on the business model of attracting ultra-low-cost carriers to the airport. We had done a bunch of planning and established a model which we call basically a just-in-time trigger-based approach to capital investment, in which when we achieved certain targets, we would then trigger the planning work and the capital investment in order to support the next stage in the evolution of the airport. So this particular model or figure illustrates that it took some time to attract the investment that we have from the airline industry. But back in 2020, we saw some significant commitments by particularly Flair Airlines, and the result was a very significant increase in traffic from about 50,000 or under 50,000 passengers in 2020 to just under 200 in 2021 and just under 400 in 2022. We're forecasting 600,000 in 2023. Now you'll note that our forecast for 2022 was originally very ambitious. You'll recall that in the beginning of 2022, we saw an outbreak of Omicron, which really shut down the airline industry again for the country, and that lasted for 3 months, I believe. And we also saw some diversion of capacity because of goings on at Boeing. So. We're on a growth trajectory with the airport. I think it's a really exciting story. People are excited about the level of service that we're receiving here. And just to illustrate, the next slide will illustrate some of the financial implications. As we mentioned, back in 2019, we had about 76,000 passengers. and growing up to 375 in 2022. If you take a look at the revenue column, you can see that revenues in 2019 and 2020 were hovering around $3 million, and by 2022 they had tripled to 9.5 million, and we're forecasting 12.5 million in revenue for 2023. Expenses have grown as well. But, yes, expenses have grown as well, but they're not growing as fast as revenues. So we're forecasting that the cost per household and the net subsidy to the airport by the region will decrease over the course of the next year and for a bit into the future. The next slide articulates some of the vision for the airport. We're excited to report to council and the community that Waterloo Region International Airport is the fastest growing airport in the country right now, one of the fastest growing in North America. And to do that, we've had to expand the facilities, but I think most of you have been through our facilities, and you can see the very dramatic increase in capacity that has been created. One of the interesting things about that capacity is that the capacity that we're creating and using right now, it will support up to 1 million passengers a year. So we don't expect much in the way of additional expenses as the airport continues to grow its passenger numbers over the next little while. In terms of economic impact, we now have approximately 500 people working at the airport, so that includes all of the businesses. We have some 30-odd businesses that are growing. You can see if you take a drive past investments in new hangar space and new operational facilities. You'll see a lot of aircraft repair activities, avionics companies expanding, and so on. So it's really an exciting time at the airport to see the amount of growth underway. And as for those councillors that have been on this file for a long time, this has been a long time coming. It's very exciting for us. And of course, next slide, please. And of course, this brings, particularly the new passenger routes, we bring a level of convenience to the community, which I think is unprecedented. We now serve, between 12 and 14 destinations, depending on seasonal fluctuations, across the country and into the United States and Mexico. We're, by and large, a lot of people are now not having to travel down the 401 to go to Pearson with all of the complications, expenses, and greenhouse gases associated with that trip. So we're excited about that level of service. In terms of growth into the future, our next stage in the evolution of the airport is to renew the master plan and the sustainability strategy that all of this has been built upon. Our master plan is now 5 years old. Our business plan is 5 years old. It's time for us to refresh it. We've field tested the strategy. Much of the strategy is working. Some of our assumptions have changed based on actually operating the airport under these new conditions. And so we'll be bringing back to council a renewed master plan sometime in the next 2 quarters. And with that will be a sustainability strategy. We just got a greenhouse gas accounting system established for the airport, and we'll be happy to report to council on that in the next little while. As well, of course, we're still in the process of completing the works that have been commissioned to expand terminal capacity right now, and I know you all get weekly updates from our team. Right now, we're in the stage of establishing the new baggage handling system, which will automate the drop-off, the baggage drop-off functions, and create a much more efficient business flow or baggage flow at the back end of the airport infrastructure. And then we'll be basically complete. So we have a significant amount of work that we'll be wrapping up on the terminal expansion in the next 6 months. And then, of course, we're also doing a lot of work on our aerospace sector. This is one of the strengths of the region of Waterloo. We've got a lot of aerospace industry in this region. We're one of the hidden gems in the aerospace, Canadian aerospace industry. Companies like Haru DevTech in Cambridge, for example, is a global player in the landing gear business. And, we've got a significant value proposition for the industry. So we're going to continue to work on that. And YKF is a big part of that story. So the next slide, just to illustrate how the numbers work for our budget. You'll see that passenger, most of our revenue for, growth has been in the form of the passenger facilitation fee. This is a fee that is charged to every passenger who flies through the airport, departs from the airport, to support the infrastructure and the operations that allow that flight to take place. And that we expect to grow to $4.5 million from 2.8 this year, or last year in 2022. We're seeing significant growth in vehicle parking. So parking is a business for the airport. There's a significant revenue opportunity there for us. All of the parking that we've been investing in has been on a fee-for-service basis. So we'll see the debt that we accumulate in order to build that parking paid off as part of the business model for the airport. And we see a new terminal fee, which is going to allow us to automate some of the functions inside of the terminal, which will make it easier for airlines to adjust to the daily flow of business and optimize the use of our infrastructure. So that is a new fee that we're introducing this year. Will generate about $600,000. So the next slide is our famous waterfall slide. I'm going to hand it over to Craig to walk you through the implications for the 2023 budget.
Thank you, Rod. Just before Craig speaks, I have two questioners. So, Jim, do you want to start?
Could I have a point of order for a second?
Oh, sure. Sorry.
I will declare conflict of interest or pecuniary interest, as my husband has a hangar at the airport.
Okay.
And
yeah, there'll be a form for you to. Okay.
Thank you.
We'll finish this and then I'll relinquish the chair gladly. There'll be a form for you to fill out that Tim or will provide you on that point. Okay. Sure. Go ahead, Michael.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Mr. Regier, for the presentation, and to Chris and his team for all the work. This is really, really a good news story, what's happened at the airport. And for me, the good news is that most of the development and the work took place during COVID. Mm-hmm. When things were really hard to move, and Chris and his team moved it forward. So kudos on that happening. Two quick questions. The new parking lot that's being built, when I drive past that, it looks to me like the only way they can access the main terminal is going out onto Fountain Street and then in the main drive. Will there be an eventual link between the parking lot and the terminal? Yeah. And what's the timing on that?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Erb. This is the work that we have lined up for the next this season. Right now, you're correct that for the next for this construction season, the shuttle which we will have from the airport terminal to the remote parking lot. It's essentially a park and fly type of operation. We'll be having to go out onto Fountain Street. But this year we are constructing the connector road, and that's the main piece of our capital program for the airport parking facilities. There are two benefits to that. One is that it'll make it very easy for people to move back and forth between the airport and the parking lot, but also it's going to provide a secondary emergency access to Fountain Street in case there's an incident, a traffic incident, because right now there's only one entrance from the airport to Fountain Street, which can be a problem if there's a major incident of one kind or another at the airport entrance. So this will provide increased security for operations at the airport.
Okay, and just to follow up to that, if I may, so once the parking lot's connected to the terminal, there will still be the shuttle service then?
That's correct.
That'll continue. Okay, second question. Once we get over the 1 million users, you said we can accommodate so what would have to happen after 1 million? Or is that going to be in the revised master plan?
That's correct. We'll be updating the master plan and taking a look at the trigger-based capital investment program that we've got. The airport does forecast growing to 2.5 million passengers over the next 5 to 10 years, and that will require a new terminal building to be built. We've done some preliminary planning on that, and so, but there's a significant amount of work that needs to be done before we get to a decision about pulling a trigger on that. The airport, the terminal building that we've got now gives us a fair amount of flexibility, and we think it'll last. It'll accommodate growth for the next several years, but it's not going to be too long before we need to do some, sharpen our pencils again and do some more detailed work.
And Mr. Regier referred briefly to it, but the planes going in and out and the convenience for passengers and everything is wonderful, but we can't lose sight of the capacity for expansion with the aerospace industry and the spin-off that could have for our region and how important that is. So good to hear that that's continuing to happen.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Councillor McCabe.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. Mr. Gear, when you were talking about the GHGs, in the, I think it was with the master plan that you're coming back with the sustainability strategy or report. Does that include, are you talking about the GHGs from the building and the staff and the work on the ground, or is that going to also include the GHGs that are released because of the actual flights that are continuing to, come and go?
Through you, Chair Harris, our greenhouse gas budgeting and planning work is largely focused on airport operations. The larger question of the greenhouse gas implications of air travel are a global challenge that the industry as a whole is working at. We're working on that together with the Waterloo Institute for Sustainable Aeronautics, which is a University of Waterloo-based consortium that is focused strictly on reducing the environmental impact of aviation as an industry. So we're very excited about that partnership. These are big challenges. They're global challenges. The industry is very focused on trying to find ways of reducing the impact on the environment of air travel. I would say that the way that airports can actually play a strategic role in reducing the greenhouse gas emissions of industry and air travel is by increasing the efficiency of operations. So, for example, when we look at our current terminal location and a future terminal location, we have to ask ourselves the question of how do we design that terminal so that we're reducing the amount of idling time, taxiing time, and energy being consumed by aircraft moving around the airport. This has a material effect on operations and on greenhouse gas emissions, as well as the air routes, the approaches and departure routes from the airport. If we're forcing aircraft to fly additional kilometers in the air to line up on a runway, that generates new greenhouse gas emissions as well. So we're very focused on this larger set of questions, and excited to be part of the solution. And we actually think about YKF as a test bed for innovation when it comes to greenhouse gas emissions in the aviation industry.
Thank you for that. I'm glad to hear that the depth with which you and partners, particularly the research that's being done on reducing greenhouse gases in the operation of the airplanes themselves, and to Councillor Erb's point about the opportunities locally that can benefit their private sector and research that way. But I do think it's important to always keep in mind that that we're generating GHGs through the actual flights themselves, and that's just something that I think we should all be mindful of. My other question is around I don't know if it's a pilot, but the transit loop that was being tested or that's in place around trying to get people to get to the airport using GRT, how that's going, or if you had any stats on that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So we have had, the airport has been participating in the on-demand transit pilot project, which has been a GRT and Metrolinx program. I think we are actually coming close to the end of that program, and maybe Mathieu, Commissioner Gursky would be interested in talking about it. I would say that we've started conversations with GRT about how to establish a long-term and permanent transit link to the airport, because we know that for some of the flights, some of the passengers, the taxi ride out to the airport is actually as much as the seat that they're buying on the airplane. So we know that this is an important issue. It actually is a strategic question for the ongoing development of the East Side lands between Breslau and Cambridge. So it's something that we're investing a fair amount of energy thinking about right now.
Councillor Williams. Oh, sorry. Mathieu was going to jump in.
Through the chair, just
My bad.
a quick, we can bring the statistics back, but the pilot is due to end at the end of the spring. In the service report that was approved yesterday, we are extending the pilot until the end of the year, and I think what we want to use that time to do the kind of rethinking around the route to see, we know there are some demands there on the eastern side, and then see how we can optimize that route in the future.
Councillor Williams.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Just a point of clarification, and I mean, you might not know this yet, but will we ever get to a point where revenues will exceed the operating and capital costs of the airport, or are we just continuing to expand and then putting that money back into it?
Yeah, through you, Chair Harris. It's a really great question. We've built a business model here that I think is leading us to some success, however, I would say that there's a significant amount of risk in the aviation world. Another, development in public health or the economy as a whole can all have impacts on air travel. So what I'm confident to say is that the business model that we're creating for YKF, in which we are partnering with very competitive airlines to deliver high-value services, is the best way to reduce the ongoing cost of the airport to the region. I can personally see a pathway to reducing that cost further. However, it's really important to keep in mind that the region has been extremely important as a funding partner for the airport, and as we move forward, it's going to be necessary for us to invest in the next stage of the evolution of the airport as well. So I think that this is the pathway to reduce that impact, and we think that we can build a lot more value for the region here, but it's a little uncertain as to how fast that can happen.
Okay, and then one more quick question. If the fee is only $2, would it be possible to make it higher?
So what I would say here is that we're in a very, very competitive business. Our every dollar is very carefully calculated by not only our airline partners, but also our passengers. Just so you're aware, we have the costs that we introduce into the airline ticket are actually just a flow through, so they move directly on to the passenger's cost. And we do know that we have, without revealing any trade secrets, we have at least one good competitor that has got significantly lower rates than ourselves. So we're very careful about the way that we structure our fees. Now, we think that there's an upside for the way that we have structured the passenger terminal fee, or the terminal fee for our airlines. It makes their operations actually more efficient. So we're pretty comfortable with the $2 that we've introduced to the ticket here. We would caution against going beyond that at this stage, because it really does have an effect on the competitiveness of our airport in the industry as a whole.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councillor Shantz.
Thank you. I'm really excited about the work that's being done at the airport and the aerospace industry that's come along with that. At our council, we call this just-in-time training. But one thing that I don't think you covered off, Mr. Regier, and so for the benefit of the new councillors, can you speak to the limit that we've put on the levy impact that the airport could have?
Yeah, so for the benefit of the new councillors, back in 2017, when we approved the master plan and the business plan, what we did was we committed to having a cap on the per household cost of the airport to households in the region of $23. So you'll see. Frankly, I'm not sure where you'd see it in the budget package. Craig, maybe you can speak to that. But somewhere in the budget package, you'll see that the cost per household is forecast to be about $17 in the next year, whereas it was as high as $24 about 5 years ago. So we are driving down the per household cost of the airport to taxpayers in the region of Waterloo.
Oh, I don't have any further questions, so, we've 2 more slides for the airport? Okay, well, we'll go to those.
Excuse me, through the chair, just a quick overview for Council of the Region of Waterloo International Airport operating and capital budgets. So the slide you see before you here, similar to the ones that we've shown for other services, and outlines some of the areas where cost increases are being experienced, revenues are being generated, and the ultimate levy increase. I think the staffing costs are relatively straightforward the operating costs between staffing associated with the expansion, the new parking shuttle service, some capital funding. And then, of course, we had, as we've reported through as we reported to Council through our periodic financial reports in 2022, our passenger volume estimates in the 2022 budget were not met. So we did have a bit of a revenue shortfall there. We've made adjustments in the 2023 budget. Overall, it's about a $3 million levy increase year over year. In terms of, to follow up on Mr. Regier's comment about the cost per household, I actually don't think that's referenced in the budget book right now, but will certainly be referenced when we do our cost per household analysis as part of the approved budget, subsequent to council approval on the 22nd of February. If we go to the next slide to talk about capital for just a minute, I'd like to just pick up on the question that Councillor Williams asked about long-term sustainability. And I think one of the challenges we have now with the airport is Bill 23. So what Bill 23, among the things it will do is it takes what has previously been a 10-year historic service standard and extended that by another 5 years. So we now have to go back in time by 15 years, measure our level of service, and not exceed that in the future. And so what that's going to do is basically put a cap on the amount of development charges we'll be able to collect in the future. So that will have to sort out when we do our next background study. And so when we do move ahead with the next phase of expansion, we'll have to do a recalculation at that time of the extent of development charge recovery. Overall, from a capital program perspective, it's a $416 million 10-year plan, largely focused around future expansion, some renewal of existing runways, aprons, and vehicles, funding, a combination of development charge supported debt and property tax and airport revenue, main sources of financing that we use for the airport capital program. Thank you.
Councillor Huenick.
At the risk of sounding, sorry, you Chair, at the risk of sounding hugely unpopular and possibly uninformed, I just want to ask for information's sake, would there be a possibility of decreasing the funding of the airport by a portion for the next couple of years so we could meet the proposed housing quota in 5 years instead of 7 years? Or is that not possible because one is capital expense and the other's operation?
I can take a shot at that, Chair Harris. I think the thing about the airport is that the much of the capital that is being spent in this year has two attributes. One is that let's say about half of it is actually completing a project that's currently unfinished, which is the renovations to the existing terminal building. And the second part of it is to increase the efficiencies of a money-making proposition, which is our parking facilities. So the revenue that we're generating from the airport is actually financing all of those investments. And okay. And I think what we risk is actually jeopardizing the revenue stream that we have to finance this by stopping the investments at this point. And they are capital funded, so it's I don't think it's a straightforward matter. I look to Commissioner Dyer about the disentangling funding sources here, but I don't think it's a straightforward matter at all.
And through the chair, just to add to that, I think this is a good example of the discussion we had this morning around the capital program. And what we have are two programs that are funded from a capital perspective are funded in two very different ways. So the airport capital program, largely debt financed and then funded by a combination of development charge recoveries, the user fees that Mr. McGeer referred to, and property taxes, whereas on the housing side, our investments in housing are funded by a combination of Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation grants and regional debt. So it's a very I think a difficult premise to just look to try to swap.
It's not one-to-one.
It's not a one-to-one, exactly.
Right. I understand that. Your answer makes sense to me. Thank you very much.
All right. I don't know if there was anything left there. I believe we're on to the Dune presentation, if I'm not correct. If there was anything left, Rod and Helen.
Yeah, thank you very much. We just have the one slide on Dune, and I know that there have been a number of questions that have been posed in the last little while. Just so you're aware, and Helen is here to answer any questions. The Dune Heritage Village has started its evolution in 1957. We have very significantly antiquated utilities serving the village. Just as an example, we don't have the ability to support Wi-Fi out in the or telecommunications out in the village itself. So it's really impossible to upgrade our power the way that we manage energy in the buildings at the in the village. So this capital upgrade has been. It's been on hold for some time because we knew it would be profoundly disruptive to operations. We feel right now is the right time to move forward with an upgrade to the utilities in Dune Village. It's going to allow us to offer a much higher level of service. It's going to allow us to invent new ways of serving the community and hopefully improve the service that we will be offering looking out past 2024. There have been some questions about the impact on users. I know that, for example, some of the councillors have been asking about weddings because we have a little side business. I don't know if all councils aware, but we do have a great venue for weddings, and it's a bit of a business opportunity for us. But I've just learned that all of the weddings for 2023 have been accommodated in the planning process. We only had one that really required a workaround, and I think we figured out how to do that. So, just so council is aware. Those people that have made commitments for this year are being accommodated.
I don't have any questions. Our colleagues, any questions on the Dune? Do I see Jim? Councillor Erb.
Yeah, actually, I do have a question. There were some volunteers that had expressed some concern about the shutdown. Not the wedding workaround, but just the general shutdown at all. And I'm wondering if you could address that.
Yeah, certainly. Through you, Chair Harris, I think one of the biggest concerns was: is this a vote of confidence against the Heritage Village? And are we actually closing it permanently? And I can assure you that this is not the case. We actually are spending money to upgrade that service so that we can offer a better product looking out to 2025.
And has there been that communicated to that group? Like, have we been in touch with them that they feel more comfortable in what the process?
Well, I know that we've talked with them about the plans. I'm not able to speak to how reassured they are. I'm hoping that they're reassured because it is a significant capital investment for us, and we hope to get a better product coming out of the other end of it.
I had asked them to reach out to you or to Helen, so I hope they have done that.
Yeah. Well, I know that Helen and Julian, our new museum manager, have been in touch with all of the stakeholders. So there should be good communication between them on how this is going to unfold.
Thank you.
Councillor Solomon.
Thank you. Just picking up on other constituent concerns that I've heard. Can you speak to why it'll take 2 years since we already closed down for half the year, and why general maintenance hasn't been upkept and infrastructure maintenance hasn't been done in those times?
Yes, certainly. Well, certainly we have been investing in the upgrade of each of the villages. I know that our facilities team has been spending money on a regular basis on the actual each of the buildings out there, for example, right? So this is an infrastructure upgrade that will deliver utilities. It's going to require digging up of all of the pathways in and out of the village. I don't know if, Helen, you want to talk about the actual staging of work, because I think the staging of work is a bit complicated, and it's the reason why this is a two-season business.
Sure, I can take a little bit more information on that one. So, yes, you're right. Throughout COVID, we certainly did have to close down because of provincial mandates. That was a lot of opening and then closing and then opening and closing. So those things are kind of two separate issues. The capital project itself, to be done in 2 phases, allows us to continue to have outdoor space that we can continue to use. So, for example, in this current year, we would allow that bottom half of the village to continue to have space that could be used for museum programming. So that's the Kinsealing Waterloo Region Museum, so any education programs, summer camps, et cetera, can continue to happen outside, as well as accommodating the weddings that we already have booked. And then looking to 2024, that would flip over to the upper side of the village, would then be open for us to continue that kind of outdoor activity and the other weddings that need to be accommodated in 2024. So that's why there's that 2-year phased approach, and that's why the operations are paused for 2 years.
Okay, thank you. Just a quick follow-up on that. So you're still running the summer camps, but you're pausing all programming? I'm a bit confused on that part there. Having been someone who did their summer camps, it was throughout the whole village, so.
Yeah. So I can, through the chair, I can answer that as well. So the operations of Dune Heritage Village, which is the living history site, so you have all the students who come in and animate the buildings, that's the operation that we're having to pause. So you can't come and have casual visits and attend Dune Heritage Village as it's been with the animals, etc. However, Kinsealing Waterloo Region Museum, which of course is right next to it, will continue to have operations, will continue to have summer camps, will continue to have education programs, will continue to do museum programming. Some of that museum programming can happen in the outdoor spaces, including summer camps, etc.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor James.
More of a comment as somebody who's going there from a very early age and got married there. I think this is very exciting. I think that the opportunity for this to be kind of, modernized, more reflective of, all of the histories with this region. I think it is absolutely exciting, and I'm looking forward to it. And yeah, that's my comment. Thanks.
50th anniversary, yeah. And Councillor Craig snuck in there just before I was about to move on. Councillor Craig.
Yeah, I'm going to follow up with Councillor James, and I've been involved, my wife's been involved working out there as a volunteer. My son was when he was 8 years old, was the shoe shine boy, went around, and at the end of the day, one day I picked him up. He said, well, people keep giving me money, what should I do? I said, Mr. Dye, I'm sorry, but I told him to keep it. Okay, so that's what's happened. But it's a great volunteer program, get people in the community involved. And I think it's terrific, I really do.
Okay, we're going to move on to the digital transformation presentation, Terry and Amber. And I believe after this, before discretionary grants, we will have a break. So over to you, Terry and Amber.
Sorry. Thank you. Technology eludes me. The irony shouldn't be lost. Good afternoon, Chair Harris and Budget Committee. My name is Terry Yancey. I'm the Director of Information Technology Services here at the region, and as part of our strategic objective for responsive and engaging public service, I'd like to introduce to you some of the services around our ITS and what we deliver every day. Like earlier this morning, my colleague in Corporate Services, Ella McGahey, described the role of facilities and fleet in supporting some of the physical regional infrastructure You can think of ITS as the digital or information infrastructure that supports the region. So we build, secure, and maintain the infrastructure, both digital and information, that supports regional service delivery. What that means in tangible terms is we support the ability to deliver every report, every meeting, every email, every payment, and every decision, especially the database decisions, and our ability to use every vehicle, every device, every sensor, Wi-Fi. I've been listening to the different reports here today. Listened to Rod and Helen talk about adding Wi-Fi to the museum. That'll be one of hundreds of locations where we've already provided that service. So, in fact, what we come down to and what we've realized, even more so through COVID, that almost every service and every resident experience is touched by technology. And so if I break down our service into three main areas, we're partnering with all of the users and all of the other divisions across the region that provide the technology so they can provide the public service, both in person, online, and the self-serve technologies that we've been able to implement. Technologies continue to become a vital part of what we do. The pandemic, if nothing else, taught us that. We made significant changes in how we delivered IT services through the pandemic. We enabled remote work and the security additions that are required to do that. We supported work around the vaccine distribution, vaccine registration, and we continue to do that type of work for every division in the region. Council, in fact, has adopted a great variety of new technologies in that time and now become part of our normal business as usual in how we deliver service. And digital services like this require an evolving and expanding team of people and skills, which will meet with a combination of retraining, developing new, upskilling, growing current resources, and adding new specialized experts to help free the staff time to focus on the more value-added work, which is our ultimate goal, so they can focus on their service delivery. I wouldn't be here talking about IT if I didn't spend some time talking about cybersecurity. You read it in your newspaper every day, you hear it on the radio, you see it in your emails. Cybersecurity is a constant and ongoing threat to the region of Waterloo, like it is to every other institution. And we take this as our number one priority to continue to maintain that security for the region and its information assets. In 2023, we're hoping to implement more of the automated security monitoring and resolution that we need to protect the region. We're a reasonably small team, and given the explosive rate of technology growth at the region, everything we connect becomes both an enabler of service, but a risk to the region that we have to maintain. So security will always be number one in our priorities. The other thing is, like Ellen mentioned this morning, and like every other capital addition we do, when we add an information resource, we take on the responsibility to maintain that information resource. And so that for us has become an increasing challenge as we grow the types of services we're delivering around the region. I'll introduce Amber. We'll talk about some work we've done looking at how we can accelerate the pace of technological change and then what that means for service delivery in the region. And then I'll finish up with what it means for ITS.
Thank you, Terry. I'm Amber Sarah. I'm the Director of Talent Acquisition, Client Experience and Solutions here at the region. That means the service center, Service First Contact Center reports into me, as does the Client Experience team. So we know that the Waterloo region is growing at an incredible rate, having been the third fastest growing region in Canada in 2022. We also know that with growth comes the need to scale service delivery in fiscally sustainable ways to ensure that we are able to continue providing the quality services that the residents of the region expect from us. We also know that digital technologies have become a powerful force in society today. In 2023, residents of the region of Waterloo expect and to be able to access digital services in ways that fit their busy lives. People use their tablets, their smartphones, and their laptops to shop, to access bank account information, to access entertainment, and to connect and communicate with their family and friends. The technology they rely on is accessible, available 24/7, easy to use. The services that the region of Waterloo provides should have these same characteristics, being available online, accessible from anywhere, available 24/7, and simple and easy to use. Digital transformation is not just about technology and its implementation. It's about looking at how we deliver our services through the lens of technical capabilities and reflecting on how we deliver our services and how we operate. Fundamentally, digital transformation is about reimagining service delivery in the digital era. It's about taking a digital lens and looking at the work we do and the services we offer across the region. The digital transformation of our services presents us with the opportunity to scale our services to match the growing community, to meet resident expectations by providing services in more convenient and easy-to-access methods, while also taking advantage of fiscally sustainable service delivery models. Digitally transforming our existing services will allow us to unlock staff capacity by automating simple routine tasks and allowing staff to take on more complex work. It will allow us to increase the speed of service delivery to residents by introducing more digital channels and easier ways to interact. It will allow us to improve customer service experience by offering easier access and self-serve capabilities. We can share and leverage common technology platforms and data, and also improve and increase our ability to meet the needs of our diverse population. So the region plans to rethink and redesign services using human-centered and equity-based principles, and by leveraging digital capabilities to better meet the needs of community services expectations, while unlocking staff capacity for today's and tomorrow's challenges. This vision came from collaborative work conducted across the organization led by the Perry Group. The Perry Group has led a number of digital service transformation strategies in other municipalities across Ontario and are known experts in this field. You've all received the report late last week, which is also available on our public website. This report is the Perry Group's third-party perspective on our current capabilities, our future opportunities, and recommendations on how to get there. The region isn't starting from scratch, as you will see from the report. We have a foundation of skills and infrastructure from which to build upon and further grow our capabilities. To accomplish the service transformation, we need to build upon our existing capabilities and infrastructure, such as the Service First Contact Center, information technology services, client experience service standards, and existing digital work underway across the region. We need to continue to listen to and engage our residents and include the voice of the user in service redesign, ensuring diverse voices are represented in this process. And we need to grow new skills and capacity, such as user-centric design approaches, agile techniques, and IT architecture, product management, data management, and security resources. I'll pass it back to Terry now to speak to key technology resources aligned to this, as well as other key initiatives within the region. Thank you.
Thanks, Amber. As Amber mentioned, there's a number of additional resources that we already know we're going to need. When I took over ITS in May of 2020, very early in the pandemic, we had begun planning for significant growth based on what we already knew from our switch to remote work, our support for the pandemic. And we knew at the time we needed architecture resources. We knew at the time we needed ITSM, or IT service management resources. And we knew we needed extra technicians in the form of programmers and network analysts to look after the exploding number of devices and services that we were delivering. The Perry Group's report was a very successful and positive validation of those requests. And so we've added these into the 2023 budget to provide this kind of service. The other thing we've added in, noted at the bottom, is the resources required for two significant enterprise applications that we intend to launch. One is the HRIS system, which will fundamentally change the way we deliver HR services for all the employees of the region. And the other one is a development application tracking system, which will transform from a very manual process for our planning group into something far more automated for developers and employees to manage that process. So Amber and I are very happy to be here and excited to present this to you, answer any questions you may have, and thank you very much for the opportunity.
Well, thank you, Terry and Amber. And we do have a question. Councillor Verbanovic.
Well, thank you very much, Chair Harris, and thank you for the presentation. As a former IT guy at the City of Kitchener prior to my political life. I have a great passion for this area. But I do have some questions because, I mean, we have a fairly significant ask here. What's our total staff count in IT right now?
Right now, I believe we're budgeted for 72 people, and we're at 64. We have a shortcoming, which we're experiencing along with many other divisions in recruiting talent.
So we have 72 FTEs, but we only have 64 currently filled.
Correct.
And so we're looking on top of that, even though we haven't been able to fill them, to get another 6 plus another 10 and a half temporary positions.
That's correct.
Okay. How long have those positions not been filled?
So we've been working on them through the past year. There was additions added in the 2022 budget, and we're struggling with the market right now. We're hoping to fill most of the other open ones in the first 2 quarters of this year, and then quickly fill the ones that we're requesting. They're started in April 1st, I think they're budgeted for.
Okay, and with the 10 and a half temporary positions, is this being funded through operating as well or through capital?
Those, I believe, are through the capital programs around those 2 projects.
Okay.
We'll add you back to the list, Barry, or
Okay,
Councillor
I'll come back in.
Councillor
Because I have a
Foxton.
couple more.
Yep, sure, sorry. Councillor Foxton.
Please forgive me for my ignorance, but what is HRIS?
Oh, Human Resources Information System.
Thank
It's
you.
a
Next
collection
thing
of
is-
applications.
Application, so the application tracking system is going to track HR?
No, sorry, that's a separate project for the planning group. It's a system to track all of the development applications as they pass through the region and the approvals required to manage them.
Okay, I thought you were going to track my phone. I want you to know on my phone when I get a weird call, I say, this is the government. Do you want to talk to the government right now? They click up, hang up right away. Thank you.
Don't worry, Sue, we're tracking you. Councillor Urbanovic.
Thanks, Chair Harris. So just to confirm, I guess, Mr. Dyer, then that is funded from capital for those temporary positions?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So I guess one of the things that I'd like to explore for Budget Day, because I get it, this is an area we need to invest in, we need to respond in, but it's also an area that should provide some, over the fullness of time, some relief for us. And so one of the things I'd like to explore, and this is something that Mr. Lochner may want to comment on or think about between now and Budget Day, is in fact that we allow you to you can go ahead and have these positions, but they need to, as opposed to being new FTEs in the organization, that they need to be funded as FTE capacity that's found through vacancies elsewhere in the organization. And so that would, certainly give us a significant boost in terms of trying to deal with some of the pressures we're feeling on the operating budget this year.
Sure. Yeah. So I think we equally are passionate in this area. Having led the $250 million IT team at Clerica and done lots of transformations. Here's my advice to council. And I think Ben would say this too if he was here. He works only with municipalities across the province. When organizations approach IT transformation projects as IT projects, Terry would agree with me, good. They're usually doomed for failure. This is about business. And when we look for IT, an introduction of automation and efficiency to save jobs, that is soul crushing. And our unions will pop and people will lose their minds thinking this is about automation. So if we think of, and I think you're all experiencing this, artificial intelligence and the application of bots for processing. The old world I came from, if you say you're going to replace nurses or doctors, people freak out. So it's really about freeing up time and giving better customer service. So our approach, and you'll see this in the report, is how do we improve access to service for customers? I like to use the bag tag example, but Jennifer may say don't. And we know the cities and area municipalities do this as well. So it's about customer service first. It's about freeing up capacity, a long way to get back to the councillor's point, so that we don't have to add as many FTEs in the future. So rather than adding, say, I don't know, 50 FTEs in a future year, we may only have to add 20. Because the automation of some of these initiatives would allow for transactional work to be done more efficiently, freeing up our valuable staff time to do this. So the reason why we would suggest not going that route is because of what I've described, and not make this about necessarily a dollar efficiency in terms of what we reduce, but rather better service and the slowing down of the addition of resources going forward. If we do it the other way, and in that way, I don't think we'd be successful. I think in the macro ask, if there's a broader ask about, hey, how do we manage the overall budget and FTE budget within a certain envelope, I'd prefer that than try to go down the IT route, because I think that will lead us to focus on efficiencies and driving FTEs out. And I wouldn't think that wouldn't be what we'd recommend as the approach. So is there another way to get maybe at the outcome?
Well, I'm not sure, Mr. Lochner, that we're actually talking opposite to each other.
Right.
My point is that if these are priorities that our corporate leadership team has identified, I'm certainly willing to support the initiative and see it going there. What I'm saying is that there's two ways to fund it. One is by saying simply we're going to keep adding staff, and we have lots that we're adding that's going to have a significant impact on the budget. And I think we're all trying to figure out ways to get it down. Or we can say to you, Mr. Lochner, this is a great idea, proceed with it within, whatever FTE count we're willing to see increase this year, and not actually have us micromanaging each piece of that as council. That, quite frankly, is management's job. And then, as you have vacancies, because I want to be clear, I'm not suggesting that we go and start laying people off and so on, because that also is soul crushing for the organization. But as vacancies are created, using that room to help you fund things. And if I'm hearing that we already have, was it 8 that are currently vacant, and have been for a year, and we're already 2 months into the year, it's going to be a while till you fill those, not to mention any of these other 16 roles. So that's where I'm going, and that's where I'll be going on budget day.
Chair Redmond.
Thank you, Chair Harris. I'm trying to find an equation or a piece of information. I've been scrolling through the budget, so it may have been separate from the budget. But I think it is really important to talk about the fact that this is a transformational investment. And what I'm remembering is a chart that talked about the savings we would have over 10 years, as well as the increase in service level. And I'm wondering if that's a piece of information that would be really helpful for council to have.
Yes, through the chair. The table that you're referring to, I think it's in the 40-page section, and the assumptions that were overlaid when the Perry Group were putting that together looked at a number of services across the organization, identifying areas for automation based on their experience elsewhere, and then assumed a certain amount of uptake on digital access and channel migration, essentially. So instead of a resident phoning into the Service First Contact Center, they would self-serve. So achieving that assumes that there's a number of investments that we're making along the way. For example, infrastructure within the Service First Contact Center, consistent platforms that Terry and I have spoken about, and some of those particular IT resources that we don't have the skill sets in today. So yes, there are long-term efficiencies to be gained, and the expectation is if we're front-loading services through the SFCC and there's more self-serve through residents, that they are then able to free up capacity to take on those additional services. So I think if you recall, there was one line item for the SFCC that was in the 22,000 hour range. So that assumes more self-service, and then we reallocate that staff capacity, meaning that as we grow in population and as we look at digitizing our services, there will be less frequent requests to increase our service first contact center ratio, staff ratios, as an example.
Thank you very much. I think this is a really, it's probably not a direct analogy, but it reminds me a bit of some of the questions that were asked around the airport, that some of this is investment that over time will pay for itself. So I'm very supportive of this, despite the fact that it's a large ask.
Councillor Deutschman.
Thanks, Chair Harris. I was just, ransomware is a big scare for me too. So I mean, that's, you can't say enough about that and how it can tie up an organization. And really, you have no options but to either pay or go to your backup and find what you can and recreate, and then you're down for how long to get that back up. So I mean, there's just one ransomware attack would justify whatever the cost is with respect to this. But on that, I'm not sure what the cost is, because I see includes 10.5 temporary positions, but when are we annualizing that from January 1, or when was it? Because we're obviously not hiring them right away. So how are we factoring in the cost of that in 2023?
I believe in the 2023 budget, they're from April 1st. Looking at Mr. Wilson here, but I'm thinking.
Perhaps Mr. Dyer wants to jump in as well on that one.
So through the chair, the temporary positions associated with the Human Resources Information System, I believe, are budgeted as of March the 1st. The 6 positions that Mr. Yancey referred to in his presentation, I believe, are budgeted for April 1st.
So just to follow up on that, and in line with what Councillor Verbanovic was saying, like, there's some people that haven't been hired from last year, if I have that correct. So is that realistic in terms of hiring?
So we had some positions that we filled internally, and we're working on some of the backfills for some of those positions, including a couple that haven't been filled because of the nature of the market right now and looking to recruit new talent.
Yeah, and that's my concern. So, but do you feel comfortable you can hire by that time, or do you need more time to hire?
Our needs are based on the demands of the other divisions and the work they need to deliver their services. So we're aggressively working with HR to look at our recruitment methods, our compensation, our job descriptions, our titles, and making sure we can find those individuals.
All right. So again, that's March 1st and April 1st were the dates?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
All right, Terry and Amber, thank you again for your presentation. And I believe we're going to take a break here. It is 2:49. We'll do 15 minutes, and we'll resume with discretionary benefits, discretionary grants after the break. speak to. So I'll turn it over to Craig Dyer to deal with a few of those items, and then we'll get underway with discretionary grants.
Yeah, so, excuse me, so thank you, thanks to the chair, and thanks committee for your indulgence on this. We wanted to just follow up on a couple of items. One that was raised yesterday by Councillor Craig with respect to salary gapping, and one with respect to the conversation that we just had around various positions. And just before I start on this slide, I should start by correcting myself. So in response to the question about the start dates of the IT positions, this is the this is the digital transformation positions, not the temporary ones. I said that the budgeted start date was April 1st. That is incorrect. The start date is March the 1st. So my apologies for that, and just would like to have that corrected. And then secondly, with respect to compensation and gapping, the matter was raised as a question yesterday, and this seemed like a good time, given the discussion that we've just had, to respond back to it. So salary gapping, the term, is a provision in the budget that recognizes that some positions will be vacant over the course of the year, and that new positions may not be filled at the planned start date. And so as a matter of course, at the region, when we're budgeting for a new position, we do our best to estimate what we think the new start date will be. And I will show you in a minute what some of those start dates are for various positions proposed in the 2023 budget. And essentially, the gapping provision reduces the compensation budgets across the organization. So rather than budgeting for a full year in every case, we acknowledge that there will be vacancies over the course of the year. It is something we need to be careful about, because gapping is not necessarily sustainable. Vacancies will ebb and flow both over the course of the year and from year to year. So we want to make sure that from a longer term perspective, that we're not making a gapping provision that is so significant that it's then problematic in a future year. And the other thing I would note that there are a number of positions. There are many positions at the region that are funded from sources other than the property tax levy. And this includes positions that are either funded in full or in part by provincial subsidy, by federal subsidy, and in some cases charged back to capital projects. So if we move to the next slide, I just have two other slides to show. This one shows the gapping provision that has been in our budget in 2021, in 2022, and in 2023. So 2 points here. One is that the 2023 budget currently has a gapping provision of $7 million. So that's a reduction to our compensation budgets to reflect vacancies in various areas, and recognizing again that some positions do have full funding from other sources. And the point also is that this gapping position is something that we do review and adjust annually. And you can see here, moving from left to right, 2021, 22, and 23, the gapping provision in the budget has increased from $4.9 million in 2021 to $5.5 million in 2022 and to $7 million in 2023. And then finally, in terms, if we go to the next slide, this table outlines the areas where additional staffing resources associated with service level changes are contemplated in the 2023 budget. You can see just by glancing through that we have a variety of start dates depending on the nature of the position. And the point here is that we look at each of these on a case-by-case basis, and based on when we expect the budget will be approved, when we expect we'll be able to actually hire the resources, and that determines what we put into the budget. So if we were looking, for example, in the middle of the left-hand column, expanded transit service, we had a number of positions that were added in 2022 following council direction, and then additional positions, some effective January 1st, some March the 1st, and a number on September the 1st, and this correlates directly to the start of those levels of service. Similarly, with respect to our paramedic services expansion, a number of positions were added in 2022 and so are budgeted for the full year in 2023, but then a number of others are scheduled to start on July the 1st, and in this case, a couple of temporary positions on April the 1st. So I won't go through all of this. I think the point, I think, is clear that we take a case-by-case approach to budgeting for new positions and determining the start date. And you'll see in the bottom right-hand corner the March 1st date for the ITS staff that I just referred to. So I hope that's helpful context and answers the question that came up yesterday and clarifies a couple of items that we talked about before the break. And if there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
There is. Councillor Verbanovic.
Thank you very much, and thanks for the info, Mr. Dyer. Just, I guess, a couple additional pieces, if you can get to us for the package. On the 3 years of gapping that you provided, we have the budgeted amounts. Can you let us know what the what we actually achieved in each of those years? In other words, did we achieve more? Did we achieve less? What was the actual number achieved? And sorry, can you go back to that last slide? I'm just trying to remember what my second question was. Apologies. Oops. Oh, sorry, and it was more a comment. So just so that we're all clear, in all of these cases, any of these positions that we're creating that are starting beyond January 1st, they will become a first hit on the 2024 budget, correct? For the balance of, so if it starts in March, there'll be a 9-month hit in 2024 and so on.
Yes, to the extent that a position isn't budgeted for a full year, then the incremental or the annualized amount gets added into the following year. That's correct.
Okay, thanks.
Councillor Craig.
Well, trying to understand this, if I may, Mr. Dyer, we're looking at it, these are new positions, the slides you've shown us. Am I correct?
Yes, that's correct.
They're all new positions. So for people in the organization that retire or move on for other reasons, what is the policy there? Is there a policy of hiring right away or having a gap of 3 months, 6 months, that kind of thing?
Mr. Lochner.
Yes, it varies. So the generalized statement, but in more regulated fields. So if Jennifer, for example, has a water operator, there's certain requirements that she would have to ensure that we have capability and would hire sooner and perhaps even bring in temps in long-term care. At Sunnyside, for example, with nurses and personal support workers, it would be very similar. At the airport, some roles that, again, are regulated by Transport Canada, some of those would have to be hired. Paramedics, we can go down the list. So the vast majority of our essential services, where there's those regulatory requirements, we would look to hire as close to when somebody left and sometimes even before to make sure there's no overlap. With respect to other roles, anytime there's a retirement or a departure, the commissioner, as a matter of practice, and directors or leaders in our organization, no one fills a role just because it existed before. They're always looking for, does it make sense to fill this role? Should we change the role? Can we find efficiencies? In many cases, we look at, hey, this might be the opportunity to take a look at combination of teams, and we have what I would call, restructurings going on constantly. So there's no one answer, but as a practice, we do that work. And I would say, this is, my third year here, that work, I think, is increasing with intensity. And one of the reasons for that is the organization is understanding that we can no longer operate as individual businesses, that sometimes we may feel we can fill a role in a particular area, and yet someone over here has a need. So that work is the work of the leadership team and the senior leadership team, and it happens on a very constant basis.
So what you're describing is really an immediacy when someone leaves. You really should be looking at and hiring people just about as soon as possible.
Only if it were a role that required service, like paramedics, like nurses, like PSWs.
I understand that.
But if it were another role, we would always look at that. And I would say even in some of those regulated roles, the teams look at that. I wonder if an example might help. And if CLT could jump in giving an example.
Councillors?
Yeah, that's not funny.
Jennifer, okay.
Yeah, so through the chair, when we do get vacancies, one of the things that we look at is whether that role is still required, I guess. And we look at repurposing the FTE if we need to. So if a new, service regulation, a new thing was coming up that we needed to work on, and we felt that the FTE was not required to do the work that the current incumbent or the previous incumbent was doing, then we would look to repurpose that position, whether it's in the division or the department. Obviously, from my perspective, from head of the department, I look across the department to see how we can support the region's strategic plan without always going through the budget process and asking for FTEs. We try to be nimble as we're going through, looking at our business plans and what we need to do to support the region's services. So that's always that is asked. In cases where it's an operator or something like that, then yes, we fill it as quickly as possible because we need those people to ensure we have safe drinking water. So it's on a case-by-case basis, but some are more obvious than others that we just fill with what the role was previously.
Okay, thanks. Moving on to our next presentation, we'll introduce or call upon Rod Regier on the discretionary grants. Rod.
Thank you very much. And Helen Shamiri Russell's here with me to answer any questions. So the Region of Waterloo is an organization that has supported many organizations across our community over the years. Something that we continue to do. We do this through a variety of ways: in-kind services, partnerships around projects, and our granting program granting programs are one important way that we support capacity in the community as a whole. We have a variety of program baskets that are supported by the region's budget. In total, I think the total quantum that the region moves through these programs is about $3.5 million. About 1.4 million has been through some of our traditional programming, program support through organizations like, for example, or through our key cultural institutions, our Community Environmental Fund, Economic Development Initiative, entrepreneurial initiatives, and capital grants. We received direction last year from Council to establish a grants policy. That policy requires us to bring forward budget recommendations, get budgets approval from Council for budget allocations to grants, and then established a process for making decisions around grant allocations that was transparent and that was clear to all of the organizations and community stakeholders that were potential recipients for our granting program. This year, in light of the very difficult budget situation that we're dealing with here, we had proposed a reduction of about $82,000 in our total granting package, which is concentrated in the one basket of $1.4 million in grants. We're in council's hands with regard to that that decision. We do have an obligation to come back to council to bring forward a new set of guidelines, which had been requested around particularly the allocation of MAT funding and the cultural events and festivals. So we do plan to bring forward that set of guidelines and make some decisions following council direction later on this spring. So with that, I'm available. I and Helen are available to take any questions that you might have.
We do, and Councillor Foxton is first up.
Yep.
Thank you. So yesterday, I found a bit horrendous at the end when we got a sheet listing all these funds that groups wanted that were asked throughout the year, which I don't think was really appropriate in budget to try and put this on us. But some of those groups would have been perfect for grants. So instead of putting them maybe towards budget, they should have been directed towards the grant groups at that time. I think that would have been more appropriate. Now, you say you got $82,000 that you cut. Did you cut it because money is tight? What was the logic behind that?
Yeah, that's right. I mean, we're looking for ways of reducing the impact of this year's budget on the tax levy, and had made a suggestion about modest reduction in our grants budget. We as we discussed with council last year, recognizing that many councillors were not part of that discussion, we recognized that there was a need for and council recognized that there was a need for a more systematic approach to supporting organizations through a grants program, and that's why we built in partnership with council, built the approach that we did.
Will we get the total list of applicants and what they asked for, and then the final results?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah. No, I think the whole thing is that the establishment of a formal grants application process is designed to improve transparency and make it clear to everybody how they can get access to grants from the region of Waterloo, and how and who gets access, who is awarded grants, what the value of those grants are, and what the purpose of the grants are.
Thank you. And I forget my final thing. Have a great day.
We can come back to you, Sue. Councillor Verbanovic.
Thank you very much, and thanks, Mr. Regier, for this. I guess my first question, as I look at the information, you're suggesting that grants are being cut by $82,000 to begin with, and then you're indicating in the report that out of the $5.5 million, 2.1 is funded from the equity investment and 2.1 from the upstream fund. And so my first question is, where was that 5.5 million funded from last year?
Oh, well, I would say that the grants programs overall were expanded significantly by council last year with the addition of these programs. So the previous, just going to look for the previous basket of funding was that the region of Waterloo was granting was in the range of $1.4 million. And in 2022, that amount was allocated in the following way: about just under $400,000 for the Region of Waterloo Arts Fund, about $771,000 for the key cultural institutions, about 163,000 for cultural events and festivals, 65,000 for entrepreneurial initiatives, and an environmental fund of about 100,000.
Okay, so can we get a detailed list of all of that, so we have it? I guess, you know, where my concern lies and where I think, you know, even in the email you sent to us as early as this, or as late as this morning, you know, we've made it clear as we were looking at the program that existing grant programs could not preclude previous applicants from the application process. And I think the bigger issue and the conversation we had around this horseshoe last year is the impact on these organizations. I think, you know, many of us who were on the previous council, you know, we're not seeing this as an opportunity to cut existing organizations that have a long history in our community, that are important, that, you know, have struggled to survive through the pandemic. And now potentially, you know, we're hearing messaging that their grants may be cut going forward. You know, before we've even sort of seen what the process will be or any specifics that, you know, and that might have been a miscommunication. But my concern is that, you know, we're now going to be approving the budget 2 months into the year. These grant applications probably won't come to us before April or May at the earliest, and organizations that have been relying on funding, annual funding from us for years, may all of a sudden find themselves on the other side of the window looking in. And that, for me, is a fundamental concern and not consistent with the values of community building and where we were going with this. And so, you know, I think there's a couple things that need to happen here. If we're going to have new programs, I think we need to be in a world where those are actually approved in detail, what they're going to look like, and probably by summertime, so that people can, in fact, you know, then go and apply and can plan on those budgetary impacts going forward. So I think one of the things that this council is going to have to grapple with is, do we acknowledge and fund those organizations that have been funded previously? And I'm talking about everyone from, you know, as I recall some of the ones on the list, KW Oktoberfest, the Symphony, I believe the Cambridge Museum was on there, the museum, the list goes on of organizations that have been funded and have also been part of, in some cases, a multi-partite funding arrangement that also included City of Kitchener, City of Waterloo, and in some cases, City of Cambridge as well. And so we need to make sure that those relationships aren't being compromised, and something that's been very carefully negotiated over the years isn't getting compromised going forward. So, you know, I'm flagging that I'm really not comfortable with where this is going. I think we're going to hear from some delegations tonight who are equally as concerned, and you know, I think we're going to have to deal with this as a council, in whether it's budget day or shortly thereafter.
Mr. Regier.
Yeah, through you, Chair Harris. Certainly, you know, I suspect that that the introduction of a process which would include an application and an objective decision-making framework would you know, it does introduce a certain amount of uncertainty into the grants process for organizations that have received standard grants over the last little while. So I appreciate that there might be some uncertainty about how this might ultimately play out for them, and I appreciate also that you know, the earlier in the fiscal planning process that we move, the easier it is for people to adapt to that process. So these things go without question. We have not sent any messages to any cultural organizations that they are not going to get funding, or that they're not eligible for funding, or that their funding has been reduced, because those decisions have not yet been made. And of course, we wait for council direction regarding the total quantum of the.
But in fairness, and just to be clear, I mean, there have been conversations between staff and those organizations in that regard, and that is certainly, raising some concern.
Mr. Lochner wants to chime in.
Yeah, so for councillors who are new, a few years ago, I think it was 2020, when I joined, the team had been given direction to take a look at the grant program and came to council. And the conversation was, I think, similar to the angst today, where, oh my goodness, we have organizations that have been granted one time. Mind you, when you do one time year over year, it feels pretty permanent. And this happens to funders everywhere. If you try to change the rules, if that results in some organizations having to reapply, that's, I think, as Councillor Vanderk has appropriately explained, that creates great anxiety. And so, even though that was the direction of council, around budget time, the council of the day decided, no, bring this back, and let's give everyone notice, because we had delegations and the upset, and how do we launch this? So we notified providers that this could change, and that created anxiety as expected. I would be anxious if I were running an organization. We have the same thing with the province, say, changing funding rules. And we brought that to council again. And so direction from council to go back and do the same thing. We really mean it this time, realizing there has to be change. And I think what we have here is, to Councillor Verbenovic's point, I think we all are experiencing enough that when you do that and you're trying to change to add, maybe to give access to community organizations who have come and said, hey, these legacy organizations, and I don't know if that's the right term, but organizations received funding from the region for a long time. We too, what about us? And I think we've all experienced that when you try to do from within the existing envelope, there's only winners and losers, or losers and losers. So I wonder, and that's why we're bringing this to you, this is the existing process. This is the third time. We're trying again with everybody has to reapply, and there may be some existing organizations who receive funding and maybe some new ones, but somebody may be bumped out. I'm hearing concerns, and it's not the first time, this is the third year. I wonder if we could approach this in a way of, if we step back, our strategic plan talks about how important it is for a vibrant arts and culture community. We agree to that. That's in the plan. That's what this council has passed. It's in our strategic plan. And if that is true, I think a direction to staff to figure out a process that achieves the outcomes. And if the outcomes aren't the same as the previous council identified, then let's change the outcomes. And and don't impact existing, say, organizations, and also make room for others. And like having staff come back with a report, I would suggest that probably means more money. That might be a better approach than going down this path where we have uncertainty and hard feelings and so on. Because that's not our intent, and I take the point that Councillor Benrick's making. I think nobody wants to do that. No one on council, no one on staff. So there might be an alternative approach to the path we're going down.
I'll move to Councillor McCabe.
Thanks, through you, Chair. Part of where I'm concerned about this is I certainly appreciate, Rod, your team's approach to this. Like you're trying to respond to council's request and the senior leadership's request to trim where you can. And I think nearly all the departments that the region funds has gone back and looked at their budgets and taken a look to say where could we reduce. Nearly all of them have, not everyone, but nearly all of them. But I think when you're talking about these cultural organizations that are, and some of this funding is for equity-seeking groups and the upstream fund, quite honestly, I mean, $82,000, I just question whether, like, it's a rounding error, right? Like, that to me is not worth putting these groups through the ringer, right? When we need these groups to provide give us the community, the vibrant community that we're really looking for. I mean, I certainly appreciate, like I said, you're trying to reduce your budgets and certainly all the work that other staff have done to do this, but I just think these are not the right places to be taking this money from. Like, I mean, these are sort of the most vulnerable, low-hanging fruit in our entire budget, right? So I just think $82,000 is too big of a cut for them.
Mr. Lochner.
So again, if council desires us to add the 82,000 back, that would be direction that we would have to receive. And if so, happy to do that. I think there are also, though, whether it's the existing budget or not, we still have the other challenge I'm hearing about how do we allocate the funding. So we have a pot. How do we allocate the funding? And I think from today, we'd really appreciate direction on where council would like us to go on this, whether it's revisiting, whether you'd like more time and a robust presentation on all the details of this grant program, followed by direction. We're at your pleasure.
I can't, oh, there we go. Like, if we just put the $82,000 back in and then leave this discussion till sometime later, that does it have to be part of the budget discussion?
Yes.
Except for that 82,000 piece?
Mr. Lochner or Dyer want to chime in on the logistics mechanics of that?
Through the chair, I think I would say that, certainly if there's a desire to add funds back into the budget, doing that, either today or doing that on the 22nd would be most appropriate. I think in terms of the actual allocation, I don't necessarily think that has to be determined during the budget process, but it should happen relatively soon afterwards. I think that's more of a question of what's council most comfortable with.
Councilor Redmond, or Chair Redmond.
Thanks, Chair Harris. Actually, it's exactly the point that I wanted to make, which I hope we don't conflate the process with the quantum. So if we want to, as a council, put the $82,000 back in, I think that is absolutely our purview. But I would tell you that we have been talking about discretionary grants, and as I look at page 44 of the slide deck, there are other granting organizations. I think of Waterloo Regional Arts Fund. And while Councillor Williams and I sit on that, it is depoliticized and it has a board, and the Heritage Foundation as well. And the allocation and the new regime that we are looking at is now in its third iteration, and groups have been told that yes, you can apply, but do not assume that you are going to get what you traditionally had. And I think it was Councillor Bravanovich already articulated some of those legacy recipients. That message from the old council, the former council, was made at least on 3 occasions. So I understand why they're coming back and saying, this is what we got in the past, this is what we like today. But the reality is, I have very much supported this new regime, as did the majority of the former council, because it depoliticizes it, it makes it transparent, and it provides opportunity for new entrants. And more than anything, we all know that there's always competition and valuable projects that are competing for finite funds. And that's why I think this new regime is very, very, has so many pluses and upsides. So I just don't want us to be confused with the amount of money and the fact that we have had some delegations, because there's lots of other groups who have not delegated who will be part of that process. And if you look at slide 44, it also talks about some of the funding coming from equity investment as well as the upstream fund. And that too is looked at as how to be more inclusive and more embracive of the diversity of this community. So it's two issues, and I hope that we can keep them separate.
Councillor Erb.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A lot of the comments that I wanted to make, Chair Redmond made. I was part of a couple of the councillors that were on this committee, and I think two of the main goals were trying to bring more organizations into it by creating some equity and taking the political nature of the decision-making out of it. And I guess my concern is that if we're re-looking at this, we are again creating more uncertainty for these groups in the community, and they don't deserve this. Are we getting money or aren't we getting money? And so I think we need to come to some kind of a consensus as to how we're going to proceed with this, so these groups in the community have some assurance that they're going to be receiving funding, but it's going to be received in an equitable and fair way. And from previously, from my time on the on United Way Board or on the KW Community Foundation Board, this is the way a lot of that granting happened, where it was interviews were done by staff, recommendations were made to the board that were then approved, and I see some similarity to that here. And so I would support going ahead with the recommendations that came from the committee in 22, and try and somehow give some stability or some assurance to the organizations in the community that we're not going to be changing the process again in 23, 24.
Okay. Councillor Hoenick.
Through you, Chair Harris. I too, like many of my colleagues, think that the number 82,000 is quite low. But regardless of the number that we have to choose, we're not going to be able to fund everyone. So on the topic of allocation of funding, I'm sure this strategy has been thought of before, but just in case it's not top of mind for everyone, I wonder if there's value in deciding on a certain percentage that is strictly for new applicants and a certain percentage that could be for legacy funding, as Councillor Brbanovic termed it. Thanks.
Excuse me, through you, Chair Harris. Yes, certainly some funding is definitely allocated for new entrants into the and emerging festivals and organizations. And I might ask Helen Chimeri Russell to speak to the quantum and how that process is contemplated. For that particular group, for that program, we are coming back to council for the guidelines for decision making. So you'll be seeing a report shortly to contemplate what the criteria for funding new organizations and cultural institutions and festivals will be. But, Helen, if you can talk to the quantum.
Sure, thanks very much, and through the chair. So I think there may be a tiny bit of confusion that we haven't thrown the baby out with the bathwater. There are several pre-existing grant programs that will continue to operate as they always have. They're already being approved by council. We're operating them, so key cultural institutions, the one for Environment Fund, Arts Fund, Heritage Foundation, they're all pre-existing. They all have guidelines that have been approved by council. They all still have their processes that they're going through. Those continue to exist 100%. We had a few organizations who had been receiving annual operating funding outside of any formal program. That formal program needs to be designed and brought to council. We've already had the instruction that we want to make sure that previous applicants will be precluded from applying. Awesome. If we also want to add to that previous applicants have to be considered at a similar amount as previous years, we can certainly design those programs to ensure that that continues as well. Has that answered the question?
I believe so, yeah. And just as a follow-up, thank you very much for that more expansive understanding. It's very much appreciated. As a new councillor, I'm really wishing that we could have the strategic planning sessions prior to the budgetary decisions, but that's a topic for another day. So it's hard to make these. Sorry,
I'll just follow up on that very, very quickly. And in the policy that was approved, there's two places where council has a really important role to play in grant programs, right? So it's not one big program, it's a bunch of different programs within a grant policy. And through the planning process, we have an opportunity, and the strategic planning process, to have an opportunity to create new grant programs that we see are important, that are going to meet the needs that we see emerging in the community. And through the budgeting process, that's when we set the budgets for each of those grant programs. So hopefully that provides a little bit of clarity about how those two pieces fit together.
Thank you very much.
Councillor James.
Yes, thank you through you, Chair. Chair Redmond kind of covered what I was going to mention just in terms of the separate between, the fund itself, but also the process. And the way we look at grants and how grants are done and historically how they've been done, there's a lot of work overall to redefine what granting processes look like, especially when we look at equity from a decolonized lens, from a historical fairness perspective, legacy organizations, and it's not easy at all. And there's organizations as well who are redefining and redesigning how they approve for grants. And one of the biggest problems historically is coming to government. And there's power dynamics, there's all sorts of bias, there's all sorts of things that play in. So I think it's both ends here. So there's work that needs to be done from, this institution perspective, but also the organizations that are asking as well. It's a two-pronged approach here. And I just want to, for staff, I know it's not easy working on the process because that is the hardest part. So just wanted to add my 2 cents, but Chair Redmond said what I was going to comment on.
Councillor Salonen.
Thank you. I'm just wondering, for sake of giving staff direction going forward, since I know CAO Lochner, you were kind of asking for that, I would be willing to move or suggest that we either table the removal of the 82,000 for budget day, or I'd even be willing to say and remind all of council, we've had really great conversations throughout all of the budgeting. I really fear come budget day, we have asked for a lot of things that were not included in the 9 point whatever %. And although it might be 82,000 here, 100,000 there, that really does add up. And at the end of the day, I'm still thinking about the constituents who tell me they can't afford huge property tax increases. So I'm happy either to say go with staff recommendation or to pass it down to February 22nd, but reminding everyone we've asked for a lot of things to be included. And I think we should be cognizant that that does definitely add up. Thank you.
Point taken. Councillor Foxton.
I agree with Councillor Redmond, Councillor James, Councillor Solomon. Did you chirp in there too? I may as well agree with you too. Staff, you did nothing wrong. I see the looks on your faces and you feel like you've been beaten up. You did nothing wrong. You did exactly what you were told to. And I say this to my staff at council too. It's council's choice to debate the issue. And you did absolutely nothing wrong. You thought about the budget and thought about what was being asked of you. But on that second paragraph in green, and I need Mr. Dyer or somebody to explain it to me. So we have $5.5 million remaining. 2.1 million is funded from the equity investment, and another 1.2 is for upstream. And there's still 1.3 million left over. Can we play with the 1.3 million? No, I'm not really kidding. But no, so can somebody break that down for me? Are those funds going to be handed out outside of the budget down the road? Or, because granting is different, and that's what we need is the definition of granting, because it's festivals and other events such as that. Is that correct? Do we have a definition for discretionary granting? Good. Maybe just email it to me sometime when I have nothing else to read. And so I see all these other funds, and right away I think, oh, look what we could fund. But that's not, I need to know what they were for, what they're committed to, and when they're dispersed. And I need to know where the 1.3 million is going. To a road.
Action item. Okay. They will report back to you. Councillor Liggett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We're going through the budget process at the City of Cambridge currently, and grants to groups is part of that discussion. we have a request for 3 times the money that we have available to give, and I'm so grateful to our staff because they put together a whole new program last budget, and so it's this budget. It's come full force into effect. They do a metrics. So my first question is, do you guys do a metrics of the applications and then provide that to us?
I'll ask Helen to respond to the question.
So through the chair, yes and no. So there are 6 approved grant programs. They all operate slightly differently because they're all designed to do slightly different things. So, for example, the Arts Fund allocates funding based on their own metrics. They report on what they've funded, etc. Key Cultural Institutions is a slightly different thing. It works in partnership with the area municipalities. They put in applications which are far more onerous than various other things. The Environmental Fund, for example, is project grant funding that comes in from the community, is considered together and brought to council. So they all work slightly differently and will have different eligibility criteria, different decision-making criteria based on the program themselves, but each program has its own set of guidelines and its own budget that it allocates through.
Okay, that it does explain it quite a bit. Thank you. My other concern is, with legacy grants, and we're looking at, we've started to look at reductions to some of those ones that have been continuously coming to us every year because the newer applicants don't get a kick at the can if we only have that limited amount of money. And so we're starting to ask the question, what are you doing to try to become self-sustaining? And some it's not possible, we understand that, but with some, we're just looking to see what they've got to offer back. And we've also noticed that there's becoming a great duplication of services in the social services industry because some of these groups are doing so well, they decide they're going to expand their services, but the services are already being done by somebody else, and they may not realize those services are being, so that's really up to us to inform them that, I'm sorry, but you want to duplicate what the city's already doing, let's say, or another group is already doing and they're doing it well. So is there something that the region has which is a watchful eye over that so that can't grow and become a great drain on those grants?
So through the chair, I'm going to try to answer the question. Some of the programs are designed for annual operating funding, and that is what the program's designed for, and they will keep getting annual operating funding through that. Program granting is slightly different, and we've seen through various, project funding, that I think it depends on the program about how we do that. So I'm not sure that I actually have an answer for that, and maybe that's something that we could take back when we're going and doing a review through our guidelines, which will be part of the strategic planning process, is to make sure that we do constantly evaluate those programs to ensure that there's something in place that can stop that duplication or whatever it is the council wants to direct us to do.
Through you, Mr. Chair, just to follow up to that, assuming you're granting me that.
I think this is your second, so yeah, go ahead.
So we say, are you aware of that being provided already by the City of Cambridge? We asked them that question. Another one that we're going to add is, because of this problem, is, are you aware whether it's available elsewhere in the community or coming through the region, so that it makes them do their homework and check that out ahead of coming to us?
Okay, Councillor Craig.
Well, Mr. Chair, I'm not quite sure how I'm going to approach this, but I will. I remember in the very beginning when the budget was brought to us, I remember making a comment to the effect, it looks like it's a fait accompli, just the way it is. Well, here we are, and it's the same budget. And, the issues in the election, and I come back to it over and over again, at the doors. It was affordability. It was homelessness in the community. It was addiction issues, and wrapped around those was the policing issue. And we're at 9.2. I can't accept that, okay? I can't do that. And I want to make that very clear. And people are expecting us to, I think, come in with a more reasonable budget. I know this is difficult. I think in all my years, the most expensive budget I ever was part of was 5.3. I understand it's difficult times. All of that. And I don't think that sending the police budget back is going to make any difference. It's a very hopeful gesture, but it's not going to make a difference. Let's be honest about it. So, Mr. Chair, I have to ask, and I'm reluctant to do it, but I think I have to do it, is to ask staff to come back to us with a 1 and a 1.5% decrease, and what would it look like? Okay, so I'm asking that as direction only. And I'm trying to be positive about what we're doing as a regional council, the direction we're going in, but I certainly have constituents who very clearly left me with a message. And I'm going to follow through on that the best way I can. So, Mr. Chair, if that's okay.
Point of order, Mr. Chair, just respectfully, and I don't disagree that those kinds of options need to be put on the table, but I actually thought we were talking about grants, and I'm still in the queue to talk about grants.
No, you
so
are.
if we're going to do other ideas, let's save that for the end.
Yeah, my colleague's quite correct. We'll put it at the end, okay?
Yeah, okay, we'll
Thank you.
Yep, we'll have a discussion here
It was an
quickly.
emotional moment.
Councillor Urbanovic.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And, I've been listening to all of the dialogue, and I think what's important to remember is the context under which we asked for a grant policy was because the region kept getting these new requests and they didn't know how to deal with them. And so there was a desire to put some sort of policy in place going forward. I can tell you that certainly from my perspective, putting that policy in place was not looking at trying to take away from valued and trusted and important organizations in our community, but in fact to add new resources. And if we want to talk about adding resources, we had 1.4 million before, we now have 5.5 million. We actually increased that by 300% with $4.2 million that are now going to equity-seeking organizations and upstream-seeking organizations. So, we've added lots of dollars there. I have no issue around adding the 80,000. Where my concern lies and where I think we're going to need to grapple with is the impact that this has on existing organizations. And so, my question to people around this horseshoe is, are we prepared to potentially cut the symphony, cut KW Oktoberfest, cut the Grand Philharmonic Choir, and I can go on and on and on in terms of that list. I'm not. And so, I think my point is we can't be 6 months into the year for an organization that relies on our funding and has relied on us all these years to find out they're not going to get any money from us potentially. That's not fair from a process point of view. And so if we wanted to change this and change the system, quite frankly, we should have had all that in place last year so that people know where we're going forward. So I'm just flagging that I plan to bring some motions forward about that on budget day. We need to be fair in this, people, because otherwise, this notion of creating this world-class community and quality of life and all that stuff, these are the fundamental things that people look for, and I'm not prepared to cut them.
Okay, Mr. Lochner, perfect
Sorry,
timing.
I'm not sure, maybe Helen can, I'm not aware of what's being cut through this process, so maybe we get some clarity. Just, very concretely, are there organizations whose budget is being cut, or is there a risk? And if there's a risk, how might we address that?
Right. Okay, so through the chair, I'm going to try this one again. We need a budget from council in order to be able to allocate budget funding out to the community through the grant programs that exist. There are 3 organizations who have previously received operating funding through the region of Waterloo who, because of the policy that we created when we said we're not going to do that anymore, what we're going to do is create a new grant program that we can allocate funding through. So that newly designed grant program is going to come to council for approval. We can quickly get it up off the ground and be able to allocate funding out into the community using those new guidelines. Council will have an opportunity to have a say in those guidelines and what they look like to ensure that we are supporting the community in the way that you want. And the timing that we have in mind is not actually any later than it would normally be in a regular year when they would have received their funding, as far as I know, before we came up with a program. So previously, we would allocate funding outside of a grant program to these organizations. They were written into the budget, and that was the way that it worked, right? Those grants would be written anywhere between March and June, depending on the year. So the plan is we get through budget, we bring forward a new set of guidelines that council approves, which allows us to then allocate funding into the community. That program will not preclude the application of those 3 organizations who have traditionally received funding outside of grant programs.
I guess my point is, from a process point of view, I mean, we are where we are, but if we were going to put new programs in place, we should have done that 6 months ago so that people are approaching 2023 with some knowledge and expectations of where things are going to go. And that's where the fundamental problem is. You know, anyway, I don't think we're going to resolve this today. And I certainly will, I'm planning to bring some motions forward on budget day.
Okay. Mr. Craig, I believe we're going to deal with likely a motion at a later point in the day. So not to, you know, we have not, because it is a somewhat of a more significant ask of staff that will likely require council's, you know, comment, but, you know, voting. It will require a vote of council to direct staff. It's not just a simple information request. So we will deal with it at some point today. So be prepared for that. So we want to continue to move on. Obviously, we do have a bunch of items still before the dinner break, and then the public input starting at 6:30. So we will now head to reports. And I should... 5.1, that is the reserves and reserve funds, and I believe that is just a receipt for information. And Mr. Dyer would like to speak to that briefly.
So thank you, Mr. Chair, and just to clean up a couple of minor items or brief items rather to respond to questions that had come up over the course of the budget process so far. So just a reminder for council with respect to federal and provincial fundings. Is a slide we showed, I believe, last time, showing how that funding has changed from the 2022 to the 2023 budget. This is most significant with respect to children's services and the federal funding that we are now receiving. Transit services is a reduction in funding largely related to COVID, but of course is offset by the incremental fare revenue. The main thing I wanted to talk about was on the next slide, which speaks briefly to a conversation we've had, I think, once or twice already about services that are on the municipal tax levy that really should be funded by provincial revenues. And but by our estimate, depending on what you prefer to include, we would say this is up to about $147 million of funding on the property tax levy that in most other provinces you would not find in a municipal budget. And that's because they are funded, I think, on a much more appropriate basis through a variety of provincial revenues. As we've discussed, we have property taxes and user fees to rely on from a revenue perspective on the operating budget. And when we look at housing and homelessness and children's services and Ontario Works and Employment Income Support Administration and public health programs that have broad public objectives across the province that serve an income redistribution function in some other areas. It's a significant component of our levy, and I just think an important thing for Council to keep in mind as it works through its advocacy work over the course of the year. I also wanted to just speak briefly to, on the following slide, just a couple of areas where we continue to be concerned with the level of provincial funding, either because it's been frozen for a period of time or it's simply not keeping up with a much more elevated rate of inflation that we've experienced over the last, say, 14 to 16 months now. From a public health perspective, the provincial funding was flatlined for several years. The region has adjusted staffing levels, operating budgets during this time, while demands for services have grown. And so while the province is funding, at least in theory, on a 75-25 basis, including one-time mitigation, our calculations suggest they're at least a couple of $1 million short of meeting that commitment. And then for other programs such as the per diem funding that we receive for Sunnyside Home and Ontario Works Administration and homelessness programs, again, it's a similar story. Either the increases that are being provided are well below the rate of inflation, or in fact, the funding has been frozen. And as Mr. Sweeney indicated a couple of times yesterday in his presentation, we also have the situation where the Social Services Relief Fund that we've relied on extensively over the last 2 or 3 years expired at the end of December and is not available to municipalities to help offset our ongoing costs with respect to homelessness programs. So I hope this background is helpful. I hope it's helpful in terms of continued advocacy to the province, specifically around homelessness, but also for public health programs. And my hope is that at some point the province will engage municipalities in a meaningful conversation about how some of these programs are being funded. Switching gears to reserves and reserve funds, we had a request for some information, which is very common for us to provide this kind of information around budget time. We have a briefing note included on your agenda today, which provides some background in terms of how we use reserves and reserve funds. We talked about this morning as well. It's they're an integral part of financial management at a municipality, an important part of our plan for long-term financial sustainability. And we use funding in reserves and reserve funds primarily for two purposes. One is to mitigate significant or one-time fluctuations in property tax and user rate revenue. And secondly, as a source of funding for capital projects, particularly as it relates to asset renewal and asset replacement. As we discussed this morning, this is where we want to be using those reserves and the contributions from the operating budget to those reserves in order to fund that work. And again, as we discussed, we know that our reserve and reserve fund balances are lower than our municipal peers. If we move to the next slide, please. We had some requests for information last time with respect to the tax stabilization reserve. So that reserve, in terms of how it's funded, I think as I mentioned last time, there is no budgeted contribution on an annual basis to the tax stabilization reserve. It relies solely on surpluses being transferred into that reserve. Has a $15 million cap that was set a couple of years ago. We're in the range of about 3% of the levy for municipal purposes. That levy, with the increase this year, the percent will actually drop a little bit. For now, I think it's still a reasonable cap to work towards. In terms of how we use it for a number of different purposes, usually related to the phasing in of significant impacts to the budget, and or to be used for one-time or other non-recurring expenditure. And on the next page, and in the briefing note as well, we've identified how the proposed use of this fund for 2022 and also in 2023. We have approximately $8 million of funding that has already been reflected in the figures before you for a number of different services. The fuel price phase-in we discussed yesterday, paramedic services we've talked about a couple of times being the most significant use of that fund, and I think from a staff perspective, a most appropriate use. We've taken this approach on paramedic services for a number of years now, and it helps us to phase in the additional costs until the additional provincial funding comes into place, which usually has a lag by about a year. If we move to the next slide, in terms of the overall balance, so the balance at the beginning of 2022 was $15 million. With the commitments from 2022 and planned for 2023, there's about $13.6 million in commitments. That being said, we do acknowledge that we're working through our year-end process. Our expectation is that we will have and report a surplus from 2022, and that surplus would go into that reserve at least at an amount that would at least take it up to the cap. If there were to be additional surplus, that would be allocated through our policy to the general tax supported reserve, and we would use that to reduce our debt funding requirements in the future. So I hope that information is helpful. Included in the briefing note, I think, is a detailed list of all the reserves and reserve funds that we currently have, the opening balances in 2022. And again, we acknowledge that we're in that kind of awkward position where we don't have 2022 year-end work completed, so we can't give you the closing balances from 2022 yet, but we expect that will happen in the relatively near future. And if we move to the next slide, please. And then I think finally, or close to finally, we have also on the agenda a report on the municipal budget regulation. Without getting into a long esoteric discussion about accounting theory, there are provisions in the Act that speak to what municipalities can and can't do with respect to the budgeting for certain expenses, including amortization, post-employment benefits, and the solid waste landfill closure. We've attempted in the report to describe each of those three. We've explained the difference between how we budget for them. Our approach to budgeting is to, so where capital costs are required, those capital costs are part of our 10-year program. Where operating costs are required, it's the in-year cost of managing each of those three. And that's a different approach that's taken than the financial statements. You'll hear more about this when the audited financial statements come forward for 2022 through Audit Committee later in April. There is a requirement under the regulation for such a report, to be prepared and submitted to Council and to be adopted. And so there is a recommendation before you today to adopt the municipal budget regulation report. And with that, I think the next slide speaks to our next steps. If we go one further, working our way, of course, through budget review today, public meeting, public input tonight. The library board is meeting tomorrow to consider the 2023 library budget, and then we'll be back together on February 2nd as both budget committee and council to scheduled to adopt the 2023 budget. Sorry, what did I say? 22nd. Yes, that is correct. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So that report is to be received for information. However, we have a couple questions. So, Councillor Deutschman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Mr. Dyer, if we could just go to the appendix on the reserve and reserve funds. I just have a few questions for clarification. And I just want to say, all I know about accounting between cash basis or accrual basis is the word cruel is in accrual. Just a little levity. I knew Chair Redmond would appreciate that. Thank you. So one of the questions I had was the column says 10-year utilization. So does that mean the past 10 years, what's been used in the fund, or anticipated in the future 10 years? So that I wasn't clear.
Yeah, good question. So anticipated to be used over the next 10 years.
Okay. And one of the questions another question I have is the amount in the fund. So for example, the tax stabilization reserve, you have 15 million as the amount in that fund. How is that amount determined that it's 15 versus 10, for example, in the fund as the cap?
Right. So through the chair, the $15 million cap was determined a few years ago. I think it was either 2017 or 2018. At the time, we used an estimate, I believe, of either 3 or 4% of the regional levy, the non-police levy at that time. That, of course, the levy changes on an annual basis. We think overall, based on how we've been using it, that the 15 million is probably still appropriate. That being said, it is certainly our intention to undertake a review of the reserve and reserve fund policy during this term of council. That's something that we try to do with each term. It's been a few years since we've done it, and at that point, we would bring forward, if appropriate, any changes to the recommended balance for that reserve.
Yeah, okay. Mr. Chair, I have a few more questions, but I'll wait for others.
I had Councillor Foxton on the list, but so it's back to you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so I was just going to suggest a review just to make sure, because I'd be interested in, for example, I don't know, if, over the past 10 years, how far down was the tax stabilization reserve? Did it get down to zero? It means we used 15 million in a year. Is 15 million too much? Like maybe it could be 10 million, for example. So that's something I'd be interested in knowing. The reserve for police general, which is the one right above it on page 11 of 11. And it says the purpose of this reserve would be to fund unanticipated operating budget impacts such as an unbudgeted contractual obligation and or to fund an unanticipated operating budget year-end deficit. So, and that has 3.6 million in it. And again, would there be some information that would, well, I guess this is contributions from annual police budget. Okay, so we're holding that for the police. Is that what that is? Like, so we can't really touch that because that's from the police budget then.
Yeah, so through the chair, so the police service has, I believe, adopted their own reserve and reserve fund policies. They have a small number of reserves, a general reserve, I believe a capital reserve, and maybe one or two others. We've reported it on this report just for the sake of completeness to show that everything that exists.
Okay, so that's the reserves they maintain. We're just reporting it here.
That's correct.
Okay, and the other one I was curious about was the working funds reserve, which is on page 9. And I see it meet cash flow needs, and I was just curious because the opening balance is 10 million. And I was wondering, similarly to the tax stabilization reserve, is the 10 million the right number, and would a review identify whether that's too much to keep in reserve, for example? Because obviously I'm looking for opportunities to free up some of the taxpayers' money to be used for some of the other things that we've been talking about, if it makes sense from a historical review perspective.
So through the chair, I think this is absolutely one of those reserves that that is probably ready for a review. The cash flow comment that we've made is largely relates to the region's cash flow over the first 3 months of the year. So our most significant source of revenue is property taxes, and property taxes are paid to us by the lower tiers in 9 equal installments starting on the 1st of April. And so we need to ensure that we have a sufficient cash flow to help us work through our expenditures over the first 3 months until that revenue starts to come in from a property tax perspective. So that's the purpose of that reserve. But again, as it's been a few years now since we've reviewed it, it's probably ready for review. As to whether it's either too high or too low, I don't think I can speculate on that right now at this point.
So rather than use a line of credit, for example, to deal with cash flow issues, we keep a reserve. Would that be fair to say?
Through the chair, yes. In the absence of that kind of reserve, if we found we needed funding on a short-term basis, then yes, we would look to tap into the line of credit that we currently have with our bank.
Okay, just one more question. I know as a lawyer, I maintain trust accounts, and I can't have a negative balance in a trust account. I noticed one of the reserves had a negative balance here. So what happens in that situation?
Depends on the reserve. I'm anticipating that the reserve that has a negative balance is a development charge reserve fund. Seeing nods from my colleagues. Yeah, so we've had a negative balance in that development charge reserve fund for some time now. It's relating to planning studies. So a couple things. So first of all, when we do our next background study, this negative balance may sort itself out because Bill 23 has now made studies an ineligible cost. So we may need to look for a way to, if you will, absorb that negative balance in some of the other development charge reserve funds that have positive balances. I'm not quite sure yet exactly how that's going to play out. Essentially, we've been using more from that reserve than development charge collections over the last few years. It's not a major concern because we treat the development charge reserves in total as a fund. The fund itself is in a positive balance, but that particular item has been negative for some time, and we're looking for ways to deal with that.
All right. Well, thanks for sharing this information. It was very informative, and I look forward to the review to see whether we have the right number in there and see what we can do for the community. Thanks a lot.
So thank you for that report. Moving on to 5.2, municipal budget regulation that Craig spoke about. This report was also addressed in the last presentation. There is, in fact, a recommendation. So we are looking for a mover and a seconder of that. Do I have a mover for that report dated February the 8th, titled Municipal Budget Regulation as Required by Ontario Regulation 28409? Moved by Councillor McCabe and seconded by Councillor James. Please use your eScribe voting tool to vote yes or no. It's like, thank you for that. It just takes a minute or so with the Wi-Fi, I'm being told, so. And that is carried. Next on the agenda is item 6, public engagement. I'd like to now call on Jenny Smith, Director of Corporate Strategy and Performance, to provide a presentation on the public engagement related to the budget. I believe actually it's Connie McDonald that will be leading this public engagement agenda item. So Connie, I'll turn it over to you. And I believe Jenny is maybe even available online. But Connie, over to you. Jenny is right in front of me. Sorry, Jenny. Lisa's online.
Thank you.
Connie and Jenny are here. Lisa's online.
Thank you. And through you, Chair Harris. I'm going to take us back to November. And in November, at our first Strategic Planning and Budgeting Committee, we provided a look at a preliminary look at our resident engagement results. And you may hopefully recall the in-depth conversations that we had with staff from the Immigration Partnership and the Children and Youth Planning Table about our changing community and what we're hearing from residents about their experiences living in Waterloo Region. We also talked about how critical it is that we look at different ways to engage and elevate the voices of all residents. This is absolutely critical to how we as staff do our work and are committed to continuing to enhance and expand on our engagement approaches. Today, we're pleased to bring back a more fulsome look at what we've heard from residents, and I'll turn it over to my colleague Jenny Smith to get us started.
Wonderful. Thanks, Connie, and thank you, Council. So if we just move on to the next slide, actually the next one after that, that would be great. Thank you. So today we're going to take you really quickly through the results from our 2023 plan and budget engagement. We'll do a very quick recap on the approach, and following that, my colleague Deb Berge, who's standing over there and is in person, and Lisa Byers from Ipsos, who's online, they'll do a deeper dive into the online and telephone survey results, both key components of the engagement this year. So if we move on to the next slide, As Connie mentioned, community engagement is foundational to our plan and budget process. This doesn't mean, however, that we just engage once a year. Gathering input, data, and building knowledge about community and their need takes time, relationships, and many different approaches all year round. Connie mentioned that back in November, my colleagues, including Fazia Beg and Paula Whitlow, they came to talk and share insights that they gathered through their work about the communities that they serve. And these relationships and insights are so important to support service areas right across the organisation to put together the draft business plan and budget. So if we could just move on to the next slide. So on top of that foundation, we also added other pieces. No single data point can tell the whole story, so it's important to do a broad approach. This year, the approach also included a statistically robust telephone survey, online Engage Waterloo Region opportunities and public input sessions, the second of which is tonight, and I'm looking forward to that. Although these approaches, altogether, these approaches alone yielded 2,600 responses, a significant increase from last year. When you couple this with the thousands of other voices who have engaged with staff throughout the year and before, this begins to give you a sense of the scale and complexity of this work. I'll hand it over to Deb now, Deb Berge, who's the Manager of Community Engagement, who'll talk a little bit more about the approach and also start on the results.
Awesome. There we go. Next slide. So I think one of the other things for engagement that was really important for us is that we use a variety of methods and ensure that barriers are really removed to participation. So in order to do that, we really focused on increasing the amount of language translation that was available in materials, spreading word through community networks and reaching audiences we might not normally meet with some of our engagement approaches, and offering in-person discussions. So you can see on the slide just some examples of what that looked like. So if I move on to the next slide, what I want to do in the next two slides is give you just a really quick peek at some of the information we received from the online surveys. So you will know that the online survey was available, therefore, to the entire public. It was not a randomized sample, so therefore it's not necessarily generalizable. Today, we do have Ipsos with us to focus on the telephone survey, which will give you some of that generalizable information. We did find that the results were generally consistent with what we heard from the telephone survey. The top issues that were most often identified were housing and homelessness, followed by the environment, managing growth, and transit. When asked about services that were most important to them personally, residents named transit, waste, roads, and affordable housing. If I move on to the next slide, one of the things that was important to us as well is to share with you voices directly from residents. So these quotes that you see here were directly received from respondents in the survey. They provide a sample that showed the breadth of comments that were received. Quotes do represent a variety of points of view. There really is no one single point of view on these issues. The main takeaway for us is that we ensure that we have a thriving community where we need to look at the needs of all. There was definitely an acknowledgement in many comments about immediate crises that we are facing in our community, but definitely a preference to looking at prevention opportunities wherever we can in our work. So that is just a brief overview of some of those results. What I'd really like to do now is introduce Lisa. I see she's up on the screen there. So Lisa is with Ipsos. She has worked with a variety of municipalities on both customer satisfaction and municipal surveys. So we're really happy to have Ipsos have led this survey, and I will pass it off to Lisa.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Deb. I'm just going to share my screen. Are you able to see the screen?
No.
Oh. How about now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So thank you, Deb, for the introduction, and good afternoon to you all. Thank you for having me present at Council today. First, I'll give a brief overview of the research and survey methodology before getting into the detailed findings. So we conducted a 20-minute telephone survey using landlines and cell phones to reach residents of the region of Waterloo, including Kitchener, Cambridge, Waterloo, and other townships, such as North Dumfries, Wellesley, Wilmot, and Woolwich. We also offered a language line so that people could speak different languages and have the opportunity to share their experiences with us. And the surveys were conducted October 7th to November 1st of last year, and we garnered a sample of 1,000 respondents, which is quite a robust sample size. 1,000 is the standard that we use on a national level, so being able to collect 1,000 respondents on a smaller scale within the Waterloo region highlights a strong and representative sample. In terms of key findings, the biggest takeaway is that overall satisfaction is high among residents in the region of Waterloo, and satisfaction scores, including quality of life and satisfaction with services, are on par with municipal averages that we see, so which are data that we've been collecting over the past 5 years. We did find it noteworthy that homelessness is the second highest concern among residents, right behind housing as a top issue, and I'll get more into those details in the upcoming slides. Telephone is the most common method of contacting the region among residents, but there is also an appetite for more digital services and online interaction. I also want to highlight that digital services are a key driver of satisfaction with services that the region offers. A strong majority say they receive good value for their tax dollars, which is great for you guys. And although most know how to contact the region if they want to offer input, there is still a strong proportion of residents who say they have opportunities to share their input. And I'll get into these details in the next few slides. So housing and homelessness, as I mentioned earlier, come out as the top two most important issues facing the region of Waterloo at 29% and 26% respectively. And some of the verbatim that we looked at referred to comments around the well-being of homeless people, especially regards to their mental health. But there are also some mentions.
Lisa, I'm sorry, I'm going to interrupt you. Your slides are not in presentation view and they're not advancing. If you want to be able to go to the next slide.
Oh, I'm sorry about that.
That's okay. Yeah, if you can go to the slideshow at the top.
Slideshow. I'm new with PowerPoint relatively, so I've been clicking here. Is that right? No. Oh, here it is.
And then from current slide.
From current slide, okay. Are you able to see this?
Can you try to click that button again? It's not working.
No luck there? Or... Unless it's more helpful if I present it like this.
Lisa, if you go down to the bottom right, there should be a button that's next to the plus and minus there. So if you click on that, that should make it bigger.
Can you see this? Is this okay?
Yeah, let Aaron, I think our staff.
Lisa, if you want to unshare, we're going to take over the slides and then we'll move them. There we go.
Yeah, sorry. I think it was slide 7 I was on. Yeah. Yes, thank you. And sorry, apologies for that tech issues. Yes, so as I was saying, some of the verbatim that we looked at in terms of the homeless mentions were comments around the well-being of homeless people, including their mental health. But we did see some mentions in terms of frustration with the encampments. And given that the survey was polled between October 7th and November 1st, we found a few articles from the CBC that were posted on October 13th regarding the tent city in the region, which was right in between fielding for the survey. And then post-survey on December 5th, we saw that Kitchener CTV News had also posted about homeless concerns over the encampments in Waterloo. So it was a moment in time that the survey was conducted when this issue was also being highlighted among the community. Next slide, please. And good news for council, 91% of residents say that their quality of life is very good or good, which is on par again with municipal norms. And we can see that the sentiment is felt most strongly among those over the age of 55, those who have lived in Waterloo 2 years or less, homeowners, and say that they receive great communications from the region overall. Next slide. So on to client experience and service. 71% of residents say that they are satisfied with the services that they receive from the region of Waterloo, with the proportion of those who say that they are somewhat satisfied really driving that sentiment at 53%. Again, we can see this across the municipal averages. And we can see that those over the age of 55 years are more likely to state that they are satisfied with the services, as are men compared to those who identify as other, and those who are not born in Canada, and those who say they receive fairly good value for their tax dollars. Next slide, please. And one noteworthy item I wanted to highlight here, and what I mentioned before about the key drivers, is that the key driver to overall satisfaction with the services that the region offers. And we learned that value for tax dollars is the main driver in overall satisfaction, followed by community engagement, specifically engaging residents in decision-making processes and using their input about regional processes and services, as well as digital and online services. So it's important to highlight here that the region can continue to communicate how it is using the community's tax dollars, as well as providing ways in which the community can engage with the region in the decision-making process regarding programs and services, as these items drive overall satisfaction. So on to the juicy budget and taxation questions. We found that a strong majority, or 81%, said they get good value for their tax dollars, driven largely by the 65% who say they get fairly good value. And residents between the ages of 18 to 34 years and not born in Canada are more likely to say that they get good value for their tax dollars compared to those over the age of 55 and those who are Canada born. Again, when we look at the municipal data averages, or when we compare our data with the city of Oshawa, Pickering, Ajax, Whitby, for example, the region of Waterloo comes out relatively on par. Next slide, please. So 43% said they prefer the region to increase taxes in line with inflation in order to maintain the services offered. A sentiment felt more strongly among residents over the age of 55 years. And 22% say they should maintain their current taxes by reducing the services. And we often see this among younger residents, 18 to 34, 35 to 54. And nearly the same proportions say they should reduce current taxes by reducing services at 14%, or increase taxes to enhance or expand services at 12%. Next slide, please. Then we ask respondents to share their overall opinion regarding specific statements, including knowledge of how to contact the region about input on decisions or issues, in which 59% said know how to contact the region. However, there is a notable proportion, or 29%, that say they don't know how to. And 49%, or half, go on to say that the region of Waterloo makes opportunities for public input easy and accessible. And the last slide. Lastly, we asked respondents if they felt they had enough opportunities to provide input into decision-making about region of Waterloo projects and services, in which 41% agreed, with nearly the same proportion, or 39%, said they do not. 43% on average say that their city does a good job of engaging with residents in decision-making regional projects and services, and nearly the same proportion, or 42%, said their city uses input from residents in decision-making about regional projects and services. So up the details of the survey, but just to reiterate, there are a couple of priority areas we think for the region to focus on. And we noticed that housing and homelessness is an area to invest in for sure, but it's not necessarily the only area for investment. For example, we saw that digital services are a key driver in determining overall satisfaction with residents, which presents an opportunity for the region to hone in on. And moreover, there's potential to amplify outreach and engagement with the community, seeing as residents are looking for more ways to engage with the region and the decision-making process as it relates to the programs and services. And with that, any comments, questions, complaints? Sorry about the tech issues.
Thank you. I don't know if Connie, do you have anything further to add?
I just wanted to say thank you, and thank you, Lisa. Lisa was not lined up to present today. Martin from Ipsos was lined up, and Lisa has graciously and gratefully stepped in today and very well. So thank you very much, Lisa. So that was a more in-depth overview of some of what we heard from residents as part of this. And I know that Deb and Jenny and myself and Lisa are all happy to take any questions on what we heard. Thank you.
Councillor Verbanovic.
Thank you very much, and great presentation. We do a similar body of work with one of your competitors in Kitchener.
No.
But what I will say is that there's, at least for the Kitchener piece, there seems to be some consistency in terms of the responses. So the methodologies clearly are working. I think there's a few things that are of interest to me. In particular, when we go back to the most important issues in the community, I'm just trying to sort of figure out where the numbers aren't adding up. So this was on your slide 9. So for example, born in Canada, 34% versus not 21%. So I'm kind of trying to figure out where's everyone else? Similarly in terms of some of the other numbers, like lived in Waterloo region and the time frames, and I mean, there's a number of them where the numbers aren't adding up. So I'm just trying to understand that. Maybe you can comment on that, Lisa?
Sure, yes, thank you for that question. In our data, we typically have regional breaks or demographic breaks, and in this particular slide, for example, we showed the significant difference over one aspect compared to the other. We do have additional data for these breaks that aren't included in this presentation, but that's something that we can definitely share afterwards as well. It's more detailed breaks of, like you said, Kitchener versus Waterloo versus Cambridge. So that's something that we can share for sure.
Okay, thanks. That'd be great. And then I guess I would just point out for council as we get through budget, and again, these numbers are similar. We see 81% that have said they get fairly good or very good value in their tax dollars. And then I think the other one that's of interest is 55% are saying they're, prepared to increase taxes or in line with inflation or more so in order to maintain or enhance services. And I don't know how that number compares to last time. We saw a little bit of a drop in it in Kitchener's case. But I think it speaks to people are willing and get the inflation factor and are willing to support a reasonable tax increase as we go forward, as long as it's within that range or of inflation in order to maintain or enhance services. So I think that's something for us to keep in mind as we get to go to budget day. Thanks, Lisa. That's great.
My pleasure.
Councillor McCabe.
Thanks. Through you, Chair Harris. I'm curious about the slide. Sorry, I can't pull it up now. With the that outlines the most important issues in our community, and I appreciate the fact that you did like a 20-minute interviews. That's that's quite significant, I would think, just to get someone to stay talking to you for that long about issues like this. So I appreciate that. I'm just wondering though, like, do you think it's just housing and homelessness is so far above all the other issues on there? Like, I think triple the percentages, right? So is that, do you think, a true driver of, like, people are responding to what's being talked about quite a bit in the media and that, or do you think it's a true sense of what people on a long-term basis are concerned about? And I say that not with any, I'm not suggesting we change any funding or anything like that. Like, that is not, because not at all. I think the region really has been on the right track in terms of what we're doing on the housing and homelessness front. That's not my intent. I just am really wondering, you know, how really true a picture this is of issues that are of top concern to our community.
Mm-hmm.
And how driven that is, I guess, by kind of the local narrative, like the media narrative that's out there too.
That's a great question. That's something that we were also considering at the time that the survey was in field, because given the dates of the survey, October 7th to the 1st of November, we did see a heavier, or mentions rather, in terms of the media around homelessness. But even post-survey fields, we did see, just as a checkup and to see if there was still conversation around this in the media, but we did see ongoing conversation in December, January, and I looked it up today as well just to double check, but I still see it in the media. So it could be a bit of both, where the media's highlighting this issue for sure, but I think it seems to be an ongoing issue even outside of the survey frame, the field work, that it's top of mind.
Great, thank you for that. And I guess, yeah, just my comment is we're going through the budget process right now, but certainly for the strategic planning and business planning pieces, obviously I think this is really important information for us to really consider, right? And consider the, you know, what people are telling us through this survey about what they really care about, and you know, where some of these issues rank on this list.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Councillor James.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Lisa, for the presentation. Just have a couple of comments and questions. I'm just wondering if you know the margin of error for this survey.
Yes, it was 3.5.
Okay, and then in terms of some of the important issues within the survey, did you have options for entertainment or arts and culture within there?
In terms of which, sorry?
So the important issues in the community or within, yeah, just if...
I don't believe we did. These were verbatims that we collected. So we coded each verbatim or comment based on the theme, and then categorized each verbatim, and this is what came up.
Okay, and then just within some of the questioning, I know the household income, it said 160K or above for 92%. Do you know if those were multi-generational homes at all? Was there questions in there that asked about the number of residents in the home, adults or so?
We do have that. I don't have it on hand, but that's something I can share with you for sure.
Okay.
And I know Jenny wants to jump in and answer, so Jenny, go ahead.
Thank you very much, through the chair. Yeah, just to clarify for you, Councillor, the issues question was actually an open-ended question, so people were allowed to self-select what they wanted to talk about.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you for the presentation. I'm not going to say that concludes anything, because we have further agenda items on the docket for tonight. But that we will now move to. We're gonna go over to Councillor Craig. Comments. Perhaps he has a motion he'd like to bring forward.
Well, I think the motion is being put up on the screen, and what I'm simply asking for is simply an information document that we'll have on February the 22nd that we can reflect on or use parts of or use all of it or ignore the whole thing. That's all it is. It's an information report. But I think we have to make that effort in terms of looking what other possibilities. And it's better that staff does it than myself or anybody else, because as much as they don't want to do that because of the difficulties, they'll do it in a much more professional way. That's all. And so it's simply what I'm asking for is an information report, and also move, and I'm hoping to get a seconder.
So moved by Councillor Craig, seconded by Councillor Verbanovic, and I guess I'll open up for discussion. Councillor Shantz.
Thank you. I had a couple of questions, and they're kind of related. I support the motion. I think that's fine, but it was when I went through some of the detail, and I didn't go through it, line by line, but I noticed a couple of things that stood out. One was that each department has a facility rental number, and in a lot of cases, that's gone up considerably. And the other one that stood out for me was insurance. So I don't know if you want to speak to that, or if you want to include that, or if that would play into a reduction like this.
So I want to focus everyone's attention, obviously, on this particular motion, but perhaps, I don't know if, Craig, you wanted to jump in, or do you want to just leave it at that? We're going to have some discussion on the merits of this particular motion. I don't know, Councillor Shantz, if that's something that's still, Councillor Shantz, I don't know if it's still applicable to. So Councillor Craig has moved this motion. Councillor Verbanovic has seconded. We want to keep the focus on this particular motion at this time, but I mean.
Understood, and I support the motion. And this can come back as part of a response to this perhaps.
Okay, understood. Yep, thank you. Councillor McCabe, or sorry, Councillor Erb first, and then Councillor McCabe.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just for clarification on the feasibility, and so are we asking staff to say, yes, this is possible, or are we asking them to come back with 1 to 1.5% cuts? Because I think in our previous budget meeting, Mr. Dyer told us that when we started off at 12 or 13% or something of that nature, staff had already cut out $4 to $6 million. I can't quite remember the number, and you didn't know where there would be more to cut. So I'm just for clarity, are we asking, yeah, it's possible? Or are we asking, tell us what you're going to cut?
Well, I mean, go back to Councillor Craig on that if you want to reword that to get clarity.
Well, I'm not quite sure which. I'm asking staff to go back and look at it and cut 1 to 1.5%. And of course, it's a difficult situation. I'm not suggesting it's not. But I think we've got to demonstrate to ourselves what is a possibility, and to the public, what are the ramifications if we were to cut that. Okay? That's part of it. So I think that's the important thing. I know that Mr. Dyer is reluctant, I shouldn't use those words, pardon me, has a certain position on this, and I understand that. It's not easy. But I think it's well within the range of a political discourse to ask for a request like this.
Okay, so they'll be coming back with some program or service cuts is your anticipation?
The feasibility of it and what it impacts. What's the impact as well?
I don't know if, Mr. Dyer, you want to comment on, just to get that clarity for you and your staff if it were to proceed?
Through the chair, I think the way I'm looking at this is that Budget Committee is looking to see what a 1 to 1.5% reduction from the current 9.5% might look like. What might make up that amount of reduction?
That's
that
correct.
Accurate?
We're at 9.5 right now.
We're at 9.5 right now, taking into account the 1.2 million that was added yesterday with respect to the homelessness.
Mr. Lochner.
That's helpful clarity, and I think the motion should be changed to reflect the language that Craig provided. That would be helpful rather than feasibility. Secondly, just for clarity, I assume we are still trying to stick as close to the principles and the balance of all those principles that Council provided us.
As close as possible.
Okay.
Yeah, perhaps we're just Maybe we'll wordsmith a little bit of it here. Councillor McCabe?
Thank you, through you, Chair. Similar to Councillor Erb's thinking, if I'm interpreting part of what he's saying, I actually don't think this is a fair request of staff, and I would say that I don't support this motion. I think what you're proposing is the work of council. Staff have already gone through great lengths and come back to us already with a budget that has been according to what they've told us and what we've seen and what we've heard through discussions and questions and answers. They have gone through and trimmed a lot already from the budget. So I think asking them to go back and find another $6 to $7 million, that's not a fair request for them. I mean, that's something that council needs to take away, and maybe it would be helpful to have a chart that adds up all the things we've added to it over the past, from yesterday, and in the past week or two, to see what we've added to it, and where that gets us. But I think, yeah, I don't know if there's a comment on that, but I don't really have a question. I just think this is not a fair request to make of staff. I think this is council's work, and I will not support this.
Councillor Verbanovic.
Well, thank you very much. And first of all, I mean, I do want to acknowledge and thank staff for all of the work that they've put into the budget thus far, because this is literally, hundreds and hundreds of hours of work, if not thousands, across the organization that puts together, their best proposal based on some very challenging and difficult times that we're all dealing with at the present time. And it's our job to try to find that balance between what they've put before us and what we're hearing from the community, both through the recent statistically accurate survey, what we heard during the election, and so on, in terms of what ultimately we're going to consider on February 22nd. I was prepared to second this motion because I do think that there is a role for staff to play in this. We provide the direction and we rely on our professional team to put ideas before us. I think what this doesn't capture, and if there are specific ideas that people want staff to consider, I think there needs to be some time, whether it's today or over the next few days, that those ideas go through you, Mr. Chair, to Mr. Dyer and Mr. Lochner, and staff can factor those into whatever they put before us. But I don't think it's unreasonable to ask staff and say, you know what, we appreciate the work that you have done, but we can't accept something this high. And so we would like some ideas on how we're going to get it lower. I will say from experience, and many years ago, Chair Redmond may remember this from her initial term on Kitchener Council. We used to have something called the Z list. And the Z list was this list that staff created that used to come forward. And it was all the things that council would never stomach in terms of cutting. And that really didn't help us get to the end result. And so, over the years, our process has changed. And I think, one of the things after this year's budget is done, it probably would be good to do a bit of a review and seeing, how can we tweak this process to make it better for council, better for staff, and better for the community in the future. So I will support this. I would like to get some ideas from staff. I'm hoping they're not all just going to come in the context of service cuts, but yes, potentially looking at some things like using existing FTEs so that you can still fund some of the new ideas like IT, which was raised earlier. Is there some tweaking to gapping that can happen? Is there some use of reserves and so on? But recognizing that we need to make sure that we're not putting ourselves in a long-term fiscally difficult situation either. So that's sort of where I hope this goes. And the last point I'll just make, Mr. Chair, is while I know this work needs to happen, I'm also hoping that council can receive our packages by a week Friday, so that we have that long weekend to go through them in detail, so that we're appropriately prepared for budget day.
Councillor Wolf.
Through you, Mr. Chair. I totally agree with Councillor McCabe. I think this is an unfair request. I trust that staff have done their job, and we've been told about the cuts that they've made. And I do think it is our job to look at the budget and decide where we feel we can cut, if that's what the direction we're going in. This kind of request, should have been in November, not, a week basically before the final budget. So I think staff is working hard. They'll all have to do this request. I think it's asking a lot, and I also feel that it's unfair, and that it is our job to make these difficult decisions. And so far, all we've done is add to the budget, so we're not making that easy for staff. And maybe staff will come back and say, okay, cut all the things you've added. That would be fair. So anyway, so I'll be voting against this motion.
Councillor Solonen.
Thank you very much. Through you, Chair. I just wanted to, I echo a lot of what Councillor Verbanovic was saying. And I would love to see what staff bring back as suggestions, because recognizing that I and a lot of us around this horseshoe are new, I don't know the best things to cut or the domino effects of when we cut certain things. So that's why I feel comfortable asking staff this, recognizing it is creating a lot of pressure leading up to the 22nd. I do also just want to, again, appeal to those around the table. I think we all kind of need to go back ourselves, look through the operational budget independently, and look at what you genuinely want and what your constituents need out of this budget. We, again, continue to add many things. We've seen data that, really you can fluctuate to support whichever way you want. You can say, there was 40% of people roughly said that they wanted to keep or would look for moderate increases to keep up with inflation, but then you have the split going opposite ways of raise taxes for more or don't raise taxes at all. So we need to be looking and recognizing who we're serving, and I think that on budget day, we all need to come to the table prepared on what you're willing to negotiate. We aren't going to all get what we want. That's not how budgets work. We've recognized it's a difficult decision ahead of us. So I just want to put that in the ear of all of my fellow colleagues. Thank you.
Chair Redmond.
Thank you, Chair Harris. Councillor Urbanovich was talking about a list that was known as the sacred cow list. And it was when staff would trot out all the pet projects of everyone and say, well, we could cut this. And I have to tell you, colleagues, there is none of that in this budget. These are really, really tough decisions, and different times, I might add. 1% is 6.2 million, right, Mr. Dyer? Ish?
Through the chair, going back to my previous interpretation, which was to get the regions, so the non-police portion of the budget from 9.5%, this would take it down to either 8.5% or 8%. So 1 or 1.5% off the 9.5%. And so because we're only considering then part of the budget, 1% is a little over $4 million. So this is a $4 to $6 million reduction off the non-police portion of the operating budget.
Thank you for that clarification. And I just have to say, colleagues, my fear is that if we got down to 8%, we'd start adding back in. And these are really difficult decisions, and these are difficult, worthy places to place taxpayers' dollars. And I think we all acknowledge that we're dealing with other people's money, and there is only one taxpayer. I, for one, would be very concerned about service levels. So if we were looking to direct staff, I would say that I think service levels are really important. I also believe that our investment in some transformative pieces of this budget, like the investment in IT, are really, really important. And we haven't given direction about, I wasn't actually in the chamber yesterday when we decided to add money back in, but I really was interested in what Councillor Foxton was saying about where is the context for these social services. I also brought back up slide 46, Strategic Planning and Budget Committee, and its regional tax levy funding for services that should be funded by provincial revenues. And I would caution all of us that as compelling as the need is in our community and as compassionate as we are as a community, we should be going to the provincial government, in some cases the federal government, to say, you need to start funding these things at an appropriate level. So I worry about us asking staff to bring back a budget that's 8.5 or 8%, knowing that there are hills that I would be prepared to die on and to argue about, and we will have that debate, and I'm sure they're different for each of us. So I look at some of the conversations around transit, I look at some of the bypass issues that have been raised, and not just in Cambridge, but also in Woolwich. Those to me are really cogent arguments and priorities to have, but I don't know that we can task staff with doing that and saying, come back and tie it up in a bow. They've made some really, really hard decisions already. There's lots more hard decisions to be made, but they're ours to make.
Okay, moving on to the motion, because I know we've got dinner and then public input at 6:30. We'll want to get this wrapped up relatively shortly. So
Can we not speak on this?
no, I'm just kind of giving everyone a bit of. I'm just saying, hey, focus. Because we could get off the topic and talk about the premise of all the things, but we're actually talking to the motion, at hand here, because we have other items that we're dealing with later on tonight. So. Just thought I'd throw that out there. Councillor James.
Thank you, Chair Harris. But you're trying to silence, Sue and I. It's hard going after Chair Redmond because you said a lot of what I had to say about just really being cognizant of we asked yesterday. There were all of these asks, transit, asked by fellow colleagues here about certain roads and all of the things to invest in. And now at the 25th hour, we're asking staff to come back with reductions. And they're probably in the process right now of trying to figure out how to add a pilot project for transit. So I think we really have to be mindful of this as we go forward. And at the extent that if they did reduce 1%, 1.5% at the expense of what services, and at the end of the day, the residents of this region depend on services. They want services, and I'm really conscious about what we're going to be taking away in that aspect for taxpayers. I would like to amend that motion, make a slight friendly amendment to that motion, that staff be specific with the impact of the services with a reduction of 1.5. I know it's implied, but I think it needs to be specifically in there so that people know, those who want lower taxes, this is what the cost is going to be. As the data said, most people they're okay with taxes, but again, data can work in various ways. So just my comments there, and I'm very mindful of staff and the work that has to go in and having a deadline of the end of the week and all of the things. It is, at the end of the day, remember there are human beings who are doing this work who also have other things going on as well.
So we're going to deal with that amendment right now then. So if you want to put that up.
I'll accept it as a friendly.
Well.
We're going to put a motion on this.
Yeah. Do you need power, Sue? Okay, well, we're going to Councillor Liggett. No? Okay, hang on a second here. Do you want to speak to the amendment? Who has any interest in? No, to the amendment that we just put forward. Does anybody want to speak to that? Well,
Yeah, and I've kind of left it open for the impacts to regional services because we've got many divisions. So I think it needs to be clearly outlined which ones this will impact and how.
does the seconder agree to the? Yeah, okay. All right, so let's carry on with the list because we may have another amendment to deal with. So Councillor Liggett.
So the problem I see with this whole thing is that staff have not been given the option of being able to come back and say, no, we can't. We just can't. We've done everything we can. The way this is written, it's you must come back with options. So I think they need to have that opportunity instead of just putting them behind the 8 ball. I have to tell you, before I was mayor, when I was on regular council, I did nothing but brag about regional staff and the services that the region provides, about how great they were. And I think that this budget process has shown how great, how much regional staff think about the taxpayer and their consideration. So I like what they've done with this budget, but I think they need to be able to come back and tell us if they can't do that 1 to 1.5% decrease. Just add the words "or not."
Yep, go ahead, Mr. Dyer, if you're prepared to speak.
Through the chair, I think our comments would be similar to the ones we made back in January. That the recommended budget from staff was as presented in the budget book that was distributed as part of the agenda material for the January 18th meeting. At the time, I believe what we said to council was, we're now turning this budget over to council. The work of staff was done in terms of putting a recommended budget forward. And now we're entirely in council's hands because everything in that budget is a council decision to make. And you're either in agreement with or accepting the recommendation from staff, or you'd like to do something different. And I think we would all acknowledge that's exactly what, as a council, you should be doing. Keep what you like, change what you don't like. So if the direction is for us to report back with options, we'll report back with options. without speculating on the list, there probably won't be too much on that list that we would recommend, because what we've recommended is in the budget as it stands.
Through you, Mr. Chair, as a follow-up to that, and that's what I was trying to say, that they may not be able to do that. So that, I mean, you know, Mr. Dyer's just said that now, that they did their best. So for them to go and do all of this homework, they still have to be able to come back and say, we've given it that second kick at the can, and we still stand by what we did before. We have to give that allowance to them. So it's just a matter of just adding a couple of words into the motion, I think, just to give them that opportunity.
Okay, Councillor Foxon.
Just to that, Councillor Leggett, when staff's given direction by council, they don't have a choice. And so we have to decide whether we've given them a fair opportunity. But when I, as a staff person, say to my, or as a councillor, say, or mayor, to my staff, you do this, they don't have a choice, right? So we as council, when we direct staff to do something, it's not an option. We don't say, well, do you think, well, you know, so that's one thing. The other thing is, there's a song that goes something like, this is the budget that will never end. It just goes round and round, my friend. And I'm concerned about that. And I'm concerned about February 22nd if we're starting too late in the afternoon. I think we should vote on this issue, taking into consideration everything that's been said around this table, remembering that whenever you take over a responsibility from the federal government or the provincial government, they actually will probably send us a thank you card because they will never, ever pay for it.
Yeah, I think that there's some agreement amongst the folks up here that the motion written as is will be,
thank you.
you know, dealt with by staff should it proceed. So, and presented. So, well, I've got a speakers list, so add yourself to it.
Just point of clarification. Councillor Leggett has proposed an amendment to the motion. And
okay, carry on.
right, and there, I believe there's a seconder to that. If it's not a friendly amendment, there's a seconder to that.
I think we were just we interpreted that part of it wasn't so much required, but
well, but that's the decision of council voting on the proposal to amend.
All right, so we'll add the amendment. Then no.
I said it's not a friendly amendment.
Okay, so so you have to read the amendment to us. Give us the amendment then that you want to propose.
So the amendment would just be adding the words, which would still be direction because it's part of the original motion, or if they feel that they cannot do that 1 to 1.5, they have the option of telling us that.
Point of order, if I may.
Point of order, okay.
Thank you. Wouldn't that just in effect be the exact same thing as not voting for the motion? Yes. Like that would be saying that staff have already come up with the best option, which they just said. So instead of trying to make an amendment to give them a weird quasi-direction, what you're trying to achieve would be achieved by not voting in favor of this motion, if that's how you feel.
Well, I'll go back to the mover and the seconder on it. We'll go with the friendly option or not, and then we'll vote on it. Vote on the amendment. So it's either
Oh my God, this is taking.
I know. We said that earlier.
So, Councillor Craig.
So respectfully, first of all, friendly amendments don't exist. Secondly, I'm not willing to support it as an amendment. I would, if you do accept it as an amendment, I would like to speak to it though.
Okay, so you've, Councillor Leggett has moved it, and do we have a seconder of that motion? Councillor McCabe. So now we're gonna put that amendment up, and we're gonna vote on that amendment to the original motion presented by Councillor Craig. So up it goes, and then we'll vote on it. Oh, and I guess we got to speak to the amendment. So Councillor Vranovic.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I won't be supporting the amendment. And I think the point has been made. Staff have presented what they believe is the appropriate budget based on the information they have. It's now in our hands. And quite frankly, what we're looking for is for 1 to 1.5% of suggestions that council will have to debate and make those difficult decisions. Those won't be staff's recommendations, but they're providing suggestions, because the alternative to that is we're going to all put suggestions on the table, and they may actually not make good business sense. And so I would rather hear staff's professional opinion based on that direction than not. And so, you know, there is, in my mind, that's information we're looking for, and as a board, we're entitled to that.
Any other speakers to the amendment? Councillor McCabe. Nope, we are speaking to the amendment that was tabled by Councillor Leggett. It's seconded by yourself. So if not, we're going to go right to a vote on it. So we're going to go to a vote. Just the amendment. They're going to post, they'll post it.
Point of order, can you read the amendment before we vote, please?
Yeah, for sure, Councillor Hunek.
I'm a little lost.
We all are.
Thanks.
I can't see it.
After we vote on the amendment, we still have to vote on the motion itself, correct?
That's correct, Councillor Hunek. Yep. The italics at the end, Councillor Leggett, is that? She's, okay.
So now you just have to read that.
The whole thing?
No, just the bottom part. So it was amended by six.
Okay, so the amended part is where that staff. So, Councillor Hunek, and for council, the amendment that we're voting on now is only that staff be given the option to declare that it is not possible. Again, that staff be given the option to declare that it is not possible. That is what we're voting on now. So e-scribe goes up, yes or no, to the amendment that I just read.
In case my e-scribe doesn't come up, you can just record that I vote no.
Noted. Okay, and that amendment is defeated. I guess we still have a group of speakers to speak to the original motion. So I'll pull that up, and if there are those that still want to speak to the original motion, now is a good opportunity. And I believe Councillor Foxon had already spoke. Okay, so McCabe, Councillor McCabe.
Thank you, and through you, Chair.
A couple things. We're taking a lot of time discussing this, which I guess is fine, but we do have an hour the public coming in. So a couple of things. I think we're giving staff an impossible task because I've heard from some councillors saying, let's have them come back with this budget decrease, but please don't make it impact services, and please try to not make it impact future budgets. Like, I'm not sure how that's possible. Yeah, that is what I heard. So, and I also just want to remind people that there's also the option on budget day of, like, we are told, like, if you are fine with a 9.2% increase, that is also an option. We do not have to sit here and twist ourselves into knots to decrease the budget, particularly when staff has already combed through the budget over the past few weeks and months and answered all of our questions about it, having already done that work. So voting for the budget as is at 9.2% or whatever it is with the things that were added yesterday is an option. Our only option is not to just cut more. And I just also want to remind people to put it in a bit of perspective. This 1 to 1.5% increase that we're spending a lot of time on now is a total of $22 per year per household. So not that that's not nothing to some people in our community, but that's what we're talking about. So I guess, Mr. Dwyer, could you answer, if we left the budget at 9.2 and we added in the police services budget, what is the whole number that we're talking about?
Mr. Dwyer?
And I do have amendments to the budget if that's the way that if this motion is going forward. I do have amendments to it that I think if this motion is going to pass, it should include the amount of money that staff has already cut out from the budget, so we're clear on that number. That would be an amendment I'd like to see, and I think we should also put it in context.
Well, no, we haven't. We're going to need to bring that out now then as an amendment.
Well, the other thing is, I mean, we haven't. We still have not talked about, we haven't touched one budget, which is the police budget. So if we're going to actually look at cutting like this, I think we should still consider the police budget in this context. So I think we've had staff go through all of our departmental budgets except that one.
So
$22 a year, that's what we're talking about.
Do you know what, if you have an amendment ready to go that you've mentioned, then,
So I don't know. Can we just call the question? Is that another option? Can we just call the question? But do we have to go through the speakers?
Okay. So, based on the last amendment that we put forward that failed, we've got a motion. There are obviously folks here that feel adamant about the motion, and we're going to want to get it to a vote and see which way it goes. Because
can we call
you're just
the question?
We're just going to amend it to get it to one way or the other, and I believe that there's likely not consensus to do that. So,
sure. So could we just call the question and have a vote and no disrespect to the. That's what my question is. I'm not sure the procedure.
Well, I don't know. Are there folks on the speakers list, Councillor Shantz, Erba, Redmond, that feel that you want to get your point out? And then you have a right to do so. So, Councillor Shantz. Yep.
Thank you. Chair, in other years, we've looked at budgets and it's gone back to committee, and committee has worked with the numbers. They've found ways without cutting programs to make the numbers work, if I can say that. Sometimes that affects next year's budget. Sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes it's looking at the price we are putting in for gas. Sometimes it looks at, I don't even know, because that's not my expertise. But the committee would go back and work with it. And so if that's an option, if that's something that the committee feels is still a possibility that there might be some room in there, then I support going back and looking for 1 to 1.5%. If we're just looking for staff to say, cut this program, cut that program, I think we've wrestled that to the ground and we can't do it. So I would ask the committee, is that something that you can go back and look at as a possibility?
We're awfully close on kind of going around and around. Councillor Erb, do you have anything further that you want to add?
Well, I don't know if I expressed it in my first question, but I'm not prepared to support it because this is not fair to staff. This is a political conversation. My one reason for supporting it would be the circles we've been going in the last hour and the circles we've been going in the last 2 or 3 days in trying to decide as council what we want to do. Staff would come back with something that would be black and white on a piece of paper. But I'm not supporting it.
Okay. Finally, Chair Redmond.
And I appreciate council's indulgence. My fear is that I'm having a really hard time supporting this because my fear is that staff are going to twist themselves in a knot to come back with a 1 or 1.5% reduction, and we're going to continue to add in. So I guess my question to all of council colleagues is do we have everything in the 9.5% budget that we want? My sense is everybody has found things that they wanted to add in. So I don't think at the end of the day that this is going to make us any further to our destination, which is a final budget number. So I won't be supporting it either.
Okay, so let's now put that to the test. Let's pull the recorded vote. Let's pull the motion moved by Councillor Craig, seconded by Councillor Verbanovic, and we'll get the e-scribe up, and it is a recorded vote. So it'll be the clerk that'll go through the roll call for that instead of e-scribe.
No, we'll go through it one by one.
Yep, one by one, it's a recorded vote. So he'll do the roll call and get the vote verbally.
Chair Redmond.
Opposed.
Councillor Craig. In favor. Councillor Deutschmann.
Opposed.
Councillor Erb.
Opposed.
Councillor Foxton. Councillor Foxton. Councillor Harris.
In favor.
Councillor Hewenick.
Opposed.
Councillor James.
Opposed.
Councillor Liggett.
Opposed.
Councillor McCabe.
Opposed.
Councillor Nowak. Councillor Solonen.
In favor.
Councillor Shantz.
In favor.
Councillor Verbanovic. In favor. Councillor Williams. Councillor Wolf.
Opposed.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's lost.
All right, that is defeated. We will, on other business, obviously after the delegations, deal with Councillor Deutschmann's notice of motion that you have before you as well. So we'll recess now for dinner downstairs to be back, and ready to go for the public at 6:30 or just prior to 6:30. We would like you all here ready to go for the public because we have approximately 30 some delegations to hear. We want to be respectful of them. So back in here ready to go for 6:30.